Not my fault I'm late. Things were not working, okay? Not my fault the daily Nazi wasn't working, but now it's working. So, yeah. If you were impatient, your Nazi's gone. But I warn you. I did. I did. Tino hayo. Good Sunday? Saturday. No, it's Saturday. Good Saturday, guys. Okay, I can hear it. I was like, where? Could you hear it?
I'm back XD.
Could you hear it? You couldn't hear it, did you? Did you guys? I'm... Why? 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 Oh, welcome back, Army. Thank you for 19 months for me. Thank you. Welcome back. Hello, guys. Hi, Baxi. Hi, Sora. Hi, Novum. Hi, Sunday. Hi, Project. Hi, Red. Hi, Tigers. Hi, Robo. Hi, Lightning. A good Sunday, guys. No, it's Saturday. Fuck. Good Saturday. It's very weird just to be on a Saturday night. I know. Well, it's evening, not night yet. But we can easily turn that into a night if we want, I guess. We could possibly. Cause hold on a minute. Oh, hi Raiders. Sorry, I was staring at my hair. My hairstyle's broken now. Hello Raiders. Hi Bezo Cutie. I hope you're having an amazing stream. I hope Craft was good to you guys today. Welcome. Hello Shadows. Hi Turnsilvan landed. Hi Apple Dashi. Hi Biru. Hello, Lerade Kateur. I'm so sorry if I pronounce you guys wrong. I'm so sorry. I'm trying my best. Please know I'm trying my best. Stay hydrated, guys. Yeah, it's honestly terrible weather. I mean, it's crazy hot today. You guys take care. Hi, guys. Welcome. Hi, Kalia. Hello, get your daily natty, guys. You can do it right now because I was a good girl and I make it work. The bot say it's not gonna work, but I said, you know what? And I made it work. So you can get your daily natty. Go take it.
Sarah reminds me of fresh cut spring flowers spewed across a babbling brook with a hint of lemon.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I'll take it. I like the smell of freshly cut grass, okay? Especially with like flowers. I'll take it. Thank you. Thank you. Good to have you back. And aw, you're so sweet. We missed you. No, I missed everybody. I wasn't a lot. I wasn't much on the internet during my hiatus, so I also missed like lurking at everybody's unknown. So I hope you've been good. I hope everything's fine. Good morning, I'll be chilling here for a bit before I leave for an hour. Gonna have some VR games with some friends and it's gonna be chaotic. Ooh, we love VR games here. I do have a VR, I never played it though on stream. Guys! I'm getting a new PC! That means we can play VR games, finally! Cause my current PC isn't really made for VRs. Like, yeah, my graphic card can handle VR and streaming at the same time, so getting a new one will probably fix it, so yay, I guess. Yay. Hitting Sarah read names like that, she's so cute. It can be a computer, the mix of how the Polish stuff. Please be kind to me, okay? I'll please know I'm trying my best. It was 40 yesterday. Crazy. I had like 32 degrees though. 40 is like too much. I'm so sorry, April Dashi. I hope you're holding there. I hope you're holding. Are you food? I am no food. I am a plashy dinosaur. You'll probably get poison if you eat the dino. Right? You're gonna eat plastic, man. That's probably not healthy. Sarah, be a hardworking dino. I am. You can be proud of me, guys. I did nothing today. Okay, listen. I tried very hard, okay? I tried very hard. It kind of smells like watermelon. I do have a watermelon. Thanks for a reminder. Internet breaks is healthy. Yeah, but I missed everybody and I was like non-stop thinking about content and what I can do better and like what can I do. It's hard. It's hard because I can never stop thinking about stuff. Yeah. I'm very sorry I have to look very early on. Got a few things to do, but like always, I'll be watching from the walls. Of course! Thank you for the lurky, I appreciate it. But our community pool for real, so proud of it. Like, guys are amazing. Wait, you mean the hiatus? I'm actually crazy and wowed that I was expecting that I'm gonna come back from the hiatus and there's gonna be nobody here. Yeah, luckily that didn't happen. Oh my god, new PC, yeah. I'm sending up some applications for the PC next week, so maybe depending on how fast I'll hear back, we'll have it. Yeah, so hopefully in like a few weeks. Yeah. Bro, you got a new PC 2 years now? Wait, you mean I'm trying to upgrade my PC for 2 years? Yes, probably. But it takes time. That's a lot of money, you know? That's a lot of money. Yeah. So, yeah. I could do it faster, true. It's just I'm lazy and sometimes I can't do the stuff that I want to do. But, you know, yeah. I finally did it and we should be proud, okay? I finally did it and we should be proud. Here been 31 and I'm already dying. Yeah, I had 22, I feel you. Sorry, 32, I feel you. Free streak, welcome for the free streak, Robo, thank you. I died 32. Okay, so hear me out, guys. I actually like it hot. Okay, I like when it's a hot weather. But right now, it's like, I'm still wearing like long pants. Because without them, I'm like cold. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm a little bit silly. It's too hot, but at the same time, I'm like fully dressed because otherwise I'm cold. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Something's wrong with my body, probably. Microplastic never killed nobody. Sure. That's, yeah. I think the plastic is worth it. Plus, you think it's worth it to eat the dino so the dino disappears and you never see the dino again? Plus, you get food poison. I don't think that sounds worth it. Literally hide until it's evening. Yeah, I also have my windows on the side of the world that the sun is like most of the day. That was a terrible explanation, but I have no idea how to tell it otherwise. I'm sorry. And we love watermelon here, yeah. Just hard for sure that thinking doesn't help with the mental break, had to stop. Yeah, but I'm glad I did take the break because the break really helped. Really helped. Because I was at the point where I was like, I didn't want to stream. I didn't have a game I want to play and like, I was forcing myself and I was like, very anxious when I was thinking about the fact that I need to stream, and that really helped me because right now I am like really happy to stream again, and it brings me happiness and I'm again enjoying it. Yeah, because a month ago I was like, oh my god, no, please. But now I'm like, yeah, again and again. Yeah. Also, 2 game nights and a movie night. Like, I'm happy to be modded for the community. Oh, yeah, it was so lovely. You guys. you guys did it. And I hope we can do it again. I hope I can still make it up to your expectations. Enjoy daily nudges, guys. So many daily nudges. Well, we enjoyed them, guys. Enjoyed them. And thank you for a care package, Bryce. Indeed, it's 3. Sure, yeah. Hi, Jeff. Hello, Tori. Hi. You have a soft Windows. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I like it that my chat is smarter than me. Yeah, that's very helpful. That's very helpful. Guys, can you... Okay, I think it's good. I think it's good. It should be good. Oh, yeah, please feel free to tell me how you hear me today. If anything's cutting, let me know if my microphone is cutting some stuff. Because I did some settings, but as again, you are the one who's gonna hear me for like next 4 hours or maybe more. So yeah, I trust your opinion on that. Let me... Oh shit, what is happening? Sorry guys, please look at my boobs. Thank you. Wait a minute. Sun is gone. We can have some lightning. Stare at my tummy, guys. Welcome back. Hi. Sorry, that was unexpected. I'm glad you're feeling happy about streaming again. Miss hearing your cute voice lots. I'll have to go now, but I hope you have an amazing stream. Thank you, Lightning. Thank you. I missed you too, guys, and your silly faces. Or maybe I should say your silly usernames, because that's at least what I see. Yeah, I'm glad my parents installed AC a few years back. Yeah, that is a smart... That was a smart move for sure. That's for sure. Oh, come in, enjoy your stay. Big bum on my face. Hope you're gonna enjoy. Welcome. It's nice 18 around the house. What the fuck? That's like winter. It's like winter, literally. Oh no. Thanks. My AC is fighting to get lower than 26. Really? Wow. Okay. That sounds terrible. Ryan Lee. That's what I... That's what I say. That's what my boobs say, actually. There are you guys. Hi, Damian. Sound is good for me? Awesome. If it's gonna cut anything at all, please do let me know. Also, I lowered down the background music. I don't know how it is. I mean, I know how it is, because I see. But I don't know how it is for you. Like, if you like a bit or if you want it back. Hi, Battle Sniper. Welcome. Okay, guys, question. So, as you know, I have a new monitor that is 2K right now. Right? And I got a new one. So now my main monitor and my second monitor are exactly the same monitors, right? And my main monitor is powered by DisplayPort. And the second one is powered by HDMI, right? And can you like explain me what the fuck is happening? Because every time I make every time I use the second monitor, right? I'm always using the first one with it as well, right? So I'm never like using the second monitor on its own. If I'm using the second monitor, is my main, and the second one together. So the second one is powered by HDMI. So therefore, my PC should read the main monitor, the one that is using DisplayPort, as a main one, right? So why the heck are my icons on a desktop moving to my second monitor when I run it? Why? What's wrong with them? It's so annoying. It's so annoying, and every time I use it, it just do this, and like, why? It wasn't an issue before. You know, that wasn't an issue before. So it looks like it's an issue of this guy, but like, why? Because they are the same. I'm not using Windows 11, by the way. It's Windows 10. As out on Thursday, welcome in. It's with a great pleasure to be meeting you. I trust that you're doing well. Hi. Yes, I am doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. I mean, I was doing well until I find out that my icons are moving when I use my second monitor, and I'm like, argh. I was fine until then. Yeah. Me with USB-C to DisplayPort connector because I use a laptop. Yeah, I feel like you are not the best people to ask about that question about. My moderator is either using Linux or iOS. You guys like not helpful at all. Hello, it's like Babbitt, how are you? Welcome. It's driving me crazy. I'm looking at those icons right now and it's driving me crazy. I'm sorry. It's driving me crazy. Somebody uses both Linux and Windows. Where's the go? Oh, really? For some reason, I thought he like ditched the Windows completely. I'm just relaxing for Saturday morning. Oh, good morning to you, Dan. It's very evening for me, and I'm home alone, so I thought we're gonna, yeah, big game, so I don't sit alone. But it's almost 7 p.m. and there's still sun outside, which is like super weird. I'm not used to streaming at the time we have sun outside. For real. 1 month with the super Dino girl. Thank you. 1 month with the super Damian. Thank you. Enjoy your. Sorry. No, enjoy your stay as well. Yeah. I want to say I appreciate you so much. Well, I'm trying to find a new hairstyle for my really long hair. Oh, good luck with that. Ooh, but speaking about hair, I cut my hair yesterday. Okay, it was a very random decision, okay? Guys. I woke up and my grandma has an appointment at the hairdresser. But she was like not feeling well and she didn't want to go. So my mama was like, hey, would you want to go instead of your grandma? And I'm like, yeah, sure, I guess I can go. And then there was also my father who was supposed to go with me. Yes, we all have the same hairdresser, don't ask questions. We all go to the same lady. And we're supposed to go with my dad. So I get my bangs cut a little bit shorter. And my dad was supposed to have like a full cut, right? But then it turned out my dad don't want to do the cut. So I was the one who was supposed to have a full ass hairstyle done, right? So I'm like, okay, fine. I'm gonna just cut my dead ends, right? Yeah, my hairdresser suggested that maybe we'll cut it a little bit shorter because it's like summer, you know, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah. It's very short. It's very short and it looks like wolf cat or like jellyfish cat and I don't like it. When I walked out from the hairdresser yesterday, she made it like little, she made it like, wavy, right? So she made it wavy and it kind of looked fine. But then today I wake up and it's like, oh, it's not wavy anymore. It's like straight and it looks like I don't have hair anymore. And I'm like, no. I'm glad it's gonna be back until the Expo, but unfortunately I don't think it's gonna grow back until RioCon. So I'm debating actually wearing a wig for RioCon because I really don't feel comfortable yet, honestly. So I hope your day is going better than mine. Oh man. I still have one installation of Windows 11 because VR. Oh, I see. Makes sense. I'm also not the best person to talk about her. Fair. Thank you, Running Machine. Welcome back to you as well. Hello, Christian. Hi. Did you finally join the Bold Gang? No, but I'm very close. I'm very close to that. But if you want me to take a look at the problem, you can make a video to post it on Discord and I can look. I don't know if I can. Okay, maybe I'll try make a video. I don't know if I can really, but I'll try for you and I'll be grateful because I tried everything on the Google and nothing worked. Should I braid because I do look like a Viking? Yeah, sure. I actually we can be the braid gang. But I like it. I like it. I like this one today because I don't have long hair anymore. So at least I want my model to have okay. If your window is bent by the force of the orange, what color is the grass outside? I hope it's pink. I like pink. Feel Virgo ball, no more problem. No. Nor. Add egg redeem. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Apolatin, I hope you're gonna enjoy your stay. Welcome. Wow. That hurt. Wow. That hurt. I know, Roxy. Welcome. Now my leg hurt, guys. My bad. My bad. Where do I... Oh, now I hear. I see. Okay. Let me get a water sip. So, what I was thinking today is that we could play some games that I played a long time ago. And if you weren't there to see them, I'll tell you what happened. Because there was not a lot that happened. But there is a particular one indie game that is an adventure game. Which is like storytelling thing, which I very, very much like. And I thought we can get back to it and maybe finish it. Like, I don't know how long I'll be streaming today. Maybe 4 hours, maybe 6 hours, maybe 8 hours. Probably not 12 hours. But yeah. But we can do it a bit longer if my voice will manage. Yeah. And if you guys enjoy your stay. And we can switch to how many games we want. We can switch to a game every 30 minutes if we want. Because who will stop me? Who will stop me? Oh, and by the way, if you guys have a 2K monitor, I made it that you can watch my streams in 2K. Yeah. Hope that works, because apparently the 2K viewing is not available in Poland. So yeah. I couldn't watch myself if I would like to. I couldn't watch myself in 2K. Not because I don't have a monitor like that, because right now I do have. But it's unfortunately not working in Poland. But I hope it's gonna work for you guys. Anybody that is outside of Poland. Hope it's gonna work for you. And hope it's not gonna burn my PC. But so good so far. I mean, so far so good. Yeah, the other way around. Dear Daily Naji, I'm glad my tooth does not hurt anymore because it's a pain I do not wish on anyone. Ooh, yeah, I hope it's getting better. Hope it's getting better for you. It's working on my Mac Air. Wow, let's go. Is it good? Do you see me clear? I don't know how the resolution look like, honestly. Yeah. I hope it's nice. Not available, but I'm looking at 480 anyway. Orange. What? Ha. Oh my god, I'm so sorry for you. But I do have orange as well. I don't know what you mean. I have a great intern. I don't know. Honestly, guys, because we in Poland, we do have an orange, which is like one of the internet provider, right? And everybody's always like, oh my god, this is the worst. I hate them. Wait, do I have orange? Or did I change? No, I think I changed to orange. Never mind, I think I do have that. And everybody's like, always, I hate them and it's terrible. But I'm like, what do you mean? It's literally great. It's literally great. I don't know. Yeah, I had a different one before and now I'm switched to orange for like past 2 years, I think. And it's been absolutely great. It's been absolutely great. But we have the Shit, what would be, you know? Yeah. So I guess it depends on your area, probably. I'm paying like 20 for 15 megabytes download one. What? That sounds like a lot. That sounds like a lot. I mean, like, you're paying a lot for not a lot of gigabytes, right? Weird. It's a fiber optic. I would never guess, honestly. I would never guess. Really thinking about Starlink? If you do, can. If you're not happy with your provider, I would suggest getting a new one. Like, I know you probably have like 1 year, like 1 year plan, right? But after the year, you can like switch to another one and check if you like them, and then again until you find somebody that you like. I pay like 120 for 40 megabytes. I have no idea what I pay for because my father pays for it. But I'll get back to this conversation, guys, while I'm gonna be on my own. Yeah, when I move out, I'll come back to this conversation and tell you again. Cause yeah, I don't know. I'm hypnotized by my braids. They're going like up and down. Cute. I pay for electricity and internet in my house. Well, that's kind of fair, I guess. I also wanted my parents to like let me pay for the electricity because I'm probably using like most of the electricity in this house to run my PC 24/7. Okay, it's not running 24/7, but you know what I mean. It's like, yeah, I have that PC. I have 2 monitors. I guess, okay, I don't know. Probably this guy is not taking any energy, but you know, other than that, my parents just like watch TV, so I guess it's still on me. Yeah, it's like 200 USD a month tops. I have no problem with that. Yeah, but you also have like a bigger family, I guess. I don't know. I can't talk about that, guys. My parents pay for everything. I'm blessed. But I'm planning to move out, so maybe next time you ask me, I'll be able to tell you more. But right now I can't tell you anything. Hello, hope you're having an amazing day. Hi, Rutilda. Hope you're having a great one too. Welcome. Free babes around the house, but the house is way too big for us right now. Yeah, could imagine. Okay, it's driving me crazy. This hairstyle is so cute, but I can see it's cutting through. I'm gonna scream. Ooh. Hi, Undertale, welcome. Hope you're gonna have an amazing stay, and you guys gonna enjoy me play our indie games today. Sorry for lurking, I was searching on the internet. Please feel free to lurk as much as you want. My streams are very lurk friendly, although I do like to talk to chat, so if there's any moment you would like to. Can you stop EO, please? Well, I guess they're not gonna stop. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so if there's any moment you want to chat, please feel free, because I love seeing messages on chat. They're coming for me? I did nothing. I think. I hope. Also have to go drive my brother to Warsaw for a concert, so be right back. Have a great time for now. I was also supposed to be a taxi driver today, but I said, oh, I don't want to. And they said, fine, okay. Hi Chris, welcome back. Good to see you. Hi Taylor Sharks, hope you're gonna enjoy your stay. Welcome. I wonder what game we're playing today. Yes, I was thinking we can go back to playing one of the games I ditched in the middle. Which was Arctic's Awakening. It's an adventure indie game And basically, I think we may be halfway through the game. I don't know. So like the biggest plot is ahead of us, hopefully. And I'm kind of missing all those like walking simulator slash there's a cool story at the end game. So I really wanna do that. There's also this new game that I wanna play, which is called Fears to Phantom. I think that's a horror one, right? But I've seen you can play it together with friends, so maybe I'm thinking of getting a friend to play it too.
Hello, Salvi.
Yes.
It's nice to finally be able to catch your stream.
Thank you.
Hope you're feeling well now.
I
do.
All others. I do. Thank you for 15 months. Appreciate you so much, Jerry. Thank you. It's so good to catch you too. How are you enjoying the con? How is it? Oh, I thought the sirens were on mine. Were you that loud? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I can't make this microphone to not get so much background noise. I swear I tried. Hold on, you're a Dino? I am. Hi. I am the Dino. I'm a plushie Dino. Welcome. You're a shark Dino, I assume, right? Almost cousins. Fears to Phantom. Yeah, that one. I heard it's a copy now, but yeah. I'm thinking maybe I'll get a friend over to play this with me. So I'm not sure if we'll be starting that today. Depends. There's no N in the fight. Oh, it's not Phantom, it's Fatum. Fears to Fatum? I thought it was about ghosts. Like, a phantom is a ghost, right? Conispan brought me a figure today. Ooh, what figure does you got for yourself? I've seen some IRL streams from Pircon. Yeah, I actually love watching streams from like conventions. I don't know why, it's my guilty pleasure. So I've watched a few and there's a lot of people. I'm like, whoa. Back again, welcome. Guess who is back? Me! I'm back! Welcome back! Hi, thank you. How are you? Welcome. Enjoy your daily Nazis, guys. Hi, Tanmi. Hello. I got a Kyubey figure. You didn't watch Madoka Magica, so you wouldn't know it. I did not. Yeah, I did not. But is it cute? I bet it's cute. Is it cute? I like it. I haven't been here in a while. Welcome back then. I hope you're gonna enjoy your stay. How was the time for you? I rested well. So I hope you guys rested from me as well. And now you're back and happy to be here. Hopefully, right? You're very happy, right? How are you today? I'm well. Yeah, I'm lazy. Unfortunately, I'm kind of lazy today. I did spend my morning in bed. And then I tried to work, but it didn't work out. You see? Yeah. But anyway, I did a few things more yesterday, so I think it's okay. I think I made it up yesterday for today. But yeah. Rest, what's that? Yeah, right. I think I actually become a bit too lazy because I have a bad habit of like doing one task a day, right? So as you know, I'm a graphic designer. I do commissions for VTubers, and sometimes I have a small commission that is like, I don't know, 20 minutes of work to an hour, right? And sometimes my brain thinks it's okay to do that just this one thing and like nothing else for the whole day because hey, you did one job, right? Good luck. Good job. Not good luck. Good job, you did it. But then I'm like, man, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. And yeah, I think my brain got a little lazy, and he's done with one task and he's like, okay, I'm done, fine. Yeah, which I don't like. I'm gonna try to be a bit more productive since the new week. Hopefully I'll get you updated on that, guys. I love being here. I love having you here. Let me open that link and pray my PC won't blow up. Thank you, Zarin. Lazy is best dino energy. Oh, especially if you're a plushy dinosaur. What do they expect from you, right? Other than just being cozy. Oh my god! I was expecting a cute girl, but it's a cute cat. I'm loving it even more. I'm loving it even more. Awesome. So cute. So cute. Super cute. I can't wait to be back at like conventions and buy stuff. Because you know what happened, guys? As you know, I have a prints wall, right? I have 3 prints glued to my wall. The one that I got at the expo last year. And then unfortunately, the color faded. I have a theory. It's because the sun is sometimes hitting those. So yeah, I guess it may be happening from the sun, but I had no idea this is actually a thing and that this could happen. And now my prints are a little bit faded. So yeah, I'm kinda sad. I kinda am sad. Kiwi kinda looks like a snazzy mascot. He could be one of us, true. He could be one of us. I mean, one of you guys. I'm not a snazzy. You are a snazzy. Speaking of snazzy, say hi. Say hi to this no thoughts behind those eyes. Yeah, we missed you, Milo. I hope you can speak again soon. I still need to find out a good speaking. Yes, speaking up for Milo. I'm on it. The sun bleaches. One of the oldest tricks to get rid of stains is to hang it in the sun. There, I just didn't thought about it. I thought we have, you know, we're so advanced in technology that maybe printing is no longer, you know, affected by the sun. Might go back to sleep. I don't feel like being productive today. Fair. If you can, why not? I guess. Yeah. Okay. Do you guys hear my neighbors talking? Because I know this microphone is like crazy. I was testing this microphone today and like putting on some filters inside OBS, and I was actually hearing what's happening in the kitchen, and I had my doors closed, and I still could hear like yeah, the plates and things. Sorry, English is not Englishing today. Hi, Xandy, welcome. Good to have you. Oh, you can headbutt. You can headbutt the baby if you want. Does it have the deep man voice filter? It does not. It does not. Headbutt the baby, guys. It's very important. It's very important. To have a deep man voice filter, you need to have voice mod. I do have a voice mod, but don't make me use voice mod. Thank you for the great pockets. Yeah, that was an airplane, if you heard the guys. I don't know, I'm so anxious you can hear like everything right now. Because this microphone is kind of crazy. I am debating, guys, getting a different one. Like, I still can get refunded this one, right? And get a different one. But I don't know. Because it sounds good. It's just super, super delicate. Like, it just takes everything in, which isn't necessarily what I like. So, Maybe I can just find a way to make it be less sensitive. So Sara's back to gaming today again. We're back, it seems. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We can game whatever we want. We can game whatever we want, guys. I was thinking we could possibly do the indie game first. And if we get tired of the indie game or get a little bit sleepy, we can play Town to City again. And we can build a city and you'll be there. It's gonna be cozy. I bet it's gonna be like relaxing time today. Nothing crazy. We're just gonna have fun having some time together. If that's fine with you, because it's fine with me. It's been so long since I last saw Sara play a game. What do you mean?
It's been 84 years.
84 years. No, actually, didn't I play games like before the hiatus? No? What did I do before hiatus? Was it only art? There's no way it was only art. No, I played Palia before hiatus, right? Didn't I? No? And you're not late, Novel. You were there at the beginning. I saw you. Don't worry. Hi, welcome back. You joined our P-game night at one time during hiatus, I guess. Also true. But I was playing. I think I was playing Palia before. That's fair, that's fair, that's fair. Also, my monitor, my new beautiful monitor is so big that anytime I look at chat, my tracking get lost. Teehee. Teehee, my tracking get lost anytime I look at you guys. I hope I don't need to look. Oh, where's my bean? Fuck. Okay, I'm not gonna look at you guys for a second. Don't do anything bad, guys. I'm not looking at you. Hold on. Where's my icons? Okay, now they are here. Okay, good. What else bother you? Is your cake too creamy and your lobster too battery? Whoa, 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 whoa. First of all, I would never eat a lobster. Second of all, I have no cake. Damn it, man. Okay, this is here. This is here. This goes here. This goes here. This goes here. Okay, fine. Hopefully it will be good now. Hi, Deep City, welcome in. Welcome back. Good to see you again. With a new follow? Suspicious. Suspicious. Put us in the middle of the screen. Okay, so I am prepared, guys. So once I get my setup, because as you know, I am upgrading my whole setup, right? I will have a new desk, and unfortunately, I can't put this desk inside my room right now because this desk was really just bought for whenever I move out. Okay, so this desk is just gonna stand and wait until I move out, I guess, because I won't fit it in my current room. So once I get the new desk, I can have my monitor on a mount, right? So then I can move you guys around however I want. And there is one setup that I really, really, really want to try. And it's like having you horizontally. No. Yes, horizontally instead of vertically. No. The other way. Having you vertically instead of horizontally. Yes. That could be cool. That could be cool. Or my other option is to have the second monitor on top of my first one. So I'm gonna be just looking up anytime I read chat, which is kind of convenient because all the new messages will be like just above my screen, which I think could work really, really well. But we need to wait for that until I found some new house. Yeah. So that's gonna take a while probably. I don't know why Twitch keeps on following people from my list. What I mean, Twitch. What I meant, Twitch. I heard also Twitter is doing that, so yeah. Oh my god, Harmy, your necklace is so cute. What the heck? I know Harmy's not here, but yeah. Maybe he'll watch the VOD. Maybe he'll do. But I've seen, coming back to chat again, I've seen that somebody is like making an app that lets you have your Twitch chat on your main screen on top of your game. So when you game, you can like open the chat and you like, you know what I mean? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And then you can also have like open whatever you want. So you can have like your model or anything, which is kind of cool. But I think it's still in development. So yeah, we'll figure it out once they're done with that. But that's like a cool idea if you ask me. For a streamer, that's a crazy good idea. That is a crazy good idea. Okay, should we play the game from the beginning, or like should I create a new game, or because I kind of remember what happened, but like kinda I kind of remember what happened. It's a story game, by the way, guys, so please feel free to get a cozy corner and enjoy the story, okay? Enjoy the story, guys. I'll try my best to tell you what happened already. But first things first. Haha. I don't know if we can have that many frame rates, man. Okay, is that... How's that difference? There's no difference at all. There's no difference at all. We can continue and fill the gap. Yeah, I'm hoping I remember what happened. Art's Awakening. Oh my god, we're the only one playing this game, guys. We're the only one. Good. Okay, okay, other than that, I think it's cool. There were Dino Plushie in this game, yes. That's why this game is so awesome. There is a Dino Plushie indeed. There is a Dino Plushie indeed. Okay, I'm gonna be here. I hope that's fine. I'm gonna just move you guys here so you can have your little corner. And yeah, get rid of the background music. You can hear the game, you can hear me. Fine. Okay, so we're on episode 3 right now, and we played it in like October. We played it in October, but hey, better later than never, right? Yeah, yeah. Basically, what happened in the story is that we're a pilot. Okay, we're a pilot, and we were shipping some containers via an airplane. We're like, you know, supposed to deliver something via an airplane, and unfortunately, something happened and we crashed. And we are not alone in here, because we crashed. Okay, maybe I'll let them speak first. Wait, what?
Does anyone copy?
Why does it look like we're starting over? Did I press a new game? Fuck, did I press a new game? Did I press a new game? Guys, play. No, it's episode 3. What? Why does it look like it's starting from the beginning? My PC is getting hotter. I don't like it. Yeah, so we're delivering something via an airplane, and it was us and our friend in another airplane, and we both crashed. And we couldn't find our friend since the crash. And unfortunately, last episode made it that it looks like what happened with the never mind. In the last episode, we find out our friend is probably dead. So we're like alone in this story, but we need to figure out who killed him or how did he die.
Donovan, come on, man.
Oh yeah, Donovan is the friend. And there's also this weird thing in the middle of nowhere. So there's like a lot of mystery. Hello? What happened to me? Hello? What? Hi? Ah? Back. Okay. There's a lot of mystery around it, so... Exciting. Okay. Isn't it too loud? I think it's too loud. The friend was dead from the beginning. I mean, not really. Oh, and it's...
Hey.
I could really use your help out there. Whose help? Is it still loud or is it good now? I think it should be good now.
Okay. This is Kai.
Yes.
We're on day 23.
23.
Oh, and this is log number 1.
Record holy finding. Okay. Record current stat. Okay.
While searching for Donovan, we found another downed plane.
Oh.
Owned by some woman named Holly and her.
I missed that. I did not remember that.
This Holly, she was a nut, but she sure knew her survival shit.
Okay.
Not that it did her a load of good in the end. Her friend, though, she was supposedly still out here. Naomi.
Oh, now I remember. Right. Yeah. Now I remember. We also find somebody in here. True.
I'm not sure what I think.
And they weren't really connected to us. Oh, and we have a robot friend. Yeah. Go save your battery.
Fine. Shouldn't you be hibernating or something?
He's worrying about me. Aww.
I've been all alone for weeks.
A quick chat is the least of my battery's worries.
Shit, supplies really are getting thin, aren't they?
Oh no.
I wonder where the rest of the drop wound up.
But yeah, but most importantly... Most importantly, guys, we have a plushie Lino with us. Look at the physics.
No, those are secondary concerns now. The focus must remain on
supplies in the tower, maybe still following Holly. No other leads on... Okay, maybe supplies, true.
Maybe there's something useful in that tower. Worth a shot, at least.
Kai, it has been 3 weeks since the crash. It is time to face the reality of the situation.
What do you mean?
I should just curl up and die?
Certainly not.
Okay.
You should focus on yourself until there are sufficient resources to continue the search.
Okay.
Hey, you're the one that brought up the tower.
Maybe he's right.
Talk about supplies here. Holly's a nut, okay? And a story.
Then why do you keep trying to reach Donovan?
I found my harmony in this place and you will too. Come find me again to unlock the truth. Only you have the key. Oh, you see, that's the holy there. Home.
Yeah,
Crash
just,
research.
Stop by the pharmacy after dinner. Maybe we'll catch a movie later too.
While I detect a tone of sarcasm, I would certainly enjoy that after we find rescue. Just remember, I am here
Fine.
when you are ready.
Wait, you are ready for
I
what?
understand that you do not know what to think, but you would not keep trying if you truly believed there was no hope.
Yeah, well, hope can get you killed.
Do you like my Dino? Oh, what's happening?
Another day.
Oh, another day?
Another empty can for target practice.
Okay. Why am I holding a rock? Try knocking over cans with a rock? Okay, I guess. Wait, where's my rock? Oh.
You were not aiming for those cans, I hope.
Just a little rusty.
Nice! Nice!
Just like riding a bike.
Should I do another one?
Understand. How is it like riding a bike?
Never mind.
Oh, almost. Okay.
Kai, do you find joy in the violent...
Nice!
If so, perhaps that is what drew you to military service.
Oh!
Robots can be violent too.
Shit.
But you? I think mental
Nice.
warfare is more your game.
Okay, we should go.
Not hurt
Oh,
you.
gas mask.
Not all robots robots are created the same.
Neither are people. You don't need to analyze every behavior, you know.
Can we go?
So, let's see what you got. Grab a rock.
Oh, I do not think.
Oh, now he's gonna throw the rock.
You'll find it fun to test your motor skills. We humans do, at least.
Go do it. Go do it. What is that? Lucky cat. Where was... Oh, I have a harmonica. Can I play? I can't use the stuff that is here. That's a bummer.
Oh my.
What did you do?
I told you this would not end well.
I didn't look.
My motor skills are limited.
6 of therapy. Try a different technique. Practice makes it perfect.
That wasn't so bad. I mean, you almost brained me, but...
I haven't necessarily seen what you've done, but I'm proud regardless. We have a Tiki figure. Are you practicing?
There. That is all I can muster.
Okay, let's go out and see what we can do.
Now come back over here. Look, just because we aren't built the same doesn't mean you can't do this.
He's arming the robot overlords with wrong.
I understand.
No, like I was
This guy is
to
supposed to help with therapy. He's not supposed to hold rocks.
Give it another go.
Okay. I will try once more. But only
He'll try one more, guys. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm looking. Almost. Yeah,
Hey, see?
yeah, that was something.
Right, but the point is that you didn't give up.
Mm-hmm.
It takes work to get good at something.
I'm
new.
proud of you not giving up.
This storm can't last forever, right?
Oh, okay, so we're waiting for the storm, makes sense.
Did you know that storms on Jupiter can last hundreds of years or longer?
Oh, really? Nice. That doesn't make anything better.
20 years ago was first observed in 1665.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating. Hey, I spy with my little eye something...
What can I help you find? Have you lost something?
No, it's nothing. It's just a game Emma used to play with the kids.
Oh, I would like to play. How does it work?
I spy something, give you a clue, and you try to guess what it is.
Okay,
But,
let's
you know,
go.
it's just a silly game.
Do you have something better to do? And before you answer, you just
There.
finished proclaiming your
He
boredom.
kinda true, guys.
Oh, alright.
Okay, what do we spy? What do we spy? Where do we spy? Okay, where's my Dinoplasty? I can't find my Dinoplasty. Where is Dinoplasty? Okay, I spy something, yellow? What the, okay, let it be green. I can only see green things here. But where's the Dino?
Something...
I wanted him to find the Dinoplasty, but I can't. I don't know where I left it.
I believe you have spied Holly's backpack of many colors, including
not really.
Yes, correctly.
I was looking at the can.
Better luck next time.
Well, it was just my first time playing. May I pick something
No
now?
worries, you're doing amazing. But where's my Dinoplasty?
Okay. I spy with my optic sensors.
Yes.
Something blue.
Blue. Ringo the Beatles, seat cushions, emergency box. Emergency box is my guess.
What about that emergency kit on the wall?
Oh, I am so sorry.
Okay.
The correct answer is Ringo.
Ringo?
A little pet beetle in the jar.
Damn it.
Oh, this is Ringo.
Emma must have been a great mother.
Cool. But where's the Dino?
She was special.
Where's the Dino?
I know you prefer not to talk about it, but
I think I would have guessed very easy the Dino if you would hold it. Okay, but it's gone now. But it's gone now, chat. The Dino's gone. No. The only thing that made me happy is gone. Finish stringing the ukulele. Sure.
I believe it is common for people to reminisce or tell tales around a campfire. What are you thinking about, Kai?
Wire.
I can see how the flame's hypnotic movements might evoke conversation.
String ukulele.
We would tell ghost stories around the campfire when I was growing up.
Oh, well, that sounds fun.
So, this drone moves into a new house.
That's it?
And
Okay.
An autonomous robot living in a housing unit?
I guess I need to find
just
more
roll with it, okay?
wire.
So, this apartment, it's pretty old and run down. In fact, not much bigger than the space we're
The
in.
loud no was cut out. Okay, thank you.
Is a big starter unit.
Right. So they're of course excited to get to work stripping.
Thank you
this
for
weird
letting me
wallpaper
know.
Plastered everywhere.
I'm gonna
Now, I say
change one
weird
thing and
because
we'll
it's
see
really
if it
shiny and
goes
racy.
again. If I ever did a loud no again. This guy. Okay. You may hear a bit more background noise now though. Can't do anything about it. Also my PC is getting... Okay, is it actually changing anything? Na, 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 na. Okay, it's a little bit more sharp. I see now. Can I do 50 maybe? Because my PC is... My PC is crying, guys. I'm sorry. Anti-analyzing. Back. It is me.
That is certainly peculiar.
Anyway, this drone starts seeing dates and names behind the wallpaper as it's peeled off.
Why would there be names and dates?
Okay, maybe just cable?
Well, after some searches online, it realizes that each
No,
date
I don't think
and
this one... I don't think this one will work.
missing intelligence unit.
Cable. Do you see, guys, more cables? Oh, there it is. Wire, I mean.
Police come to investigate. They ask the drone what it did with the rest of the evidence, referencing the wallpaper. See, turns out it wasn't wallpaper at all. It was
Okay, no, I can
disassembled
see there's way more...
corpses of the missing
Oh, sorry.
drones.
There's way more background noise with this. I need to put it back.
Press.
I just can't be loud.
No.
I just can't be loud today. Today we're doing an ASMR stream, guys. It's gonna be a soft-spoken stream. I just can't scream. That's fine.
It's just a
It's not like I'm screaming anyway, right?
I prefer to focus
I'm
on
not a
what is real.
screamer.
Thank you. Okay. Happy
Did I
folks.
made it?
Happy
I
folks.
think.
Oh, I know. Do you remember the family I worked for? The one in Los Angeles?
Yeah, where your sprinkler system just wasn't quite enough for the heat.
Yes, well, there was more to it than that. Managing an entire household, including the children, is a demanding job.
Right.
I wonder how the children are getting along. They must be nearly grown at this point. Hmm.
Aww.
Perhaps I did some good in their lives. That is all
Hmm.
I aspire to. What do you aspire to, Kai? In the big picture.
Oh,
And once this is all over, of course.
getting back in the air. I'm not thinking long term. Why get hope up? Okay, let's be a bit
I'm just thinking about
optimistic.
getting back in the air.
Yeah,
That's where I belong.
Charlie and Amelia will be excited to see you again.
Yeah.
I suppose.
So, I have been patient, but I can no longer resist asking. What are you going to play?
Huh?
Oh no, I just needed to keep my hands busy.
Oh, ukulele,
Haven't been
right.
assembling music in a long time.
Right.
You seem to have forgotten your own words of wisdom. See? This is a judgment-free zone.
Sure.
They'll say I didn't warn you.
So, am I supposed to play for you now? Ding, ding, ding. Oh, I'm actually playing Sit by the Fire.
Yeah.
Nice.
Come on, Kai. You can do it.
Oh,
Well,
okay. Can I sit by the fire? Nice. Play him the song of your people. Bye. That's exactly what we're not gonna do. Let's get to Milo. Milo ears. da 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 da.
Well, we're all raised to fall. A storm peels the varnish.
Oh shit, my PC is really hot. I wonder if this is gonna change anything.
With time and with tarnish, what we lost may be found. A hole in the ground. Are we near, maybe far? Search a northerly star.
Yay! People clap. I think I never heard my PC being that loud. I'm actually worried it might explode.
We may not have the luxury of waiting for rescue. I fear that without medical intervention, it could.
Your battery's too low, not much we can do. Storm worries me more. Yeah, your battery.
Find help. You're running on fumes. It's been weeks since your last charge.
Well, it is a bit. Do not worry about me, Kai.
Can't we charge it in the big place we found? Oh, what is that? Am I coughing blood?
Oh, goodness. Are you all right? That sounded terrible.
Yeah.
What is that in your hand?
Hide black substance, show black. Oh, what? I'm coughing black thingy? I'm gonna show it to him.
I just coughed up a little phlegm. It's no.
Oh my. Is that not the same substance we...
No.
We what?
Don't worry about it.
Kai.
Tell me. I don't remember, Alfie. Tell me. Please. It's your daily Nazi, Vincent. Welcome back. Okay, I think my PC is cooling a bit. I think we can't play on 2K.
You need supplies. This has gone on long enough.
Uh-huh.
Get far out there. Especially not all the way to that supply crate on the ice.
You do not know the first thing about that black substance. We saw what happened to Holly.
I'll be fine.
Well,
yeah, I think I may actually profit more of this game if I play from the beginning.
But something must be done.
Because now I have like a little idea. Like I remember when we saw Holly, and I think Holly was also coughing the black thing.
I can haul a few essentials at least. So, what will it
Wait
be
out the
then?
storm, fine, go get supplies, we'll go together. We'll go together.
Fine.
I'm not leaving without you, Alfie, or letting you go without me. We're best friends. You're not going alone.
You have stuck with me throughout. Even
Yes.
when you had the chance to leave me in that net. I really do appreciate it, Kai.
I hope that
Do I have inventory? Oh, I do have an inventory.
I get a good mark on that
Oh,
report of yours.
oh. Nice. I have no idea I can drink, actually. Hi, Zini. Welcome back, cutie. Can I leave? Can I leave it? I can't leave it. Portable radio, sticky note, pocket knife, photo, battery, SD card. Okay, do I have like unlimited spots? Because this is important. Otherwise, like, why do I have a mug? Why do I have a penguin mug? And why can't I leave it at home? I really don't want to go with it. Sorry, Alfie. Are we going out? Open door. Okay. Oh, damn it. What is that? Oh, snowy. Can we close the door? Oh, I guess we cannot close the door. Let's go, Alfie. I can't see shit, but let's go. I'm wondering if we should actually see nothing. Or should I change some game settings? But what can I change? It's just the environment, right? It's snowy and everything. Can I... Sorry. Oh, wait. Controls. Inventory. Hint objective. Oh, I had no idea we can have a hint. That's nice. Oh, I can inhale. Okay. Oh, guys. I have the food icon here. Oh. It's about time to learn that there's actually food in this game. Good to know. Do we have a map? No, we don't have a map. Okay. We going on a trip with my favorite rocket ship. Technically, literally, because he's like a ship, I guess. Oh. Okay. Are you sure? You know where we're going, Alfie? Because I have no idea where we're going. I'm literally following a robot on a nowhere. This can end bad. This can really end bad. I think I know where we're going. At least I assume where we could be going. But to be completely fair with you, I have no idea how to get there. Oh, big jump. It's okay, I'm still coming, Alfie, don't worry. Don't worry. Well, I see the game is quite loud again. Let me know if it's fine, or do you want it... Should I turn it down? Because I feel like... Is it environment? Is it song? What's it gonna be? Is it gonna be music? Because I feel like the music is big while the... Oh, I think that's better. Hi, Joe Jones, enjoy your daily nut. Oh, no! Alfie! Alfie! Shit, what is going on?
Hey, drone? You okay?
Alfie? I can't pick him up. What was that? I can't pick him up. Alfie? Shit.
Oh, hello, Kai.
Come on.
Oh,
We
you're
don't have
back.
much time.
Damn, it's cold.
What now? It's better? Okay, cool. Oh, I think we're going here. It was just a rock? No, that was Alfie. I'm sure it was Alfie, right?
Oh, God.
Are you okay? It's not working, is it? I don't think it's working, Alfie. I don't know what we're waiting here for. Aren't you supposed to lead the way? Why are we going back? I think I need to lead now. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Why are we standing? Whoa, okay, I see why we're standing. Alfie, I think we lost. I think we lost. I think I unfortunately don't have a map. Therefore, I think I don't know where to go. It was a new Alfie to let me know where to go. What you mean? I know, right? Okay, my PC is going good. So I think we can bump this up. We can get the bloom and motion blur. And maybe even get the high quality. Yeah, I remember now. What was a bit frustrating in this game is that Alfie sometimes just breaks like this. I mean, I don't know what to do, and he's supposed to guide me, I guess, and he's not really working with the guidance, so... Yeah, that's what frustrated me. By the way, do you hear the kids from the outside? Perhaps should we go like here? Can we even climb here? Alfie, what do you think? Oh, you can climb, I cannot climb. So, are we just going back home? No? Okay, cool. Thank you. Are we going back home, Alfie? What are we doing? I wish I could see something. Oh wait, there's another one, or is it the same? Oh, it's gonna be the same, right? Can I climb? Restart scene, inventory options. Right. Yeah. Now I remember. It frustrated me that we kinda lost like this. Because I can't see. So like, I literally have no idea where should we go. And then Alfie isn't really helpful. Wait, where are you going? Stop, wait for me. Where did he go? Shit. I lost my robot. Oh, there's he. I don't think you can climb here, right? It should be working, I guess. I think. Oh, wait, what happened? Oh.
Let me go. I can gather the supplies.
No, I have to do this.
I am responsible for your safety.
Okay,
Kai.
I think it should happen. I think we're okay. I think... Uh-oh, I don't like it. I think it's an ice. Is it gonna break? Is it gonna break? Will I fall in? Where should I go? This way? I think. We're so slow. Hint. Collect supply from the supply drop on the ice. Okay. Makes sense. We're so slow. Why are we so slow? I don't know. Oh, maybe we're walking carefully. That makes sense. That makes sense we're slow, right? If we're walking carefully on the ice, that would probably make sense. Oh. I think I'm going the wrong way. I mean... Oh, never mind. We could skate if we had skates. If only we had skates, guys. Why is it... What's going on? Why are we stopping? Why is he walking like this? What's wrong? I literally can't move. What is wrong? What is this slow motion about?
Freeze my ass off.
What? What is wrong? Wait a minute, what's going on? What is going on? I can't touch it.
Hello from my holiday in Sweden.
Hi,
Soror, hi.
welcome. Hope you're having an amazing time in Sweden. We're kinda lost in the nowhere. Ha, so fun. It's too cold to touch, so how am I supposed to get it if I can't touch it? How are you, you know? Hi Zepdog, welcome! How you doing? Good to see you, welcome! How are we supposed to do it? Collect supplies from the supply drop on ice. Wait. Is that a supply drop? I literally can move. What's wrong with this game? Is it a horror game? No, that is an adventure game. It necessarily has nothing to do with a horror. I can't. I don't know. I'm rage quitting. No, but that needs to be this place. I literally don't know. Like, why is he walking so slow? You don't think it's the right place? Okay, let's go here. But I'm just like, I don't understand what's happening. If it comes to the movement, honestly. Can I drink something? Energy drink. Maybe if I drink an energy drink. Okay. Am I faster? That is such a bullshit. So yeah, that is just an adventure in the adventure game where you're a pilot that we're supposed to deliver some delivery via airplane, and we crashed somewhere in the nowhere. We kinda don't have a connection back with our home. We crashed, and there was another airplane that also crashed with us.
Do you hear that?
Oh?
I do not know about this.
It's fine. I bet you could drive a truck out here with the weather we've had lately.
Oh, yeah. There we go. There we go. I'm drowning. I can't do nothing. I can't do nothing, guys. I can't swim to the surface. Uh-oh. Did Alfie... Oh no. Guys, Alfie's swimming. I don't think it's gonna end up well. For him, I mean. Where are we? Huh? Oh shit. Hello?
What the hell?
There's no way he did it.
Kai, how are you feeling?
How are you feeling?
You fell through the ice and started to go under.
Yeah, I know.
Did you know that the human body loses
How did I get here? What about the supply? Where are we? How did we get here? Morto! Thank you so much for your prime.
Soror love.
Oh.
Honestly,
so it wasn't Alfie who held me here.
Trying to hit those cans the other day.
Thank you so much for 36 manos, Morto. Thank you. Appreciate you so much. I guess there's a reason I didn't win a Game of the Year award. It's definitely not every game will be a Game of the Year, but I like those storytelling games. And yeah, sorry, just a quick follow-up again for everybody that just came through. We were flying a plane to deliver something, and there was another plane flying with us, which was our friend, and we both crashed in the nowhere. We can't find our friend. Our friend is probably dead by now. Yeah, we can't communicate with home. There's no way we can get home as our plane is crashed. We have no supplies left. All we have is this this little robot friend that is supposed to take care of our mental health. And we also found another pilot that crashed here with a friend, and I don't really quite remember what happened with her because we played that game in like October last year. But I really am in the phase of like playing storytelling games, so I really wanted to play it today. And I remember, yeah, we have it, so I'm trying my best to remember the most stuff. But this is like the basic. We crashed, have nowhere to go, and I trying to get back home. But we also have little adventures around the time as well, so yeah. Now as you can see, Alfie is telling us that he wasn't the one who put us here, so there is somebody here. Somebody who rescued us. And Alfie.
Christ. I don't...
This is where the game turns out now.
The storm has almost passed.
You know?
Yeah, now we switch to Subnautica Below Zero, and that's how it rolls. That's how the story rolls.
You know, I'm here to help anytime.
I know, but look at you.
Yeah, I know. So, there was this buddy of mine back in the service. He just always seemed to be there when I needed it most, you know?
Yeah.
One of the best damn pilots, too. Meticulous in his prep and his debrief. Nothing got past this guy. One morning, we went out on a scouting mission and, well, I don't know. Anyway, when I had my chance to be there for him, I just froze.
Oh.
I failed him.
We're just telling the story of our life, guys.
Friend.
Was this the friend that Donovan spoke of? Will?
Yeah.
I never seem to appreciate what I've got until it's gone. You know? I just wish... Well, you can't change the past.
Trauma affects people in different ways.
What is that?
But in general, holding on to that regret can lead to a feeling of being
Levi, Nessa.
Memory may not be perfect like
I'm trying to read.
It can still prevent you from moving forward with your life.
Yeti.
I hate to admit it, but maybe you're right.
Dragon.
Guess I have felt trapped at times.
Would
I got
you
the
like to
bottle.
talk about it further?
Maybe later. I'm still just not there yet.
Can I keep this?
And I'm starving.
Gonna throw it.
Let's
Hello,
just
is somebody there?
Just think about it, Kai. You will feel so much better once you open up.
Huh? Were you talking to me?
Oh, shit. What about the radio?
What radio?
Radio? What radio?
Holly's ham radio. It was in my pack. Do you know the way?
Oh.
I am sure it is just fine.
Yeah, sure, it's fine. Think of the lurky.
Medical facility below.
It's really a game to get cozy and lurk through it, yeah. If you like those kinda storytelling game.
But no need to
It's a bit slow though. Repair Alfie and restore Sky health. Oh. Bag of chips. I eat that. I'm gonna eat because my health is like... sorry, my food is like... yeah. Do we have a flashlight here? I wonder, probably not. Old phone? Can we call? Can we call home? I don't think I can use it. Dang it. Okay. Cables. Oh, probably nothing. 24? Why is there water, by the way? Where are we? Where is this place?
I am getting that creeping feeling again. You should not linger in this place longer than
Okay.
What? No.
I
Not before
can
we
go
test the
there,
radio
fair.
up top. I mean, we're here. Why not at least try?
What is this really about, Kai?
Okay.
You never seem... Did you hear
Break room. Did you
It's
hear
enough.
that?
Calm down.
What? I hear nothing.
Besides, we wouldn't get halfway back to the plane with you in this state.
Did you guys hear anything? Oh. I can access the break room. Should we go there or should we explore the other areas? I don't think I can... Actually, there's a fly in here. You need literally make men crash land in the frozen wasteland for them to open up about trauma. You literally did. This is where we came from, right? So, okay. There's no other way than here. Do you think it's Holly who rescued us?
Well, it seems like this place is locked up tight.
It is, right? We can't access anything. Oh shit, there's another robot.
I don't suppose this one will be any more useful than the others.
Oh. Better fix electricity before exploring? Could we do that? We need to repair Alfie and restore Kay's health. That is our goal. There isn't, I think, a way to restore the power. Oh, wait. That's broken. Can I get in? Can I get in through the broken glass? Okay, but... hold on a minute. Can I access somehow? Hello? What? Yeah, because, this is... oh, never mind. This is where we came from, but... what is that? I really wish we have a flashlight. Brightness. Maybe there is a flashlight. Choice, interaction, action, jog, inhale, compass. We have a compass? Oh, good to know. Good to know. Head bob. Large subtitles. Dialogue timer. Auto keep it. Hide hints. Hide hood. Okay, now I see a bit more. In the breaker room? Oh, okay, but we can't get in there yet.
Unauthorized personnel.
Uh-oh.
Please provide identification.
Salvi? How do I provide a keycard? I'll keep it. Drone coolant. Can I keep it? No.
Unauthorized personnel. Please provide identification.
I'm identifying as a Salvi. Can you please?
Unauthorized personnel. Please provide identification.
Come forward. James Simpson, that's me. Apparently. I'm James Simpson.
Tech Simpson here has handed us the keys to the castle.
Okay, there's nothing in here. Maybe I can get the robot. Wait.
You sure you're okay?
No. I can't.
Do not worry about me. You need food and medical supplies right away. I can lead the way.
Go to kitchen, go to robotics lab, go to medical lab. Okay, go to medical lab.
Well, I suppose you're right. Let's go see about this medical lab.
Can I? Oh, I can get in everywhere now.
I just better not end up carrying you back down.
I can't? Oh, I can't. Aw. Storage. What do you mean? Oh, never mind. Hehe. Hehe. I can get anywhere now. Hehe. What's in here? Oh, okay. Let's heal first. Fine. But there's so much to explore now. Okay, fine. Lead the way. You were supposed to lead the way. Go lead the way. Okay, I'm faster than you. Check the toolbox. I'm gonna get back here. I'm just gonna get to the lab. No. Radio telescope lab. No. It's gonna be up. We're gonna heal first because apparently we're coughing too bad. And we're gonna explore later. Medical lab. Okay. What do we have in here? Microscope. Lab equipment. I like how I can take everything, but nothing is useful. What are those?
They're labeled climate cough.
Okay, I think that's what we need. Can we take?
Help me find a way behind this glass. Huh.
They're literally here. What do you mean? What are you doing? What are you doing? Drone coolant. It's literally this. What are you doing, little one? I'm really trying to figure out. Why can't I take it? Why? Why? Oh, okay. I really didn't thought it's gonna work. No, why can I?
Well, here goes nothing.
Oh, okay. I'm drinking. Oh, I'm dizzy. Yeah. Oh. Hi, Zahim. Did I just die?
Are you okay? How many fingers am I holding up?
Dang it.
Oh, I'm fine. In fact, I feel pretty damn great.
Okay.
We should take a few bottles with us, you know, just in case.
Yeah, sure, just in case.
Just promise you will let me know if you start coughing up anything again.
Yeah, I don't suppose these would work on a drone.
Keep.
Come on, let's get you to that robotics lab.
I'm gonna take 5.
Floor, if I am not
Maybe I should take all of them.
I am fine, really. You do not.
Oh yeah, you look just dandy. Now what?
I don't know how much
I've gotta
of a
carry it,
limited space. Oh, okay.
Great.
I can't take any more. Fine. Oh, what's wrong with you? Oh no. Need to help our guy.
Were the lights on out here before?
Uh-oh.
So.
Wait, you're right. The lights were not before. How put I down Alfie? Okay, Alfie, I need to leave you here. Oh, I can't leave him. What? What? Have you ever showed up at my home and the first you do is open all my clothes as a cowboy? Yeah, I like exploring. My bad. Typical story, she just randomly suspicious pills, don't ask, just eat them. What do you mean don't ask? Who am I supposed to ask? Who is there to ask? There's nobody. I'm alone. Magic medicine cures instantly, but first you where should I put him? I can't use anything when I'm holding him. First you faint, then you're like healthy as fuck. Office, can I get office? I can't scan the codes, you know? Breaker room. Okay, we need to go up, I think. No, down. Oh, hi Muramasa, welcome back. Good to see you. Hope you're gonna enjoy the story today. Can we get anywhere? Radio. Help me! Help me, I have one of your kind. Help me! How do you save a drone? Does anyone have a drone? Medicine? Good question. There is Restore Sky's Hell. No, Repair Alfie. We need to go somewhere where the repair tools are. But I can't open any doors while I'm holding Alfie. Which... maybe... and I can't put him down. Which is like... what am I supposed to do? You know? Security. Oh, there's Lobotic. Okay, I can drop Alfie right now. Okay, so you can drop Alfie if you are in a room where you should be.
This is all a bit out of my depth.
It appears slightly outdated. But I should still be able to interface with the system if you can just bring
Okay,
it back
but
online.
where? There's shiny thingy. Maybe here? There's a photo of dog. Where should I put you, little one? Is it here? Wait. Why there's no lights in here? There are lights everywhere, but here. Open door. Yeah, right. Hello, so welcome back. How have you been? Making sure to I eat on hydrate. Hi, yeah. Hi, Cinnamon. Good to have you back. I do. I am doing very well. I'm doing way better after I... Okay, wait. There's something... Oh, it's Alfie shining. Never mind. I'm doing way better. I needed this time. Oh, drone scan. Huh?
Humanity verified.
Well, at least us humans are still good for something.
Okay, can you help my Alfie? Who can help my Alfie?
Damaged unit detected. Enter maintenance bay for diagnostics.
Okay.
That's not about me.
I am doing just
Should I put
fine.
Alfie here?
If I just dry out for... No. You are right. I am capable of going through with this.
I'm not the one back, you are. I never left. But I left and it's good to see you back.
I'll just sit you in the
Should I
bed.
put it in him? In
Carefully,
here?
please.
Oh, drone arm. No. Alfie. I don't know. Oh, deposit Alfie.
Scanning unit. Water damage detected.
Are you okay? Water damage. Yes, that's what happened.
Options available.
Yes, okay, thank you.
1. Decryption module for improved
Uh-huh.
systems communication. 2. Electric arm actuators for increased operating payload.
Huh?
3. Electromagnet module for manipulation of metals.
Uh-huh.
Select an optional upgrade or proceed directly to repairs.
Decryption model, electric arm, electromagnet model. I don't know. Okay, maybe first one.
Let's go with that decryption.
Can I do all of them?
Decryption module added to list of components.
Maybe then he can talk to someone other than me.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Selected components into maintenance bay to proceed.
Oh, puzzles. Dang it. Oh yeah, feed the kitten. Go, go, go. Drone part. I don't know. What are we looking for? Drone part. This one? Okay, I think it's this one. Yes. Now we need this one. And then we need some... What is that? No. Suri has been gone for a month because she was actually secretly doing to the gym every day. We don't talk about gym. We don't talk about gym. We don't talk about that part yet. What is that? Oh wait, I need more than one. Okay, 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 fine. No, not the robotic arm. Okay. Putting this in. There you go. Need more? No, that's fine. Okay. Now the blue thingy. One more. Okay. But I don't know what is the last one. Oh, wait, it's here. What is the last one? It looks like a bomb. Is there a bomb anywhere? Better not. But, you know. Do you guys see anything that looks like what we need to throw in there? Sarana weighs more than Shasu, pure muscles. It's the secret. Oh, it's that one. I actually may weight a little more. Oops. But it just that I'm sitting a lot. And I actually feel like I'm a bit bigger than I was. Like I got a little tummy now. But you know what's crazy about it? I was visiting my grandma like a month ago. And she asked my father if I was pregnant.
Is anyone there? Kai?
Come on out. Let's see the damage.
I think I need to hit the gym then. If my own grandma is asking am I pregnant.
I'm unable to move. I've become paralyzed. This new motor
That
was
hurt.
rejected by my internal systems.
That hurt.
I have failed the court, and most importantly, I have failed you.
You have no.
Cut it out already. Maybe your eyes are shot, but your motor's just fine.
Wait. This motor even has a quantum stabilizer.
Uh-huh.
I was not aware of any on the market yet.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it is amazing.
Yeah.
Not hoopla over nothing.
Do you hear that?
We're
What?
alone. Don't worry.
No. That voice. Or not so much a voice as a thought.
Okay.
Oh. I wonder... No, couldn't be.
What?
You wonder what?
What?
Well,
I
I may have authorized a new decryption module during the repairs.
Oh.
Let this machine alter my brain?
Oh, I'm
Something
sorry.
about better communication with the system. I just thought, those drones had encrypted communication, so...
Yes. Perhaps that is what I am hearing. But you should ask next time before doing...
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, next time I happen to fall through some ice, instead of dragging my ass, you can just nicely ask one of those beefier drones to do the job for you. Or bust yourself up again, your choice.
What if I choose the
You
wrong
are much
thing?
heavier than you appear.
Upgrade, guys.
Ouch.
Grandma has no chills. Maybe she's hopeful for the grandchild. I wonder why she haven't asked me. I wonder why she haven't said it to my face, rather than say it to my father's face. Like, tell me. I don't know. Granny suggests nothing. Hopefully we didn't turn the nice drone into a bad one. Hopefully, yeah, because I literally have no idea what I did to him. I'm sorry, little guy. I was low-key hoping we can upgrade all of the 3 things.
You seemed open to the idea of talking more about your past. Specifically about a morning where you and me were on some sort of mission. Could you take me into that moment?
Computer
Is
lab.
now really the best time?
While it is still fresh
Oh,
in
it's-
your mind. Yes.
Well,
Toolbox.
surely you've already
No,
read
we can do
details
nothing
anyway.
with toolbox.
In these cases, it is what you held on to
There's
from the...
gotta be something around here.
There's gotta be something about here, guys. You heard it. You heard it. There's gonna be something here. Why am I... Oh, I need food. Inventory. Bottle. Cereal box. Yeah. I need... Do I have another wood? Food. I need food, guys. Uh-oh, we don't have food. Broadcast. Maybe we can send a broadcast message. But the granny knew perfectly well that you weren't pregnant. It was just a suggestion. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm fat enough for her to think that I was pregnant. I don't know. My mother is also telling me that I should start doing something with myself. And she also once asked me, like, are you sure you're not pregnant? But she was like kind of making fun of me rather than actually suggesting that. But like, this is honestly... I hate it. Like, I would rather hear like, oh my god, Sora, you got so fat, rather than saying to my face like, are you sure you're not pregnant? Like, I don't like it. I don't like it. I guess the question is, did she ask, is she pregnant? Is she pregnant yet? No, and I won't be. Oh, that's mine. Can you
More
move?
conspiracies?
I don't want to be anytime soon, so sorry, Granny. Sorry, Granny. I just got here while you're talking about something being pregnant. Because I'm just telling a story from my life. So you're stuck in an Arctic laboratory and there's a weird flume inside there. So I'm stuck at the Arctics. The laboratory port is very new to us, okay? It's a very new thing to us. We crashed at Arctics, yes.
I don't suppose that nifty new decryption module I gave you could be of use with that little guy?
Oh, I can't get in there.
That. Well, if I can just figure out how to interface with... Oh, this is so exciting.
Okay.
Ask it to open the door.
She wants to know if you are considered authorized personnel for this lab.
She? Do you think it'd know the difference?
Say no, say yes. Say yes. What can happen?
Say yes. We're authorized.
She says that you can simply scan your credentials at the door to enter.
Okay.
We lost ours.
What?
Perhaps it is not advisable
How?
for us to lie.
Oh, just say it.
How did we lose the card?
She said she heard that and knows we are lying.
Oh.
Good going.
I do not think it would have worked anyway. She asked that we please do not disturb her again.
Uh-huh.
All right, guess it's plan B then. We have a plan B, right?
We have? I don't think we have. Oh, wait. I can't scan my card. Oh. It's not working. For now, anyone wants to talk to here and there who is actually going to have a kid in a bit, cool thing that be happening? Yeah, sure. If somebody wants to be a mother, go for them. I don't want to be a mother yet. Oh, okay, that's the last part, and we need food. I'm actually gonna die if we don't get any food. So there's better be any food in here. Hello? Hello? Why is green if I can... Food, 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 food. Dang it. Oh, guys. Look, our Dino will have a friend. They're so jiggly. They're so jiggly. Okay, we're keeping that guy. Oh, there's a new card. Keep it. There's a toy kitty. We can keep it too. Old phone. Is that food? That looks like food. Why can't I eat it? Okay, I'm actually gonna die. I'm actually gonna die. If I drink, will that help? Okay, drinking also help. But this is all. We have no more food. So... yeah. Oh... Is there any kind of a restaurant? There's a break room. Maybe it's in the break room. She's married. She got married last year. Good for them. Oh, I don't think we can find any food. Oh, cereal empty, empty. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Empty. Canned food. Nice. I'm gonna eat it. Yes, soda can. Okay. I hope that also helps. Yes, okay. Okay, we save, guys. We no longer dying. Yippee! There's a lot of people that manage being a streamer and a mother. It's just not something I wanna do. No. Yeah. Okay. Is that something we can eat? No, that's empty. Okay, I'll take it. Keep it. Keep it, keep it, keep it. Oh no, that's empty. We don't keep an empty one. That's also empty. Okay, we have so much food, damn. Good. Good. Pastry. Do you think it's gonna be alright?
53 expiration. What, 9 years old? I think they're still good.
Okay, I don't think there's gonna be. Eat food, trash food. Okay, I'm not risking that. We have enough food.
Yeah, I guess I'm not that
Yeah. We have enough food. That's fine. That's fine. We can keep this. We can keep this. Oh, no, that's empty. Food. Okay. I'll take this, and I take this. Okay, anything else? Empty bottle. What is this? It's a brunch. I see. I don't think we need that. Well, there was a party, definitely. I wonder what they were celebrating. Old phone. I wonder why can I call from those phones? I know they're old, but if we charge them, no? They should be able to call again? 52. I wonder which year it is right now. Okay, I think I grabbed everything. There's kitchen. Maybe there's something more in the kitchen. Oh, also sorry, it's still 26. You don't have to be married to have a kid. I know. It's not that I'm waiting to get married to have kids, but also probably I would rather have my life figured out first before I have kids, you know? And that is having my own house, having a husband, having a cat and a dog, maybe. Yes, I'm gonna have a cat and a dog before I have a kid. I'm gonna take care of the kitty first to see if we can take care of a human. I drank a pretty calorie drink and gained like 2 pounds, so keep it away from me. It's okay, it's all mine. Don't worry. Okay, we're kind of stuck with food. I'm okay. What are you looking at here, Alfie? You okay? Okay, I think he just stuck. Own a house, or is going to be her mother in her 30s this color. Well, 40. Could be, you'll never know. Power the facility to access the tower elevator. Power the facility. We do this how exactly? Okay. Wait. Medical lab. Break. Wait, break room? Okay, so it's downstairs. Okay, so let's see if I can get in here with my new card. Nope. Can I get in here? Right. Do I want to go into the office? I can't get into it. Oh, what is this? Custodial, whatever. Cables. Cables. Enjoy your daily Nadia. Welcome back, Diabler. T-Beard Lab? Whatever the heck is that? Okay, I still can get in here. Fine. We have keycard 1. Okay, I can't see nothing. Do you know, Alfie, what we could do? Power the facility to ask. Okay. Power the facility. Okay. Oh, I have an idea. Okay, wait. I have an idea. We found a new card. So what if we go in here? There's a storage.
I'm guessing studio engineer Benji has the ticket.
Oh, let's go. We can access this now.
I don't suppose there's a
bottle
around here somewhere.
Oh, I can throw it. Okay. Maybe nothing here, but we can then come in here.
This is a TV studio?
Yo, this is a TV studio. Okay, nothing here, but it's okay. We still have one more. What the heck? Aurora? Wait a second. Wait a second. I know one Aurora. Here comes the Subnautica flashback. Oh man, why it's always Aurora? Cables, cables, cables. Oh, maybe this one. It was Subnautica all along. Oh my god. It's a Subnautica prequel. Sequel? Maybe? Okay, wait, so this is... Oh, so it's like everywhere. Okay, I see. It's all connected.
Hey, you think the booth still works? They never let us near this stuff back on base.
Can I record something? No. No. Oh, scan my hand. Beep, 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 beep. Is it gonna do something? Okay. Okay. Can I transmit? Alfie. We're live in 3.
And we're live in 3, 2, 1. So, Mr. Science Drone, what can you tell us about today's remarkable discovery?
Who are you talking to over there?
I'm talking to you, bozo.
Oh no, he didn't get the memo.
You're behind the podium. Ah, never mind.
Oh no.
Such an advanced television studio in a facility like this.
That is a great
The
question.
government. They love to show off how well they're using the taxpayers' money. Gotta keep the voters distracted or lose your funding.
Where's the VTuber setup? It's here. It's where you produce the VTuber award. Interesting. Okay, so we got this work. Oh, that means we restore the power?
What happened after you and Will were forced
Robotics lab, we were here.
Well, we survived. But we each had no idea where the other had dropped.
The interference, I presume?
Yeah, it was still giving us issues on the ground, but again, we're...
Is the drone the president now? Yes. Alfie is the president of the world. Alfie deserves the spot. Oh, hi.
We need to contact someone, and old buildings make noises. Shit! It's fine. Hey, come back! And no, there's no dead drone bodies plastered to the walls.
Uh-oh.
Christ. Remind me to not tell any more ghost stories around you.
Where is he going? I'm not that fast. I think I should wait it until the first cutscene ends. Oh, he's coming here, he's coming here. I'm gonna get it up. Dang it, I was too slow. Oh, never mind, never mind, never mind.
So you were searching for Will, but you were not aware of the terrain and
okay, we made it.
Area. What happened at that point?
Oh.
We made it here, but why?
It didn't go well after that.
Remember, it is important to transport yourself to that place in time.
Right.
Well,
comms were pretty spotty at that point. I told Will to stay put and I'd find him, but the terrain was just so impossible. A needle in a haystack would have been better odds.
what are we talking about?
Night was
I got lost.
And
It is okay, Kai. You are doing great.
Thanks.
I was scared. I didn't know if I was doing the right thing. So I just huffed it out to the extraction zone. I hoped Will would already be there. I shouldn't have left that place without him. Like I said, I never appreciated what I had until it was too late.
It is never too late. You should not forget about your family. About your children.
Yeah. All right, come on. Let's finish this.
Okay, so I guess there's nothing in here. We just go to the office through this part, and that's it, I guess. Oh, we can't make it to the office. Well, that is complicating our thingies. Wait, maybe? I have an idea, maybe? Okay, okay. I see what we're doing. I see.
Okay.
The lab assistant says that friendships are to be cherished.
Ooh,
and
look
that we
at
should hold on to
them.
ours at all costs. She hopes we find
Dancing.
the help we seek for our friend.
Hi.
Well, hey, hold on. We
Wait.
some help.
Wait, we need some help.
Ugh, they're no different than those damn fire drones.
Wait. I don't know. I don't know, man.
It appears they may have been researching the ice. Based on these 4 videos...
Could have made it stronger. Maybe it wasn't always ice. Who cares? Oh, maybe it wasn't always ice.
What they were looking at when this place was in use. That ice wasn't even completely frozen.
Oh, I can still open that.
Maybe it was just
fine.
Research into the properties and states of water.
Who knows? All I'm interested in is whatever's at the top of this tower.
Still can't get in here. Okay, well. We need to find a way to get in here. Oh, never mind.
There's gotta be something heavy around here.
Alfie? Can I throw you through the window, please? Okay, we need something heavy. How about this? Oh, I can't take it. How about... Oh, wait. I throwed something. There was this thing, shit, and I throw it somewhere. Cables? Maybe? I don't know. Are cables heavy enough to bring the glass? Break the glass?
I really wish you would not resort to violence.
Maybe.
Is this pane of glass your cousin? The same factory or something?
I need one more thing.
Feeling we should be here, especially not smashing up the place.
Come on,
cables.
let's look around.
Oops. That didn't really work out. Wait. I'm not sure if it's what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, Alfie, you can fly in. Open up the doors. Open up the doors for me. Nice. Okay, we smart. The dream team.
Doesn't seem to be any power at all.
Okay. We need power. Office. Can I get to the office from here? How do we restore power here? Great question, guys. Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys for a minute. You're gonna figure out how we open this. I mean, how we restore power here. And I'm gonna go get some water. Because I ran out of water, okay, guys? I'll be just right back in like a minute. And I'll leave you. And you guys try to figure out what we can do here, okay? I'll be just right back. Hello. I took this opportunity and got myself watermelon. And I also went pee. Yeah, it was a successful break. Did you guys figure it out? Did you guys figure it out? There need to be somewhere. I mean, there need to be a reason why we came in here. Yes, we did. Tell me. But we won't tell you. Wow, so mean. Oh no. Are you going to eat the whole watermelon by yourself? I don't have a whole watermelon. I got myself just a bit. Just a bit. Oh, there was something. There was something. Oh, mug. I don't need a mug. Everything is done. Hi, someone like. Welcome. Good to see you again. Hope you're gonna enjoy your stay today. Oh, wait. I'm smart. Yeah. Power core to relay. Oh, okay, wait.
That didn't sound good.
Did it? What?
Damn. The hell happened in here? It almost seems recent.
I would rather we not stick around to
Power
find
core
out.
to relative rotation. Okay, I guess. Andrew Daily Naji, Mr. Mist, welcome back. We're playing a indie adventure game where we are stuck at the Arctics and we fell to the water and somebody rescued us, but we have no idea who did it. And they bring us here. And we're trying to figure out how the hell can we get away from this place. What is this, Alfie, you have here? Any mathematician understand anything? Oh, empty. Wow. Is there really nothing in the off? Oh no, okay, there was a card. Oh wait. Let's call my card.
What door are you gonna open today, Dr. Florence Barnes? You know, these people sure did seem careless with their credentials.
Okay. Is it all? Do we have a power everywhere?
Kai, look. The lift is lit up now.
Oh, okay.
Well,
that means yes.
Let's see if Holly really was just a nut.
I got my invoice from an app for electricity for 2 months. That's a lot, isn't it? Dang it. Hi, Volk, welcome! Thank you for 5 stream. Welcome. How are you today? Wait, where's my elevator? Oh, it's here. I'm going to the roof.
Not that you've got anything to worry about, but I'm not so sure how safe this thing is.
You are not afraid of heights,
Sitting indoors all day because the sun is murderous. True.
Such a fear.
It's a radiation fear. I don't say afraid. Look who's talking. I think I didn't say afraid.
But there's a difference.
I don't know what did I say. Sorry.
Here is an exercise for you then. Visualize this lift as an aircraft, and the buttons are the controls.
Oh, I'm afraid of
You
the
should
lifts.
feel
Like.
right at home.
Oh,
Hi, Devil. Welcome. Thank you for free streams. How are you?
Did you ever find
Hope
out
you're
what happened
surviving
to
the
you?
heat.
Oh, showed up on the feeds a few days
We're
later.
playing an adventure game today. That is like watching a movie with a little bit of me being clueless from time to time. So get your cozy spot, guys, and enjoy the show. Right now we're trying to figure out how to get out of here, and I had no idea it's this big. We're like going forever.
Well, that botched comms transmission was the last time we spoke. Couldn't tell you how he spends his time these days. I wish I knew.
What about you? Did you fly again? For the Navy, I mean.
After the investigation was over...
Holy heck.
I went out a few more times.
How big is this place?
I don't know, it just wasn't the same. A few months later, Emma and I made the jump to Chicago. You just can't know how a single decision can change your course. Look, I think about it every day. How it could have been better.
I know it hurts right now, but this was a big first step.
I
guess. Oh, are we there? Why it's so slow? Oh, okay. We play Subnautica, but in the frozen mountains of Alaska. So we're playing Subnautica Below Zero. What is this? Where are we? Alfie? What is this place?
Well, I guess we'll see if Holly was right about reaching the world from up here.
Anybody understood anything?
Or maybe somewhere to hook up this radio.
Whoa!
That feeling of freedom in the open air, I've missed it.
Holy heck.
Per se, but you should probably avoid looking down.
Yeah.
Alfie, couldn't you just fly up here from the beginning? Like, we were down there, weren't we? You could just fly up here. Oh, what is that? Connection radio. Okay. Does that mean...
It fits at least.
Does that mean I can call home?
That's a ticket. Just need to tune into the civilian emergency frequency.
Please keep the reality of the situation in mind. I do not want to see you hurt again.
This is Kai Akana of Tree 1 Charlie Echo seeking assistance.
Okay.
Is anyone monitoring this frequency? Anchorage, do you copy?
Is that the only frequency?
That's the most logical, though it's pretty short range. I wonder, let's try 243.
Okay.
This is
but Alfie don't have hands. He do have a hands.
Charlie Echo seeking assistance. Does anyone copy? My plane went down roughly 180 to 200 east.
I don't think anyone called peace.
About a month ago. This is an emergency situation. Crap. I don't know why I thought this would work.
Oh, Christ in hell, that's you, Kai?
Holy shit!
Huh? It's my friend!
Oh my. It is good to have you back, Donovan.
Wait, he was supposed to be dead.
Thought you forgot about me again. I see
I looked everywhere. Are you okay? You can fling the drone. I've looked everywhere.
Hey, well we've been looking everywhere for you. What do you think we're doing up here?
Oh, I'm just busting your balls, man. This radio keeps getting bits of your transmissions, but not strong enough. Guess it just needed that extra kick in the pants, huh?
Wait, how do you know
How
where...
long's it been, anyway? What, a few days, right?
Yeah, how did he know that?
Days? Try a month.
No. Wait, really?
What?
Well, shit.
You know, I actually thought you might have...
He doesn't know we're here for a month?
What, you mean got the hell out of Dodge without y'all? Come on, I'd be a dick sometimes, but that's long.
Guys, this is suspicious.
Look, I don't got much time. We need to figure this shit out lickety-split. Jesus, can't believe it's been a fucking month.
Where are you?
So, well, where are you then? Do you even know?
They keep moving me around. I was underground at one point, I think.
How do you know that? Have you been outside?
Wait, somebody got him?
But it was damp.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, I'm fixed up now. Just want to get home.
Look, man, we're trying to get you out, but we need more to go on, all right? How can we find you? Think harder.
Damn, you're always the ideas, man. I don't know. I think I heard something about a mountain. Oh, yeah, and I heard some big-ass fans during transport, too.
Uh-huh.
Hey, does the name Naomi ring a bell?
What? How do you know that name?
God.
Uh-oh.
Brother, just remember, it's all an illusion.
What?
The key to all this shit lies at the
What is he talking about?
Oh, damn.
She's coming back? Wait.
Donovan?
So Naomi...
Donovan!
What? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, next episode. Okay, never mind. It's fine. We didn't finish the game. It's fine. Welcome back, Harmy. I did check it for a second. It's such a cute necklace. It's so cute. Azalus. Kind of sounds like you're jealous about it. Sorry, I need to. Welcome in. Hello. Hi, the Villeneuve. Welcome. Good to have you all, guys. We just finished episode 3 of this game. And it turns out our friend, who we thought is dead, is actually alive. And it looks like he's kept by Naomi? And I think Naomi is a friend of another person that crashed here, because we crashed at some Antarctica place. And I think Naomi and her friend also crashed. And the question is, why are they keeping our friend? And what the hell is happening here? That's the main question. And I hope we're gonna find out. But this game is really worth it. If you like adventure games and you wanna play it yourself, I would say this game is really worth its money. I got it as a gift, so please know that. But it's very long. It's a very long game. I bet you...
We have an emergency.
I was playing this game for... Library. We've played this game for 5 hours now, and we're not yet done. So just saying. Is it similar to the winter survival game we played a long time ago? This is exactly this game. We played this game back in October and we haven't finished it. So now I'm back to finishing it. It's not necessarily survival so much. It's rather an adventure. But you do have like a food icon. So you technically can die out of not eating enough. But it's rather an adventure, walking sim, story-based game than actual surviving stuff. Such a good character and pet, love that. Is the type of a fox or something? No, that is a Snazzy. That is my own creation. Sorry, I'm lagging. I wish I know why. Okay, we're back. That is a Snazzy. I made, I commissioned an artist to make him based on my asks. What is wrong with you? I'm losing tracking and I don't know why. Please stop by. I think my phone is getting hot. Yep. My phone is getting hot. Okay, I see. Are we back? Hello? Are we not? I think we need to wait until it's cool. It's gonna cool down a little. I don't know if it's gonna cool down, because as you can imagine, it's hot in here. It's hot in... Oh, we're back, okay. Oh, never mind. What is going on? Hello? Wow, okay, I think we need to wait until it's gonna cool down. It's trying its best, okay? Maybe I'm gonna do this for now. Oh, I'm so shocked. Please excuse me, my PC is super hot, my phone is super hot. We're trying our best, okay? I'm also hot, but yeah. We're trying our best. Oh.
What the?
What?
Oh, damn it.
Episode 4, Ascension. What? Wait. What happened? Why are we on fire, Alfie?
Well, I guess a campfire in the fuselage wasn't the best idea I ever.
No! My Dino! Guys, I left my Dino inside. Search plane would have seen this. Why didn't you put it out?
Well, why the hell didn't you put it out before it got out of control?
I only just detected it.
Welcome, moderators! Welcome! Oh my god, my tracking is crashing. Sorry. Thank you, Rodoldial, for the raid. I hope you had an amazing time. What did you do, guys? What did you stream? Thank you, thank you. Put eyes on the GPU always works. Sure we do. I have the same thing happening when I play Genshin with charge on. Yeah, I have a thingy that's supposed to cool it, but there's no hot area inside it. I mean, around here, because like everything is hot. Everything is hot.
Not hazards such as.
All right, I get it. We don't need to have this conversation again.
Oh, hi.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Thanks, I guess.
Sweet time today, huh?
Wow. Wow.
The bastards probably started it.
I suppose we should check for anything salvageable.
Is it me or did the game got quieter?
Shit. Where's my... Hey, come on. Help me look for my pu'uai.
It seems highly improbable that you have lost your heart. Assuming I am translating from Hawaiian correctly.
No, the tiki figure. You know, the one I always keep in the plane.
I literally can't hear anything.
Does this tiki figure of yours hold sentimental value?
Let's just say I'm hoping it didn't just turn into kindling.
Okay, why my PC is hot so much? Tell me. It is a bit quieter, right? Okay, hold on. Main menu. Are you sure you want to save and exit? Save and exit. I'm just gonna run the game again. Maybe that's an issue. Was playing Warframe. Hope you're having an amazing day. I do. Thank you. Hope Warframe was lovely. Turn up the AC to make it colder. I don't have that. I don't have that in my house. It's fine. We're gonna survive. Okay. Should be back to normal now. Hopefully. So what do we do? Search the wreckage for anything. Okay. Let's see if there's anything. There's a pillow. There's a team whistle. I can take that. There's a tin can. I can take it. We have a food, a cat food, and I can take it. So, what are we actually looking for? Solar panel? No. Thermos? Cereal box, maybe? Oh, I can't take food with me. Lucky cat. Yes, this is what we need. Search the wreckage for anything salvageable. Guys, anything salvageable? In your opinion? Maybe pillow? How did it not burn down? Is there anything? I don't think. I don't think there is. Anything salvageable? I mean, I found a lot of things, but we couldn't take anything. There's nothing here. Alfie, do you have anything? I literally... Anything? Help me! I think the solar panel, but we can't take it. Where was it now? Where was it? I lost it. Oh. Hi, Kokorumi! Welcome in! Welcome, how are you? Can you carry it outside? I wish I knew what it is now. Harmonica, cereal, okay. It's gonna be somewhere here. Alfie, can you get out of the way, please? Pillow, chimo whistle, solar panel, got it. I can only throw it out. What would happen if I get out with it? Oh, there's a backpack. Oh, I can keep the backpack. But I can't keep the solar panel. Harmonica, we need it. Rock. Can I take a rock? What if I throw the rock in the rocks? Nice. Nice. Is there anything in here? No. What it is then? Oh wait, maybe now we can put things in the backpack? No. What is it then? What is it? Gonna get angry. Search the wreckage for anything salvageable. Anything salvageable. Tin can is not. This guy not. Pillow. No. I think backpack was the only thing we take care, but I took the backpack and the quest still didn't proceed. And also the backpack was kind of already outside the plane. Thermos maybe. Can I throw everything outside? Maybe that's what I need to do. I need to throw everything outside. Harmonica. Throwing it outside. Well, at least I'm trying, okay? Cereal box. Can somebody Google, please? Can you guys Google and let me know? We're in the episode 3 right now, I think. Or 4. Please Google, what do you need to find in the wreckage of your airplane in Arctic Awakening? Please, thank you. Wait, what is this? Empty small box rock. Okay.
This is it.
Oh, wow.
This is all I have left.
It was a disfigurement. What the heck?
Supplies were salvaged in your backpack. I carried it out myself.
It's only one thing left to do now. Come on, we don't have much time.
Okay, it's still not loud enough. Yes, it's a very important thing. Yes, I don't know how having it burn down. It was made from wood. It should burn out first. Crazy, actually.
I'm fine, so stop nursemaiding me. Look, Donovan's up there, and who knows how long before they move him again.
I understand that you are angry at me for what happened to the plane.
Okay, I think that's better.
However, you still need time to regain your strength. You are in no shape to go trekking through the mountains. Especially not with the limited supplies.
But Donavian needs our help.
You heard what Donovan said. He needs our help.
Yes, but you must help yourself before you can help anyone else.
I have to at least try.
Welcome back, Bryce. Hello, how are
We
you?
should consider making camp before rushing to any decisions.
Camp? Just like Donovan made camp? Every second is a chance we've already lost him. And for good this time.
Right, so what are we doing now? What is the dreamiest dream you ever had in a dream? I don't know. I don't remember my dreams. It didn't burn because it doesn't matter. Maybe it was gonna save us. In the end, we will be about to give up and we're gonna look at this figure and we're gonna say, please, figure, take me home. And boom, I'm gonna be home. I tell you, this is exactly what's gonna happen. Also, why are we jumping like a rabbit?
I suppose we need to find a way through here, but no map, I assume.
Correct.
Perhaps we should have listened to Holly and taken the map she left in her laboratory. On second thought, maybe it is for the best.
Don't worry, we'll find our way, map or no map.
Sure.
So, see anything else useful?
I wrote this.
There is an enormous door on the opposite side of the plant, much like the one where we found Donovan's dog tags. But I still do not.
Right. Well, maybe Connie can help us out again. Great. No power.
Uh-huh.
We will need to find a way through this door to continue up the mountain.
It would be too easy, right? It would be too easy.
I take it.
This protected space would make
It's just an assistant, he doesn't have to have the same logic than us. No. He's an AI, he should be more logical than we are. You're naughty, Kukurli. Thank you for checking in. Welcome. Okay, guys, if you were power, where would you hide? Probably not here. Where would you hide power? Where would you hide power, guys? Maybe here, wait. Okay, we're on to somewhere. In the outlet, in another room, maybe a robber. Okay, Okay, we are somewhere. We made it to the second area. That's cool, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool. Maybe somewhere here. Should we go up or should we go down? Do you think it's up or down?
Oh god. Sometimes I wonder if he was even in that plane with me to begin with.
Do not worry, Kai. Donovan is very much real.
Well, I guess that means you are too, huh? Wonderful.
What was that, Kai?
Just keep scouting.
It must be somewhere close to your location. Am I going wrong way now? Or am I going right way? Okay, I don't think power is gonna end up here. Where do you restore power? Maybe we need to go upwards. I would say power restoration should be downstairs, but, well, I'm not the electrician. What do I know, right? Yeah. Oh, we can meditate. Should we? Yeah, we could meditate a little. Na-na. Oh. My bad. Okay, wait. Hold and release to inhale. Holding. I don't understand. Oh, I understand now. Okay, maybe it is a survival game if I need to meditate to survive. Okay, we meditated enough. If Zoe is a human, she restores power. If Zoe is a robot, power restores her. Hammer! Can I take? I take. Oh wait, never mind. I think it's where you restore power. Or maybe not? Wait. I've seen a red bat and I thought it was it. Na na na. Toolbox drill? Uh-oh. Oh. Should we drill some? Oh, wait. That looks like a power restoration thingy. Wait. Oh, charging pot.
Huh. Hey, look. Might as well get a charge while we're here, huh?
We can charge my robot!
Interesting. The diagnostics indicate that most of this facility is in some sort of standby mode.
Okay.
Perhaps.
Yes.
Perhaps what? Come on, spit it out.
Well, I suppose the gate blocking the exit may be disabled in this mode.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, I don't know, turn it back on? You know, make yourself useful.
Have you so quickly forgotten about your ice bath the other day, Kai?
Can you open it or not?
Fortunately, this decryption module you forced on me should allow interfacing with...
Oh my god, it looks like I chose the right one!
Oh, so that useless brain modification might just come in handy. Again. Interesting. Did it work?
The system appears to be partitioned. We must find the other overrides before we can be sure. Activate
all power switches. Dang it. I really hope it's gonna be one and done. Oh, yo, yo. It's gonna be a long run, I guess. But at least now we know what we're looking for, I guess? Because I guess we're looking for the charging docks, right? I don't think if it's gonna be that easy. Oh, wait, never mind. Use it. Hello? Why are you not getting inside? It's right here. What do you mean? Oh, never mind.
This partition is back online.
Okay, 2 more.
Diagnostics indicate 2 more.
We need to find 2 more somewhere. Okay, I think there's one. I think this is one. Let's see. Nope. But it looks quite similar-ish. Oh, but it's here.
Oh, I think I found another one. Hey, over here.
Okay, one more.
Just one more. Assuming the diagnostics are accurate.
Okay. Where could be the last one, possibly? Could it be no yellow paint on you to tell where you go? No. I need to find the way on my own. Holy shit. Okay, I expect it to be somewhere here.
Oh,
That is weird. My finger hurts from... Oh, it's here.
Christ. These damn security types and their redundant systems. Hey, there's another one.
My finger hurts from holding on the round button. I wish they have.
Huh. Well, that seems to have done something. Hey,
I wish they have the toggle on. Okay, but we made it. How is food? We should eat. Okay, Soda is giving a lot of power. Damn. I mean, for the power, yeah. Okay, are we in? How do we get in? Oh wait, I didn't click it. Oh, silly me.
There we go.
Wait, we were here.
Are you sure we should be going through here? We do not even know where this leads.
Any better idea?
Any better ideas? We've got to get there.
We were here, I remember.
And don't suggest camping out again.
I simply believe we should have a plan. Just as you would have had in the military.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to take orders anymore. From anyone.
Did you hear that?
No.
Something is in here with us. Oh, I do not know about this.
Just don't check behind the wallpaper.
I will require a thorough scrubbing of my memory unit once we are out of here.
Okay, but here's a robot, and he can fly. Can he just, I don't know, fly and check if there's anything in here, and then come back and tell me if it's like something we should worry or not at all, you know?
Huh.
Just as a normal robot would do, right?
But their CO gave him hell.
Be careful, Kai. We have no way of knowing what materials they were transporting. I am curious, however, why they neglected to clean up their mess.
Check it out. Do you have a radiation dieselmeter? Check it out.
Okay, good point. Go check it out.
I did not mean... Well, all right. One moment.
I'm gonna just take this. I'm just gonna take. Are you taking out?
See anything?
Everything appears to be sealed.
Okay.
So I do not believe we have to worry. However, may I remind you that...
You aren't designed for this type of thing. Yeah, I know.
Let's go. Let's go then. Why did he fly there? Is he trying to tell me something? Okay, I follow you. I follow you. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. That was a bit suspicious, so I'd rather follow him on that one.
I wonder if that one still has some juice. Could find some peace and quiet at least.
Oh, what are you doing? Do you want to check it out? I don't think we should. Where is he? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Drive the car? Wait, can I? I don't think I can.
Well, only one way to find out.
Do you even know how to operate an autonomous...
Sure, I know.
What's to know if it's autonomous? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Truck, stop. Quit.
Anyway, that wasn't the greatest idea of mine.
You all right back there?
Anyway.
Apparently, there is quite a bit to know about operating an autonomous transport vehicle after all.
Yeah.
Hi, Oscar! Welcome! Enjoy your daily Nazi. Thank you for checking in. Enjoy your stay. We're playing an adventure game today. If you like storytelling... Oh, there's something...
Is that running water?
Running water?
You are correct.
Oh, there is.
Where there's water, there's a way out.
It appears to be...
Good driving. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I am beginning to...
Somehow, I got my driver license. Would you believe?
Hey, what'd I tell you about giving up?
You said to try a different technique when I missed knocking over the can, but I do not
Exactly. There's another way out of here. Somewhere. Come on, help me look.
It's here. It's literally here.
Well,
yeah.
There's our way out. Just have to decide if that water's worth the risk.
Backtrack, open door yourself, send Alfie to open door. I don't know.
Backtrack if there are no other realistic options.
No, I'm opening the door. We know, but did he mean by track back? What does he mean by that? Is he like he wants to go back where we came from? Going back, right? Okay. We're not doing that. No.
Oh, it's cold.
Huh? What was that? We're not going back. I'm swimming there. Na 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 na. New license to inquire for track before playing Euro Truck Simulator? We just play Euro Truck. Did you know I once got banned? Fuck. I should not open that. I once got banned on Euro Truck. I think online because I was playing like with people, and it turns out you need to follow the rules.
Didn't wade through that
In the online game player, you can like run over the cars and stuff. So I got banned. Yeah. I didn't know. I didn't know you need to drive seriously. I didn't know we were that dedicated to the driving game, you know? My bad.
He also said he heard something about a mountain and that he was at the peak.
Where is my robot? Why it's not here? Oh no, I'm coughing again.
Peaks in this area. Are we so sure it is this one?
Well, you seemed dead set on believing Holly before.
All we know for certain is what Donovan told us. But there is so little...
Yeah. Holly said the same thing. The key lies at the peak. There's something up there.
Can I breathe here?
Donovan, and get the hell out of here.
Ooh, nice. We can bury him here, actually. That's nice. Okay, we done. I don't think you can do anything else. You don't choose open the door option. Well, luckily it's not option that I need to choose. Oh, we're stopping. Oh, okay. I'm gonna check before. Oh, nice. Does that mean they moved?
Well, this trail looks interesting.
By interesting, do you mean unnecessarily dangerous? Perhaps we should stay on this paved road.
Maybe this is a shortcut to the top.
We
could move Donovan at any time, you know.
What should we do, guys?
It's all right to put yourself first sometimes. But how would you like to proceed? Remember,
keep it safe on the road, shortcut, or Alfie lead. I think we're getting a shortcut.
Yeah, and staying here longer doesn't do anyone any good, okay?
What can happen, right?
Very well.
Right?
But please be careful, Kai.
Like, what can happen, man? Oh, what is this? Well, I guess we never know. I would be really sad if it turns out it's not a shortcut but a longer run.
This thought has been keeping
Man's probably made him loopy. Isn't life just an illusion? Does it really matter? Does it really matter?
Does it really matter? I mean, I don't see how that helps us find Donovan any faster.
If you will recall, Holly said something very similar in her final recording. I found this very peculiar.
Wait, what did she said?
Hey, if you say so. But as good as we humans are at spotting patterns that aren't really there,
I don't know what.
Seems that you machines.
I don't know what he's talking about.
So, does that mean you're back on the Holly bandwagon?
Without empirical evidence to confirm or contradict, I would not be inclined to make a decision either way.
Well, I guess we'll just have to see what's at the top, huh?
My stance remains that it is not beneficial, either physically or mentally, to be chasing such ideas. But I will, of course, maintain the court order and assist you however I can.
Fine. So to practice this in peak. Oh, I did. This is my time now, guys. I'm gonna peak. The most risky way is the most exciting. Also, imagine we're just going by the normal way right now. Oh no, is it a dead end? Oh no, it's not. Oh wow. Okay, what is that?
Hey, is that Holly's wing?
I believe the plane belonged to Naomi.
Yeah, whatever. I'm pretty sure it's the same registration. I wonder where our tail ended up.
There. I think anything can be counted as a shortcut if you don't know how long is the other path. But you're so right for that, Flipjack. You're so right for that. We'll never know, and that's fine. I like to believe it's a shortcut. Oh, it is. It is really a peak.
It's just a bump in the road or cliff. Look,
thank you, Gabber. Welcome. I hope you're gonna enjoy your stay. Welcome to the Dino. Then, oh, it's the garden. We need to change that. Okay. How do I climb in here?
Okay, I am ready.
Oh, okay, never mind. um, 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 okay, never mind. Da, 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 da. Okay. Should we go this way? I guess. Whoa! Fine, it's not this way then, I guess.
Yeah.
No, it is this way.
I'm okay. Oh, all right. Need to keep moving.
No, we need to go this way? No, there's no way. Alfie? Because if I come here, I won't be able to come there. But I also can come here. Okay, let's see. Hello? Can I get up here? No? Oh. Far left. I tried. I can't move any further. See, this is the further I can go. Oh, now he's taking it. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Now we made it. Awesome. Where's Alfie? Oh, you're here. Awesome. Let's go.
It is never too late to turn back.
What? Why would I turn back now?
Efforts into reaching the proper authorities. They will know what to do.
Yeah, I'm not making that mistake. Not again.
Is this determination to find Donovan in some way related to what happened with Will? You cannot put the blame on yourself for these things.
Not everything is connected.
Look, I don't need another therapy session right now. Not everything has to be connected, you know.
You may not recognize it, but your subconscious mind is always at work. The connections exist whether you acknowledge them or not.
I've learned from my mistakes. Isn't that progress? It doesn't have to mean my subconscious is sabotaging me.
I think it.
No, but self-sabotage is a common reaction to trauma in order to reduce or avoid those unpleasant feelings. Unchecked, it can devolve into something much more
after I
dangerous.
climb,
Helping a friend in need is self-sabotage.
he's like, you know, you can go back. You could tell this right before we climbed, not after we did it.
If we cannot reach
I guess to say I never
we
played
can at least
Peak.
go back to the radio tower and get more information from
Yeah,
Donovan.
looks like that.
This is a time for logic, not blind emotion, Kai.
Look, man, nobody's
What
coming
is
for
this,
you or
by the
me,
way?
and they sure as hell aren't coming for him.
Oh, by the way, you see the road is closed here. We would go up to the road and then we still need to climb. Or, worst, go back and then climb.
I will be here when you
I think we
change
choose
your
the
mind.
right way.
Yeah.
But
no
what is
shit.
this? Why is going through the whole freaking mountain? Better question why. Give me a second. I'm gonna take my meds and we can proceed. Oh, okay.
Oh, great. Yeah, maybe you were right about only finding dead ends out here.
These symbols appear to warn against entry.
Well, I don't see another way up. Do you?
You asked if I had any better ideas while in the tunnel.
Uh-oh.
But we still do not have what I would consider a real plan. It is not too late to head back. Via the road this time. There is no shame in surviving for another day.
Uh-oh. That doesn't look like a password. So they're thinking her meds are gonna disappear. No! What if I'm gonna disappear? What if I'm inside your head, guys? Gonna take the meds and disappear. Okay, I don't think we have it.
I remember this place from something. We can find a way inside. I don't suppose you have any ideas about the code?
We may have missed something in Holly's possessions. I am not aware of a code.
Yeah, of course not. I guess I should have taken that map at Holly's lab. She had some codes, just not sure. Hey, think you could brute force it somehow?
I think I didn't collect something.
It will take some time.
It will take some time. Okay, we have nothing better to do. At least the code is somewhere here.
Wow, look at that. Maybe
Oh, wait, that didn't take you that long?
I would never engage in such activity.
Sure.
Oh! Whoa, that jump scared me. I thought it was a human. It's all a mass hallucination. It is what it is, guys. Oh, why I can't take food? It's the first time I can't take food. Oh, this looked like a human to me. But there's one missing. Huh. Well, okay, I see what's happening. I can't take food. Interesting.
Contamination required for entry.
What? Do I need to put on a suit? We need to restart. Uh-oh. I don't know. I don't know, guys. Raiders, welcome in. Asusa, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid and Common Godzilla raid. As you could see, guys, that's where you running out of the entrance through the screen. That was really you. Hi, I hope you had an amazing time playing Meltopia. I never heard of that game. What is it? Tell me all about it. Hello, Azur. Hope you had a lovely time. Thank you. Hi, Jake. Hope you're gonna enjoy your stay. Thank you for the follow. Hi, I'm Saura. I'm a Plashy Dinosaur VTuber and we're currently playing a adventure storytelling game. We're trying to find out where is our friend. We kind of lost him on Alaska. Yeah, we're trying to find out where is he. So yeah, go grab your cozy spot somewhere in the Dino Den and enjoy your stay while we investigate the story any further. I hope you enjoyed your time and I'm happy to have you here with my time now. Welcome. It's like a digging game, but you melt snow to find fossils and artifacts. Wait, that sounds cool! I wanna play, but we're really on to the topic. We're really on to the topic. You have a lot of snow to melt here. Yeah, we crashed the plane on Alaska and now we're trying to find our way home. but also our friend disappeared and there's some weird shit going on in here. It's a great story. If you guys like adventure storytelling games, I highly recommend checking out this one. I've been playing for over like 5 hours and we're still not near the end, I guess. Or I don't know, maybe we are. I'm trying to figure out how can I get in here. Yeah. Maybe I'll figure it out. Where's Alfie? Oh, you didn't get inside Alfie? 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 Where the heck is Alfie? Oh, there it is. Going. Okay. So much snow it is, true. Can you open this door for me, please? Really, please? Okay, I'm gonna restart just in case. Just in case I freaked up. Well. Oh. It looks like it didn't really restore. Oh, okay, so it was broken. I see. It was broken because I couldn't even take anything in here, and now we can take everything. Cool, so I guess we're taking the suit now.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, let's just hope these suits don't expire, huh?
Yep. Let's hope for that.
Decontamination
commencing.
Ah, shit. This short-circuited you last time.
Oh, yep. Poor Alfie. He's gonna be alright. This guy literally swam in the cold water for me and still survived. So, yep. He's tough.
Incident.
Whoa! What do you mean 2 minutes? What's gonna happen in 2 minutes?
To determine the depth of this chasm, which means it's exceptionally deep.
What is this place?
Well, that's comforting. But what the hell could this place even be? I never saw anything like this in the Navy.
You have been out for some time.
Whoa!
Technology moves at a rapid pace.
Yeah, but not this fast.
Uh-oh, press button.
Damn it.
Okay, I know what we need to do. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1. Guys, important. 2, 3, 2, 1.
The others.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1.
Mandatory exit? For who?
2,
Perhaps we should not wait to find out.
3. Gonna be here, right? 3.
One of the lights
Okay.
on the lift just illuminated.
We're gonna make it. What's gonna happen if we don't gonna make it? Is it gonna blow up? That would be quite
There's
interesting.
3 of the 4 lights now.
Oh, we have still a lot of time.
Input
Alright.
validated. Containment field activated.
Containment field? Let's just get out of here. See? That wasn't so bad.
That would actually be interesting. I love dinosaurs. Hi, Thanos. Thank you. I'm actually a plushy dinosaur. Hi. Yes. Welcome to the Dino then. I hope you're gonna enjoy your stay. It's so creative. I didn't thought strings don't I wonder what's down below.
Huh. There's a
I
lot
need
of
more
logos
time
that we
for
haven't given
those.
access to.
I swear.
Wonder what that's about.
Thank you for the follow, Sanos and Arco. It's good to have you guys. Welcome.
Oh, right. That's your job, huh?
She lives on your bed. I do. You better make your bed every single day so I have a place to sleep. Thank you for 10 streams, Jack. Thank you. Appreciate you so much. But not sure if it's a good idea to try it. Oh, to not make these numbers. I'm actually tempted to play this again and see what's gonna happen if I didn't make it. I never make my bed. Who does that? It's so unnecessary. I do it. I make my bed every single day.
Massive cables ever end? You know, something tells me they're carrying more than just power up this mountain.
Yeah, there's so many cables. That is true. That is so weird.
Giant bolts of lightning on top of a mountain.
Whoa, what is that?
That must be one hell of a light show when they're all lit up, though, huh?
If by fun you mean highly dangerous and
It's so bright.
yes, I would rather we not find out.
Mug. We're not collecting any more mugs. Can I climb? Oh, I can't. It's so bright in the air. Open the door. Huh?
It is widely believed in numerous religions.
Did I turn it off? Okay, should I?
But a storm put us here and nothing else. That I do know.
I don't know if I should actually turn it off. I don't know what it is. I don't know what we're doing here, guys. I know nothing, but at least we're enjoying. Wait. The fog is smaller? Could that be that the thing was actually... that those things are actually responsible for the snow? It could be, right? Tell me you also eat breakfast every day? Of course! Who are you? Damn it. Okay, how do I know if I turn it off or not? If all of them are shining. You see? Even if I turn it down? Oh, it's actually turned down. Should it be down or should it be up?
Alright.
Okay, I don't know. Should I turn them all on or all off? That is a great question. Because the first guy was turned on and we turned it off, but the other guys are turned off. So I don't necessarily know, but I guess we're gonna find out in a second. Lunch is the earliest I eat. Wow.
It appears to be closed.
Oh, you don't say. There's gotta be something around here.
So that means I need to turn them all on to get in here. Was that enough? Probably not, am I right? Oh, man. Why are you here? There's another one. Wait. Okay, my guess is we put every back on Oh man, that's gonna take forever. Na 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 na. It's gonna take forever because we're so slow. Okay. Oh, there's food. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for free food. I'm gonna eat it. Yeah.
Yahoo Soronagi.
Yeah. Thank you so much for 32 months. Welcome back, cutie. Enjoy daily Naji. It's so good to see you. Hello. Hi. Okay, let me eat something because we are terribly slow. Not like food is helping you with not being slow, but you know, at least we full. Oh. I don't know, at first I thought that we're supposed to turn it off because it's like bad or something. But now it looks like we need to turn it on to actually access this place. Oh, I would rather jump. Okay, where to go, Alfie? What are we doing? Oh, there we go. Okay, one more and this more. Okay, I think two more. Any Najis to have power of the Dino? You have 40 Najis, all yours. All yours. Unless I decide they're mine for some reason. But for now they're yours, don't worry. Okay, one more, hopefully. Wait, this is... Oh, this one. Can I go through here? Can I take a shortcut? Oh, I do! Eat them while she still allow it. Look, I have so much food, guys. I don't need your nudgies. Actually, I don't know why, but the game gives us so much free food right now.
Not that I've ever seen a real fireworks display, but wow. I bet it'd feel something like this.
Do all humans desire to exert their power over nature?
No,
interesting.
But we sure do love blowing shit up.
Yes, well, perhaps we should avoid that and find our way to a safe distance.
Free food in this economy? Fair. Okay, it's opened. Is that...
There is something on the trail ahead of us.
Is that my friend?
Do you think it came from the decontamination room?
Go check it out.
Yeah, go check it out. Make sure it's, safe.
I would prefer to remain at a distance.
Don't worry, it won't bite.
That is what I am afraid of.
Can't go there.
Perhaps this is a better idea.
What do you mean this is a better idea? Alfie!
Well, well. That's quite the arm you've developed. Nobody can take that away from you, all right? Not once you've decided what you're capable of.
What have you decided that you are capable of, Kai?
I'm capable of continuing to the top of this mountain.
Was he a friend or not? Did we just kill somebody or was it a trap? Interesting. Do we need to meditate? We could. Okay. Okay, but the food is like going super... It's decreasing super fast right now. So maybe that's why they give so much food. Oh, breathe in and breathe out, guys.
Okay.
Cause look, I ate not so long ago and I already have food. The curries. Oh. What the heck? You were getting so blessed with the reads today. Red, welcome in. Thank you so much for the read. Welcome in, guys. Welcome. Why am I jogging? Welcome, guys. Hope you had an amazing time playing the Reds. How was it? Tell me all about it. Hi, Boogienator. Hi, Nurse. Welcome. Hope you had an amazing time. My name is Saura. We're currently playing a adventure game where we crashed on Alaska. We lost our friend and weird things are happening here. And we're trying to find out why and all of the other stuff. So yeah, if you like storytelling games with a little bit of adventure and mystery, please sit tight and enjoy your stay. I'll be happy to have you. I'll be happy to have you guys and be your company for the rest of your day. / the next few hours. Because it's probably more. It's probably all I could do. I thought it was good. I'm a crab model with mini crab enterprises. I see. I'm glad it was good. We having a good time as well, I would say.
Another one of those damn drones. No offense.
None taken. These autonomous robots are far inferior to my model.
Whoa. Time to get off that high horse of yours.
Oh, I can't make it
I am
here.
not on any such mount as
Whoa,
you.
whoa, what is your...
more of that mist that Holly was going on about. Don't tell me they're multiplying now.
What is going on here? What was that smoke about? I'm Monkey Andrew Daily Nudgy. Welcome. Ooh! Oopsie.
Kai, are you alright?
I am fine, I guess.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, man.
Broke my fall.
I never heard of this game. Yeah, it's an indie game, I would say.
I'm not sure I can... All right, yeah, I'll be here.
So I can't blame you, but it's a very good one. If you're enjoying storytelling game, I highly recommend. Do you remind me kind of about Firewatch? I'm gonna stay, so I'm waiting, right? Why is this quality down? Very late today. Hi, Monkey. I am very late today, indeed. I normally also don't stream on Saturdays, but hey, I have a free evening, so why not? Why not? Enjoy your Najee, man. Do you think my leg is broken? I really would like to
We'll just have to make camp. It's getting dark anyway.
Oh, good. It seems that you are coming around after all.
Just for the night. Just until I can walk again.
Oh.
Although, I suppose I could use some firewood, huh? Any help?
So I can't
I will
walk.
see what I can find. Just make yourself comfortable.
Yeah, sure.
What is this? Oh, hello? Are we fine? I guess.
This is Kai.
Oh, okay.
I think it's been 31 days.
Just hold the robot and fly around.
But
we didn't do that yet.
Number 2.
Record creatiness, record update on the Devian, yeah.
Donovan,
true.
Shit hit the fan. Has been missing from the start. We had radio contact the first few days, but...
Oh, you guys now have a little update about the story.
Well, until yesterday, he was back. Not in person, of course, but we actually picked him up on the radio. I can't explain it. He started talking about some shiny sick bay and how they'd fixed him up. I don't know. And then came this nonsense about it all being an illusion or something.
It became so yellow.
Who the hell knows?
We're here 32 days.
Soon enough, huh?
30 something.
I don't know.
Not 40, but 30.
Find him.
Yeah.
I just know
Around
I
a
can't
month.
let it happen again. I suppose, well, I owe that much to Emma, at least. Would have avoided this mess, but she'd have known what to do, at least. Still not sure the point of these. All right. Out. You found anything that'll burn yet?
I feel like the world is burning. Cause what the hell? Why it's so orange? It could be a sunset, but like, so orange were we? Oh, he's back.
Branches for the fire.
Hey, yeah, thanks. Thanks for helping out.
Of course, Kai. I am here for you.
Through snow, rain, and gloom of night, apparently.
Why so orange? Peeps looking. No worry. Start the fire. Can I walk? I have medicines. Can I just take my medicines? Maybe they're gonna help me walk again. You know? Hopefully.
Okay. There we go.
You need an apple to keep the doctor away. Right now, I think I would like to keep the doctor close to me. Or like, yeah, like us. Please join. Oh, Tio! What the heck? I'm so blessed by the race today. Holy heck, guys. You're like 5th or 6th rate today. Oh, so sorry for joining me. Thank you, Tio. Hope you had an amazing Clair Obscur. Who are you enjoying? I still haven't finished that game. Do I need to go back? I probably do need to go back. It's probably worth it, right? Hello, Patarix. Hi, Seftilek. Hi, and Vixer. Hello, The Box. Hello, Tio. Hi, Confusion. Hello, 064. Oh, I hope I get everything. Everybody's right. Oh my god. Sweat is fine. Oh, perfect. Thank you. That's gonna be way easier. That's gonna be way easier. Yes, you do. Do I? Damn it. I had a lovely time doing my best to do it on spoilers, so it's like really great. I love it. Such a good game. I am waiting because, you know, my PC can't really handle the game and my model and the stream all together. So I'll be getting a new PC in like 2 weeks, hopefully. So maybe I can get back to the game back then. Because I'm right now in my era when I play games that has like a deep story. As today we're playing this indie adventure game, so if you guys like mystery and snow, I guess, and adventure and coziness, please take a sit wherever you want. And yeah, I'll be your guide now. What happened is that we crashed a plane on Antarctica. We lost our friend. We're trying to survive, and there's different weird things happening, and apparently random people out there, and there's like a lot of mystery. We don't really know what is going on most of the time. So yeah, I think you'll have the time to catch up on the story if you'd like to. Almost like everyone is happy that Dino Plushie is back. Who is not? Tell me, who is not? I'm exhausted, so I'm gonna get some footies, but have a super lovely stream. Thank you, I will. I'll try my best to be your best companion right now, guys.
Down this camp too.
This is my friend, by the way. I actually broken my leg just right now. Yeah, this is my only friend, Alfie. He's doing his best as well, but we're surviving. We're surviving. It looks bad. It looks bad, I know, guys, but trust me, we're surviving. Thank you all for the follows. Hope you're gonna enjoy your stay. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're gonna enjoy. Are you also guys like, I know Tio is European time, so I expect you guys, sorry, like not European. I mean, technically, UK is European, right?
Don't suppose you'd want to hear another ghost story?
US, I mean, yeah. So I bet you guys are too, so let me be your company for the rest of the night. Uh-oh, it's again blowing up.
Ooh, whoa. You know, I wouldn't worry about these quakes if we weren't surrounded by massive sheets of ice.
Yeah, he's onto something.
I will make an inventory of our surroundings.
I feel like the world is actually gonna blow up. Can I move? It's so boring when I sit down. UK don't swim in the middle of Atlantica just yet. That's what I'm aware of. Because I'll be visiting you, UK.
Alfie!
Oh no!
Oh, shit.
Alfie!
Hey, wake up! Come on.
Yeah, I'll be actually visiting you guys in September for the expo. So I hope you don't swim into Atlantic Ocean by then.
Oh, no.
But hey, at least we're walking. Oh, hi.
Oh, hello, Kai.
Hello.
Did I hear correctly? Did you actually use my name?
If
so, that would be really
I thought I lost you. Oh, I thought I lost you.
I thought I'd lost you. Just a reflex, you know.
That is what I thought when you fell through the ice. Then as now, I am glad
It gets sunny around 4:30 now, so like 6 hours more to
Maybe
stream.
stay closer to the ledge from now on.
No, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. Oh!
When you said that is all you have left, what did you mean?
Yeah, what did you mean?
Back at the plane, you said that your pu'uai, as you called it,
Uh-huh.
was all you have left. Does it bring back any particular memories? Exploring those emotions can help to better understand
the time I met
reactions in the
Emma.
present.
Oh, I see.
Oh, well, it was a gift from Emma. On our first date.
Oh, okay. That's why it's
tell me about
important
that?
for him.
Well, it was a complete disaster. I mean, it was amazing, but
My
it's
first
still a
date, a
disaster.
complete disaster.
Remember to focus on gratitude and how this
Can I take my
turned into a
backpack? Not
positive.
really.
Yeah.
I wanna go explore. I don't wanna sit here.
I made the brilliant move of taking a local to a luau. She didn't mind, but I'd never seen rain like that. So we just hid
Not
under
a
some
therapy
trees talking
session
about
with the
I don't know,
toast.
nothing in particular.
Hey,
for one of
it's
those
what
beach
he was
buffets,
made
though.
for, okay? He was made to be a therapy
Shit,
toaster. Leave him
turning
alone.
into Donovan now.
And where does the tiki figure come in?
Oh, yeah, that was just one of those gift shop souvenirs. She picked it up on the way and carved our initials. She always
Okay,
was
I
a
think we're going
step
nowhere.
ahead in that way.
Is that why you always keep this figure in your plane? A good luck charm?
Yeah, so much for that.
You know, some would say that you have been luckier than most. Never lose sight of that.
Why does everyone keep telling me that?
Yeah,
Focusing on
can't climb it
gratitude is an
here.
important step,
My foot is
but there
broken,
more to your
apparently.
story than the Navy. Perhaps you would like to talk about the crash?
Wait, I already told you about Will.
Yes, but what about Emma's story?
Huh?
Oh, I think that's enough for today.
Enough therapy for today, Toaster.
We can talk about this more later.
Yep, sure. I'm gonna make it back to the camp soon, I promise, guys. I'm trying my best, okay? I'm trying my best. Uh-oh, okay, never mind. I don't need to come back. It's gonna be another day, just like that. Good morning. Oh, where are we? Oh, we're still here. Right. Oh, I guess we're going back to sleep then. Oh, it's red again. Did we sleep a whole day? Oh, never mind. Maybe we slept for 3 days. I don't even know. Oh.
Hey, what do you want? That damn drone's snooping around again.
Oh, but now I can actually walk. No? I mean, look, there's no... This rock disappeared.
The risks of lingering in such a space should be considered. What do you think we should do?
Rest longer, follow drone to the cave. Yes.
There's gotta be another way out. Come on, we need to follow that thing.
You need more rest.
No,
Donovan
going.
doesn't have time for this. We might already be too late as it is.
It's actually silly that the big ass rock just disappeared. And now we can go wherever we want. Oh, it did not disappear? Well, I didn't see it. I didn't see it before. Okay, but now I can climb actually. Well, never mind. By the way, this is my running speed, guys. But I guess my foot is still broken, so... He's excused. Actually, this scares the shit out of me. Like, it's gonna land on my head, I bet you. That's how they make the game longer? Wait, you're so for real. It's been, I think, nearly 6 hours of playing this game. And you may be right.
Man, this view.
Wait, there are so many caves inside the cave.
Almost.
Where should we go first? Should we go there? Should we go there? Okay, should I... No, not really.
How do you suppose these were formed?
What is that?
I thought I made my opinion on your facts pretty clear.
Oh. Okay. We go into the right first. Let's see. There's nothing here probably, right? Oh my god, there's a lot of walking. Oh, there's a lot of walking and I'm very slow. Oh, dang it. Should I go there?
It's like a maze in here. And the light isn't helping either. Everything looks the same.
Oh, I'll take it. Yeah, you're kind of right. It is a maze.
What is this? Core samples? Huh.
Oh.
I just have to drill my way out of here before too long.
Pull lever. What's gonna happen? Oh, we're drilling. Okay, maybe you know what? Maybe don't pull it. Oh, my bad. Can I unpull it? No, it's gonna do this forever. Oh, well. My bad, I guess. My bad for being too curious. Hi, Carnus! Welcome back! Enjoy your nudzy. Enjoy your daily nudzy. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, if you guys new here, make sure to kill your daily nudgy. So we can keep counting your stream streaks. That way, whenever you decide to join us again in the future, you will then know that, hey, it's my second time here. Isn't that cool? Okay, so we're back into the middle. Right? No, it's not the middle, isn't it? Or is it? Can I jump? Whoa, okay, not like this. Whoa, jump. I don't think I can jump here. I have a longer stream streak than the daily nudgies. That means you should take more daily nudgies. Obviously. Obviously. Okay, I'm gonna go here again. Use the daily nudges. It took some time to implement. That's also true. Okay, I'm completely lost. Maybe I'll just follow him, you know? I'll just follow my drone. I just follow my toaster. You seem like you know where we're going. Most of the time, at least. When you know walking into the wall. Where did he disappear? Oh, he go this way? Okay. I wonder if there's something in this cave that I'm like supposed to take. Because it's like important for the story. But we're not gonna take it if we follow the guy. Which way? Which way? Do you want to go this way? No? I don't know. Maybe? There was a tablet in the main room. Yeah, there's a lot of those tablets. They aren't necessarily important. You can just pick them up and just look at them, but they have all the same information that we already know.
What's this?
Yeah, what is that? Should I pull the lever? Should I pull the lever again, guys? Let's pull all the...
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Oh.
Maybe I shouldn't have messed with this thing, whatever it is.
Maybe I shouldn't put all the levers ever again, guys. Just in case, I think maybe, yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, we can meditate here. Should we meditate? We could, maybe? Oh, because we're losing sanity if we don't. Nice! Curiosity killed the Dino cat? No? Never. Okie dokie. We should eat as well. One more. Okay. Ready to adventure. Am I just supposed to... Okay, I guess. I like to remind you I have a broken foot. And I'm jumping just like that. Cool. There's water. Bottle of water. You see, there's our tablet and it says exactly the same. Team, time, active, climate. Unknown in the area. It isn't necessarily... Oops, my bad. It isn't necessarily anything helpful. Because we don't understand anything about it maybe yet, but... I don't know if we'll ever... understand. Okay, but this part is like really walking simulator. Oi.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Hey drone. You okay?
Kai, are you all right?
Yeah.
Kai, please answer.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just stay there. I'll find another way around.
Oh no.
Follow my beacon sound. Be careful, Kai.
I'll try my best, Alfie, don't worry. We'll find each other again soon, I hope. Okay, I guess I've seen a way here. Like here. Maybe we can go there. Hello, Daisy. Hope you're gonna enjoy your stay. Welcome in. We currently just walking simulator, guys. Follow the beacon sound. I don't hear anything. Okay, you can bet, guys. Will I be lost or will I find Alfie first? Oh wait, I think I hear the beacon sound. But it's not Alfie. Oh, it is Alfie! Hi, I made it!
Were you injured in the collapse?
No.
No, I'm fine, but let's not wait around for another, okay?
What is this?
Huh, what's this doing in here? Maybe that's how these little bastards get around.
Hey? What are we supposed to do with it? Nothing? Truly Najima, just welcome back. Hi. And lucky enough to not walk in tiny spaces in those caves. Well, technically you're right. We are lucky. Why he called them bastards? We don't have a good relationship with the other robots. Cause Alfie is like a nice one, but the other robots that are, let's say they live here in this area. So when they first came in, our first encounter was that they came to like make the fire go down. Wow. As they're programmed to do so. But they didn't help us when we were like sending them SOS messages and asking them for help. They did really nothing. So it just like they're programmed to do nothing but to serve their purpose, which is like serving this whole project, I guess. which is not actually helping people. So they are kind of like neutral to us, but at the same time, you know, we don't like them because they're not helpful. Yeah, kind of like that. No, they're not necessarily evil. They didn't like do anything to us yet. Right? But yeah, they not helpful at all as well. Oh, what do you think, Alfie? Why is the game breaking? Also, my finger hurts so bad. Wait, can I do something silly? Move forward W and then jog W. Can I have double W? I don't know. Are we moving faster? I guess. Wait, I guess it's working. I guess it worked. I think we are.
You said that you do not see how it
Oh my
matters,
god.
But I continue to process this question of illusions and life.
I wish I did
After
it
the talk
sooner.
about battery mortality a few weeks ago,
How do I go in
I
here?
have been wondering. What do
I
you
think we
it
go
really
the other
means
way.
to be a person? This experience has gotten me thinking about my own place in the world.
Am I the therapist now? Self-aware Wait, you're
Well, I
self-aware
suppose
now?
A human would be a person, as we're both self-aware and conscious.
What if a human was turned into an AI? Would they remain a person?
Well, wouldn't that just make them an I for intelligence?
That is precisely my point. What is the distinction that makes one artificial?
Well, I suppose
Can't
the fact
make
that
it
you
in
were
here.
created artificially, you know.
You can't simply use the word in the definition. But if you believe you were created by God or some other worldly being, would that not mean you were created artificially as well?
I suppose it would all be relative.
Well,
just
he has a
like anything.
point, guys.
Maybe you
Our
do have a
toaster
point.
have a point.
It really isn't up to me to decide.
That we can agree on. I am not sure many share that sentiment, unfortunately.
Well, he's onto something. What was that? He's a little philosopher toaster, that's true. It's semantic, not philosophy. Okay. Where are we going? I swear, the chapter 3 is just like walking simulator. Nothing happened.
It is my lack of parentage that makes me artificial. If that is even an appropriate way of describing the state of being a person.
You just need to find yourself.
I don't know. I think you just have to find yourself. Find your own way.
Is that how you were brought up?
Well, that's how I brought myself up. You know, even though he wasn't all that present, with my old man gone near the end of high school, I guess it sort of set me free to make my own path.
That must have been hard for you. How does this make you feel?
I don't know. I mean, I figure everyone has a time in their life where they've got to make that decision. Even an artificial someone, I suppose.
Perhaps your upbringing could in some part account for your relative absence in your children's lives.
I've been exactly what they needed me to be.
There is a court order for a reason, Kai.
And how does that help us find Donovan exactly?
Wow.
As you know, I am here to help anytime.
Yeah, I know.
Sure, very helpful with that
I'm
note.
just ready to get this over with, is all.
Can't believe in God when I don't even believe in myself. No! I believe in you. I believe in you, Snudgies. You can do everything. Oh, shit.
The weather up here sure is unpredictable.
And I believe we can finish this game today. Is that true? I have no freaking idea. But I'm thinking... I feel like we may actually be close to an end. And I feel like we don't like the end. We will not like it, the ending.
What's this?
Put back. Oh, cereal. Keep it empty. Tablet, mug, glasses, book, sampler. Can we take the sample? We can't. Okay, so there's nothing we can take. I see. Did the other guy die finally? No. It turns out we made a contact with him via radio, and we're trying to we're looking for him. Oh my god. I don't know.
Clock is right twice a day.
The last time I pushed the lever, it wasn't a good idea. Oh man. What is it gonna do? Is it gonna explode?
Well, I've heard of cloud seeding before, but I mean, it's probably just a coincidence.
What happened? Oh, nice. All this to get to him? Apparently, yes. But listen, we have our airplane blow up. Well, not necessarily blow up. It caught on fire. So we technically have nowhere to go. No, okay. So it's like controlling the weather. Oh. Oh, now it's purple. Why it's purple? It's controlling the weather. Wow. Yeah, so we technically have nowhere to go. So our best thing is to actually look for the Navian and possibly find somebody else during that time. Because technically, when we're gonna be together, there is a chance... Okay, wait. Now that I'm thinking, because I made a radio contact with the Navian, right? I was on a big-ass building that had a radio connection. And I only checked like 2 sections, 2 frequencies, I think. So technically, we could stay there. We can check as many frequencies as we can and maybe find help. But yeah, instead of it, we decided to go find the Navian. So maybe it wasn't the smartest, but maybe we're trying to find him and then we'll go back with him to the radio station and then try to make contact with anybody else in the world. I guess. That could make sense. He's still our friend. He's like our co-pilot, right? So that is a bond between you two. If you have a co-pilot, that's kind of like, you know, you're kind of bonded. So it makes sense we're trying to look for him. Thank you for free streams, Matches. Thank you.
Great.
Oh, man.
I didn't fall in this time. That's progress.
Progress is what we are looking for. One foot in front of the other.
Says the guy with no feet.
Can I try? Nope. Okay. He wants to go there, I think. I think Bro is dead. I can't make it through here. You need to go alone. We literally talked to him, so he cannot be dead if we talk to him. But our friend, I mean Alfie, made a point. Because when we were walking, he said that the Navian, so like our friend that we're looking for, said exactly the same sentence that Naomi said before she died. Like in her last video record. Sound record, because we found Naomi's diary and it was like she was recording like, hey, day 31, we did this and that. And the day before her life, I mean like on her last recording, so we assume the day before she died, she said something in this recording, and apparently our friend said exactly the same thing or like very similar to what she said. And for some reason Kai, which is me, wasn't like really suspicious about it. Only like Only like Alfie was like, hey, but they said exactly the same thing. Like, so what? Like, oh, I am kind of suspicious about it too. I don't know what's going on, but I'm looking for a big ass plot twist here. I like plot twists, so yeah, I'm looking forward to that. What if he was just in our minds because we're going crazy? There is a possibility. There is a possibility, I guess. I can't make it here. I want to make it here, but I can't. Like, on those, kinda. Hello, Aros. Hi, Seafire. Welcome in, guys. Hello, hello. I'm trying to find a way to go here. Any ideas? Any ideas, guys? We can't even go, like, up here. Find a way to cross the creeways. Chop tree down. This kinda... Oh, you're right.
Okay, stay clear while I take the hatchet to this tree.
I was like, this tree is kinda tall enough. No, the other way. We should be chopping it the other way.
Okay.
Like this way, no? Okay, never mind. I guess not really.
You know, I really should have gotten you that strength upgrade.
Didn't we do that at one point? Chop the tree? I don't remember chopping the tree. Oh, we did? Maybe we did. You're right.
Be careful. This crevice.
I know I just joined. I'm never sure what's the game about.
Hey,
It's an adventure, storytelling game.
Bottomless pit, yeah.
We crashed a plane at this place, and we're trying to rescue our friend right now and then survive, I guess. Enter daily Naji Solis. Welcome, welcome. You make a cutout in the direction you want the tree to fall. Oh, good to know. Yeah, and that makes sense. That makes sense now that I think about it. You're right, that makes sense.
Hey, didn't Donovan say something about big-ass fans?
Yes, he did.
But he could have been referring to anything.
Yeah, we're close.
No,
I
not
can
to
feel it.
anything. Let's stack some food. Yeah, but those are big-ass fans. Okay, plane crash makes sense. Saving friend makes sense. The fuck is the flying bot though? He's our therapy toaster. Sorry. Bless me, I guess. Can we get inside here? No. Okay. So yeah, the toaster is our friend. Only one we have left, I guess. Thank you guys, thank you. Wouldn't the tea be frozen solid? How do you know it's not? Maybe I'm eating ice. But hey, I'm gonna do what I did to survive. Thank you, thank you. Decide you chop the notch controls where the tree falls. You're right, yes, I visualize it in my head and that makes sense. You guys right. Thank you for the care package. I actually can feel my throat. I think I need to speak less. Guys, we're moving on to silent stream. Enjoy. No, I really want to finish this game today. So I hope my throat will survive.
We can keep following the cables into a gorge.
Mm-hmm.
Or we can go through the fence with warning signs plastered all over it. Great.
We will not have light for much longer. I suggest you make a decision.
Guys, where do we want to go? Here or here?
Advice and head back?
Should we go through the gate with the wardings, or should we go whatever this road is? Did you make the apple pie yesterday? I did not. In the end, I did not. My parents advised me to do it today, so we have like one more day because it was late yesterday, so nobody would eat it. And I wanted to make it today, but today we had no place in the refrigerator to keep it, so parents want to make it tomorrow. And it's like, make it tomorrow, make it the next day, make it the next day. I say the mountain pass looks more fun. Like this? You want to skip this? What is it about even? Let me see. Oh, there's like fallen rocks. Oh, it's fallen rocks. Okay, I see. I say the mountains. Okay, we're going for the mountains, guys. Ba, ba, ba. Yum yum. But I had a watermelon today.
Hey, we already crossed.
It's almost like an apple pie.
Of sorts.
I have a mascarpone in my fridge, guys. Is there anything cool I can make out of mascarpone?
Kai, do not look down. You will be fine.
Oh shit, I should not look down.
You're not helping, you know.
I was like thinking, can I use my mascarpone for a apple pie, for example? But I guess you can put it like on top when you take a bite, like not make it a permanent thing, but like add yourself if you want. Do it, please. I was thinking tiramisu, but I don't have the things to make it. I don't have the biscuits. Yeah. I never made tiramisu, by the way, so I don't know if it would even work. Wait, I need to meditate. I think it's just a trail.
It's just a trail, all right? Simple risk assessment and nothing more.
Perhaps. But the way one approaches such assessments would differ from person to person.
Well, maybe those people.
By the way, anyone else trying to survive through the day with heat? It's been 33 whole day and it just now dropped to 20. Yeah, it's been 33 for me as well. I don't know what it is right now though. But yeah, right now it's cool, but like it's still, the air is like heavy. You know what I mean? It's still like hard to breathe. Sweet buns or cake? You can use it as a filling as well. Ooh, sweet buns. How do we make a sweet buns though? I need to Google that because that sounds nice. That sounds like a nice idea. Breathe in and breathe out, guys. Now it's the time to meditate. Breathe in and breathe out. Tiramisu is a very easy cake to make, really. I've seen some other idea was that to take the biscuits, put it on a coffee, then add mascarpone, so basically something similar to tiramisu, but then you put like apples or pear. And then biscuits again. Or you can make ravioli. What is your... I don't know if I like ravioli. Wait, is it this way? I guess. Sweet bun is cake. Okay, what is a sweet bun? I need to Google that. I'm sorry. I need to know. Wait, hold on a minute. Where's my package coming home? I don't know. Is sweet buns. Oh my god. That is nice. Ooh, you're onto something, guys. You're onto something. Give me a second. Okay. Sounds like you're throwing spell with all those weird words. What do you mean? Which words? Welcome in. We don't do that here. Hope you're gonna enjoy your stay. Welcome. Enjoy your daily nudgy. Any cake that doesn't require any baking is an easy cake. Is it? I mean, baking isn't that hard, isn't it? You just put it in the oven and it bakes. No? No? Well, I guess you can burn it, but as long as you put it as you should. Like, you know... Wait, where am I going? This way. Okay, this way.
Wow.
The ex-wife made a sweet bun king and holy hell, it was amazing.
Hey, I told you we'd make it.
I'll need to see what do I need to make the bun itself.
Can't say that I have, but this wasn't exactly my field.
Perhaps I should stay outside and keep
I have
watch.
cake, enjoy your
If you think
cake.
that is a good idea, of course.
Stay outside, this why you wanted to turn back? No, you're coming with me.
Oh no, you're not getting out of this that easy.
I am glad. I would not want you to worry about losing me again.
Oh,
Perhaps you will need my help inside after all.
You think anyone's home?
I'm
Just
here.
as lifeless as the others.
You should consider the consequences before
I just make sweet buns from the yeast though. You can put a cheese there as well as some other fillings to make it a dual filling. Once I make it, the Nutella mascarpone. Oh, nice. That sounds really nice. I'm losing my tracking again. Are we overheating again? We shouldn't be, I guess. Baking is more chemistry than cooking. It's easy because it doesn't require you to have an oven, so you can technically just make it at a hotel using a mini fridge. Oh wait, I never look at it that way. You're onto something. Definitely onto something. Scanning my hand. Beep beep boop boop.
Humanity verified.
Hello?
Yeah, lifeless it is. Standby mode. Human verification required to enable Sky Preview.
What is a Sky
Says there are
Preview?
2 switches on the center console.
Hand. Overheating? We talking about PC or brain? We talking about my phone now. We're tracking, but PC is also overheating today. He's doing a very hard work for his last
I think we need to flip
weeks.
them in unison.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
Come on, just over there. Right on 3.
I don't know what we're doing, honestly. I don't know if it's a good idea. Where's my Sky Preview?
Wow, would you
Whoa.
look at that? Almost like something out of a movie.
It appears to be a perfect match of the real sky outside.
Okay.
Tech these days is something else, isn't it? But what's the point of it?
So they can control the weather for real.
Well, if it ain't the prodigal Boy Scout himself.
What?
What took you so long, Kai?
Did they move you again? Where are you?
Donovan? Where the hell are you?
Where aren't I, right? Not there.
Huh?
Still stuck in this shitty sick bay. Oh, you know, it's not so bad when
What the hell, man? Do you know what we've been through to get up here? And how
What?
are you even talking through this system? What is this?
Again, asking the wrong questions, brother.
Oh no.
Oh, but hell, ask and you shall receive. Just, hold on a sec.
Hello, Donovan. It is good to hear your voice again.
Oh, that bot's still tagging along, I see.
I think my friend is corrupted, guys.
Keep Kai company, will you?
He does have a name, you know.
Oh, so now you're on a first-name basis with the Rust Bucket, huh? Okay. Should be seeing something on those screens. You got it? I'm pretty sure that's where I'm at. Or thereabouts.
How are you showing this?
How is this even possible? How are you showing me this?
Guess it's working then?
From a sick bay? What the hell is going on there?
Shit, man. I don't know.
What?
Just doing it. You know?
No, I don't know.
Oh, we're looking for this.
Look, I don't make the rules, okay? I'm just a messenger.
Messenger? Messenger for what? What the hell are you talking about?
Exactly.
Them
human trials.
Will you cut it out?
Look, I don't know what to tell you, but this place, what they're doing up here. Yeah, I don't know how, but they're changing shit. Everyone will see. Soon enough.
Yeah, med's kicking in, I think.
The bots will show you the way. Just keep them eyes peeled at sunup. Hey, Kai, don't give up now. This is the only way you'll find me. Oh shit, she's coming back.
Damn it!
Do you have any idea what Donovan was referring to?
Which friend? Donavian. Donavian, whatever his name is.
Right. It's the meds.
I think my only real friend
Up on something.
is Alfie right now. I should not trust anybody else.
I guess the key wasn't at the peak after all. Just getting tired of this shit.
Me too, man. By the way, console talking about human presence being required on humanity scanner seems quite concerning considering you travel with some sort of sentinel drone. Yeah, but keep in mind it's like 2050 something years, so technically I think the world is like they're using drones or like AI/robots for everything right now.
Come on, we need to get to the highest ground and fire a flare.
So there is an airplane, you're right. So I think the human verification is required so like they don't freak up anything, you know.
Come on.
I don't think they're gonna see it. What?
Are my visual sensors malfunctioning, Kai? Are you seeing
What the hell?
We're under the dome.
They were right.
This airplane is not even existing. Uh-oh. It's all a simulation, guys. Where the heck are we? What? Oh man, the end. It's the end of the chapter 4, but we have a chapter 5 incoming. Don't worry, don't worry. It's still not the end of the game. I see the end of the journey in the sequel moment time. No. It's like the game contains chapter, and you end up chapters, and then you have another one, which is cool. They don't put it under the DLC. I think they have a cool idea for a story. They just did want to make and not put it like under paywall, you know. This is far in the future and still needs humans to stab. Yes. It's like art, nice. We are in a simulation, so I wonder if it's even true that we actually crashed in Antarctica. I think we're actually captured. You know? Like, they simulated the crash so they could use us as a human resources to like test their thing, whatever is happening here. Well, in the most stories, when something needs human verification, usually mean there are different races around. There's definitely AI. There's definitely AI around here, like robots and stuff. I was fucking joking about to see the end of the journey. You'll see, you better be careful what you're joking about. No, you're in the Matrix. Okay, wait. Why it's working again now? Wait, whoa. Aurora. Wait. Wait. Aurora was the name. You remember? It was the name of the program. Start recording? What do I record? Oh, okay.
Well, I guess
Well.
What, 33?
It was aliens.
34
Aliens
days?
are using us for their captures. Makes sense. I don't think it's aliens, guys.
Aurora
Protagonist is probably test subject, and Donavian, willingly or not, is used as a bait to motivate protagonist to
I'm still
move.
not sure how to explain this place.
Maybe Julio's right. I don't know what's real. I don't know what's real.
I don't know what's real anymore. Projections in the sky, that nonsense Donovan keeps spouting, all these facilities. I mean,
there is a possibility that both me and Donavian was actually caught the same way. And we weren't like willingly participating in it, but Donavian was like hurt badly, so maybe they offered him to help in exchange for being the bait. Aurora is the Northern Lights. Yes, but it's also the name of the program that they're running here, because when we entered some facility, there was like Aurora being written on the walls, and it was broadcast to the world. So Aurora is definitely like a name of something in here.
Continue as if I were not here.
They'll never hear it. I don't know what to say. Will the court allow that?
Are you saying the court will allow that now?
The court will heed the advice of my final report.
So that's a no.
They captured you just to check the box in the I'm not a roller capture.
Evidence?
All of this for that? Damn it. It always aliens. Yeah, clunkers posing as aliens using to capture scholars.
Jesus, yeah, fine. I was late.
Okay, I like to remind you guys that the whole program is about like a weather control, okay?
They survived, didn't they?
And we kinda already were doing that, like this big ball inside the forest. We kinda controlled the weather. So it is, I think it is a human program made to control the weather. What is that?
These damn drones won't leave us alone.
Oh, but it's smoking.
Oh, wait a minute. Didn't Donovan mention something about drones leading the way?
Yeah, they were supposed to lead me to Donavian, right?
But I am not sure if he meant that literally.
Contact him.
See if you can make contact with him.
Yes.
This is why
Ford, is this protagonist a criminal? Yeah, I think kind of just right. He has something to do with like his kids being taken away from him, and he has a court order if it comes to. Wait, it's so bright. I can look at that.
There was no communication that I could detect.
Oh shit! Come on, we can't lose it.
But I think he also want to file this whole company to the court for what happened here. I think, I don't know. I can take a brunch. I'm gonna take it. Box of food, my chips. I don't think we're going to the court anyway. I mean, I'm not sure if we're gonna survive this, honestly. Oh, we have a cup. You can throw a cup. Can I throw a cup at... I'm sorry. It was just a first test. I was just testing. I'm sorry. Pillow fight! Anyway. You don't have to go to court if you're dead. No, that's not what I'm thinking. I was in court a few weeks ago as a witness. Oh my man. Scary. I luckily was never at a court. I would be so shitting my pants in a court. I don't know. If I would need to be some kind of a witness or anything like that, I would be shitting my pants.
Nah.
Where are we going? Which way are we going then?
Are you sure we should be following this autonomous robot? We don't
Well,
even...
you sure do like to question every little thing, don't you?
Well, that is my job, if you'll recall.
Yeah, how could I forget?
We could always slow down and come up with a plan of action.
Oh, should we meditate? We don't need to. Car accidents, so not that bad. My mom is a lawyer, so it was not my first rodeo. Oh, fair. That sounds scary though. I hope everybody's alright. Car accidents are a shitty thing. Yeah. I mean, there's still time, so No, I don't want to.
Easy, 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 easy.
Na na na. Na na na. Would not say okay, but not dead. Well, I would categorize not dead as okay, honestly, in this particular scenario.
Oh, man.
Yay, more walking simulator. Okay, I really do still believe it's a great game, but the last 2 chapters are making like too much walking instead of doing something fun. Like the first chapter, there was a lot happening, like chop down the tree, do this, do this, do that. But the last 2 is like walking, walking, walking. You fell down, chop 1 tree, walking, walking, walking. Scan your hand, put the lever, put the lever, put the lever, scan your hand, walking, walking, walking. Oh, I was here. It's weird that this...
So much for Donovan's big-ass fans.
Oh, okay, chill out. Chill out, man. What the heck? Oh. Yeah, I was about to say the dome is actually repaired, which is kinda suspicious, isn't it? Walking simulators, what do you like? Simulators? I do, and I do like walking simulators because behind every walking simulator there is a great story, honestly. I haven't yet played a walking simulator that had a bad story.
For a moment.
Did you lose the drone? I'm fine, what happened?
What the hell happened?
Oh dear. You must have hit your head on the way down.
Down? Oh no.
Yeah.
Where are we?
The big-ass fans.
Just rest, Kai. You will be fine.
Oh man.
What are those even doing out here? What is any of this doing out here?
Are we starting to question everything? If you get a PT, you can fly up to the door. We crashed our PT, so, I mean, we crashed our plane.
It appears as if this autonomous robot has found us after all.
Yeah. What a
it's called Mixtape.
Come on, we need to keep up.
Really? I thought Mixtape was supposed to be something like, this other... which was happening in school, Life is Strange? Wasn't it supposed to be something similar? Okay, Life is Strange was also a walking simulator, and I quit during the gameplay of the first one. Oh no.
This damn drone spraying this shit everywhere.
I think I need to take my meds. Pill bottle, climate cough. Oh, I can't take them.
Maybe some rest would do
I can't take
you
them.
and that cough some good. You did not get a bit of sleep
Those
last
pills
night.
are enough. I'll rest when we find we can lose the drone. Those pills are enough.
Yeah, just need another one of those pills. What are they called again? Climate cough, I think. Yeah.
Perhaps that is only a temporary solution.
Perhaps.
And perhaps this is only a
But it's
temporary
working.
situation.
I hope you are right, Kai.
Yep. I bet I am. Mixtape is another industry plan again that are clearly bought another film from ENZ. I don't know. I heard it's good. I mean, I heard it had like amazing reviews and everything, but I thought it's just like Life is Strange kind of game, which is apparently like cool story, love story, I guess. So people were like happy about it because they like love stories. I mean, you didn't have enough to press. I mean, you don't even have to press a button for playing it. That's an ultimate walking sim. Wait, maybe I should play it. Really? I heard it's dog shit? Well, I mean, I've seen, like you mentioned, IGN review, and like everybody was like the industry or like people like that was like, yeah, that's a great game. But I have never, I never actually heard any player review.
Anybody home? And we need some help.
So I'm just like talking about
Kai, but I see no signs of
the
recent
industry
activity.
reviews.
These appear to have been abandoned for some time.
That figures. But why'd they just leave without packing up?
They were in a rush, maybe? No, empty noodles. Can I play? Oh, I can play. Is there money? Oh my god, look at the nose. I'm keeping it. Ooh, 3 out of 5 stuffed animals collected. Dang it, I wish I would pay attention to them more. Empty. When I hear Walking Simulator, it reminds me of that one game I played on PS4 a long time ago. Wait. I know which one you're talking about. I played it too. It is a real walking simulator. I have no idea up to this day what's going on in this game. But it was given for free in like the PlayStation Plus subscription, right? It's that one. It's that one. I played it too. I think it's like one of the most like popular games. It was like really well promoted, but it was like whatever, I guess. It wasn't that good actually. Journey? No, it wasn't Journey, I think. Journey is the Nintendo one, isn't it? Journey game. Yeah, Journey is a Nintendo. I mean, I have it on Nintendo. No. I'm not talking Journey. It's it was like walking inside a city kind of thing. Mixtape has little gameplay and the story is kind of bad. Okay, fair. I totally can understand that. You can buy ratings from ENG? Really? Can I buy ENG to say that I'm the best VTuber? How much will they charge? Maybe tablet has some sort of info on why it's abandoned. The tablets don't really have anything important to say. Like this one has nothing to say actually. Okay, nothing here. Journey is a PS game as well. Fair. Yeah, I just have it on the Switch. But no, it's not the one that I'm thinking about. It's not the one, but I completely... Wait, is that SOS? I think it may be... Oh, it is. Holy heck. I just want this to end. Oh, wait, I can read it. I hope the rescue team comes for us. We're doing pretty bad out there. It's been 5 days now. The experiment was a total failure and... blah, 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 blah. Not sure what to do anymore. Kelly's looting Raph. We can't get out of the tents. The storm is too strong. I feel like a bird in a cage. I hope we die. Is it die? I hope we D. There's D and wow. We're running out of liquids. I just want this to end. Oh my god. We're trapped in this tent if rescue comes to end. Okay, I can read that alert. Oh man, that's sad. That looks like poop. Okay. With enough money, yes. Guys, we doing a donation founding for EGN. To say I'm the best VTuber and everybody should watch me. We're doing that.
Hello.
This thing's busted.
If you can play it with a friend, Journey become the most better game than doing it solo. Yeah, I played it solo and I don't really understand, but then I like hold hands with other people and I guess it's just a beautiful game rather than story game. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I haven't played that much to maybe see. Just the sauce in Polish, sure.
Perhaps the illusion goes well beyond our senses.
He just told us, how could he? Why it's matter? I didn't read the question, sorry.
I just continue to process this idea.
I'm sorry.
There must be
I mean, you can try with ENG though. I'm not sure. Bank will give you a rating. ENG on the other hand, as long as you pay enough.
There is meaning to your life, or mine, for that matter.
Wait, where are we going? This way?
Christ. Hey, maybe you really are self-aware after all. If you're starting to worry about the meaning of life.
Whoa, Alfie!
You said it was not up to you to make such a classification.
Whoa.
Just making an observation. But sure. I guess that's more your thing.
Is that what you believe to be the role of a therapist?
Well, I mean,
I can't force you to come to any specific conclusion.
Yeah, no, I know that.
Just like it is not up to you to decide whether or not my consciousness exists, it is not up to me to
Whoa, okay, Alfie, I'm sorry.
I can only help you to discover your own path.
Maybe you're right, there's nothing to confront. I'll make my peace at home. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, well...
Where are we?
Maybe you're right.
Maybe you're right.
You no longer believe the court order to be...
I don't think we should be there. I think we're back to this place, aren't we?
Alright, so... Maybe I overreacted this morning, okay? But being late a few times is a big leap to neglect.
It would be, yes, if that were the case. But until you can recognize the source of this pattern of neglect, you will never be able to heal and the court order will stand.
Look, I'm trying out here, all right? But there's only so much I can focus on fixing at once, you know?
Alfie, you need to lead the way. I don't know where to go. Okay. The Robert's the therapist? Holy fuck. If someone has been constantly booking. I think he in particular was made to be like a companion slash therapist kind of stuff because I'm traveling a lot and like I think I don't have like we have a copilot, but other than that we're like all alone. So I think he was made to like help us survive the journey. I can't go there. How do you want me to go there? Yeah, it's my AI waifu, guys. Get yourself in line. Alfie is my waifu. Oh, hint. Follow the spraying drone. I don't see the drone anymore. I don't see that guy anymore. Life is just a series of chemical reactions. Well, isn't Alfie actually a chemical creation? I mean, he's a technological creation, but technology kind of comes from like chemistry. Do you remember the direction the drone went to? I have no clue. I got distracted by the camp, but I think we should just go straight and hope for the best. Oh, there's another. Boodle. Drink it. Everything comes from chemistry, you see? You see? It's all physics, just a different scale. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to go here. Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you for the follow. Hope you can enjoy your stay. Welcome, welcome. Nada bot is nothing more than AI made with neural network, which is the best approximation of how humanity brain works. Yeah, he's actually being self-aware now, guys. So, you know. Previously, he was also asking if if you put a human into like robot, will it be an AI or will it still be a human? So he's asking weird questions, guys. What is this? Looks weird. He's asking, oh my god, my sanity. I'm losing sanity. You think he hovers over us when we sleep? No, he sleeps as well because he's running on batteries and we can't charge him. So anytime he's not needed, he goes into standby mode, which saves his battery. And literally when sometimes we have a cutscene when we wake up, you can literally see him like laying on the floor next to you, which is kind of cute. He's like a puppy. That's some hardcore philosophical question, right? And he was like asking those questions. I'm like, oh, interesting question, not gonna lie. That's how Warhammer 40k, they made intelligent robot without using AI? Okay, how do you make a robot with AI? So you're putting a human brain inside a robot? Isn't that... That's kind of scary, isn't it? Lobotomy? Human brains? Fuck. That sounds scary. Oh my god, where are we go? Never mind, I think I found it. I think I found this guy.
Kai, look at the edge of the clearing. It appears we have found our autonomous robot friend again.
I do. Okay, I need to check this first.
Or did our friend find us?
Investigate the garage.
Looks like it's headed for that big gate over there.
Okay.
It is not too late to slow down.
Yeah, and make a plan. I know, all right? Just help me look around this garage, all right? We can't
Just
lose
help
that
me
drone.
look around the garage, man.
Those look like fun. Batteries are probably shot out here anyway.
Tape measure. It's definitely... Oh my god, I can keep it. I can keep a tape measure. What the heck? But I can't keep drill. I think I'd rather need a drill. Drone eye. Can I keep it? No. Do you want a new eye?
Are you sure you want to disturb any more vehicles?
Maybe there's something here that can help us through that gate.
Perhaps we should backtrack and see.
Just help me look, will you?
Huh. Well, I don't think there's anything here. If we had a gun, we could shot the drone down, Sag. Why would we shot it down? He's a friend. Actually, Alfie is my only friend. I trust only Alfie at this point. Not gonna lie, guys. I don't trust Donavian, and there's nobody else in here, so I only trust Alfie. You can charge here, Alfie. Do you want to charge? Alfie, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Psst, 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 psst. He's not responding. Oh, he didn't make it in. He could charge here. Why is it moving? Scary. Scary. Oh my god, hello readers! Hi guys! Javita? Am I pronouncing that right? I really hope. Hi, welcome, welcome. Hold on. Hello. Oh, my tracking. I'm losing my tracking sometimes. Hello. There's spiders incoming. Oh my god, I do have arachnophobia, guys. Please be nice, spiders. Please be cute, spiders. Please. Thank you guys for the read. I hope you had an amazing time. What was it? Water Park Simulator. Oh my god, I love this game. How did you enjoy Water Park? It's so amazing. I am such a big fan of like simulator games. It's probably all I play. It's like, yeah, cozy games or simulator games. And right now we're actually playing a walking simulator, if you guys enjoy the simulators at all. We're playing a walking simulator, yeah. Well, actually, it's an adventure game, but there's a lot of walking involved, okay? So, yep. You did pronounce it right, yeah! How's the game been? It's been lovely. I love games where they have like great story and you kind of unlock the story by like with a suspense, you know what I mean? It takes time and you're like progressing and you want more and more and more. And this is exactly what's happening. I don't know if you guys play Firewatch ever, but this game really reminds me of Firewatch. And yeah, we are probably on the episode on the last episode, because this is episode 5. So I expect it to be the last. So if you guys want to find out how the story ends, please feel free to get the cozy seat and I'll be happy to be your company for the rest of the night. My name is Saura and I'm a plushy dinosaur. If you don't believe me, now you should believe me. And this little guy here is Milo. It's actually a Snudgy, and Snudgy is our community mascot. And everybody can be a Snudgy. I think we have a little Milo comment here. Or Snudgy. Snudgy? Maybe? Yeah, I do actually have a Snudgy comment if you want to see how Snudgy looks like. But that's basically you guys. Snudgy is you. Snudgy is you, yeah. And I'm Saura, hi. Thank you so much for the raid yet again. Please take care. And yeah, I hope you did enjoy the water park. Oh, we just little spooters. I hope you're the cute one. I'm really scared of spooters. Hi Nezuko, welcome. Did someone make a version that's coming instead of coming? Huh? Who's coming? Wait, you guys are coming or no? I just see that. If you don't like the spooters, then feel free to squish it. We enjoy it. Okay, cool. We got everything. Now we know everything. I squish you. You are cute and nice. Good. Oh, I know Firewatch. It was so good. Yeah, if you enjoy Firewatch, this one really reminds me of Firewatch. And there is one more game. It's called Radio Light. But the Radio Light is a bit more horror vibe. I think it's even categorized as a horror game. So if you enjoy that, I can also recommend Radio Light. I did play the beta. No, sorry, not the beta. The demo. Oh yeah, I played the demo, and I'm really looking forward to play the whole game once I finish this one. But we should finish that one today, hopefully. Yeah. But yeah, welcome. Thank you for coming in. I hope you enjoy your stay, guys. I am really excited to show you. We're currently in the base. I'm trying to figure out what we can grab. Oh, we can grab a key card.
Hey there, Mr.
Yeah.
Groundskeeper Moralo.
An adorable creature holding another adorable creature.
I do not believe that is a communications device, Kai.
Oh, thank you.
That's exactly what's happening here. I'm all about the cozy vibes and yeah, just having a good time. If you enjoy that, please feel free to stay. And we also have a daily Nudgy redeem, so if you want, grab that. You're not gonna starve tonight. You're gonna have one whole Dino Nudgy to eat. Not gonna starve. Sounds like a deal to me. What are you playing? We're playing a game called Arctic's Awakening. It's an adventure, storytelling, walking simulator. Okay, we got a key card. We keep that. That's fine. Now we go. Da-da-da-da-da. And this is my friend. Where's Alfie? Quick breakup of the story, if you guys wondering. We're a pilot, and we crashed in this area. Like Antarctica vibes. We crashed here, and we crashed with our co-pilot. And our co-pilot is missing. We're basically looking for him the whole game, and we thought he was dead until very recently. We found out he's not dead, and now we're looking to grab him, go get him, find him, rescue him, whatever you call it. And we have this little guy. We have this silly little guy, which is Alfie, and he's our best friend and therapist. Yeah. Helping us found the other friend, which I don't know if is even our friend anymore, guys. So much happened. I don't even know if I can trust my co-pilot at all. Oh, and during that, we also found some weird things, and it turns out that there is a program that can control the weather, apparently, and that's what they're testing here. And if you think that's a sky, you're far from right, because that is actually a dome, like dome, however you pronounce that. So we're actually living under a dome, so I have a suspicion we are a part of, like, some kind of human testing thingy, which is, whoa, crazy. So I'm really looking forward to find out how it's gonna end. Dome, okay, thanks. Sorry, I'm Polish, by the way, so sometimes my pronunciation will be very wrong, but I hope you're gonna enjoy it. I shall go get some food and will lurk. You absolutely love your vibe. Thank you so much. You're absolutely the cutest. Enjoy your food. I should grab some tea because my throat is dying. I've been yapping for 5 hours. Yeah, and I just recently got back from a hiatus, so I'm not really used to yapping this much. How are we supposed to get in here, Alfie? Tell me. Tell me. You can do gamble all. So you can gamble all your points if you don't know how much you have. That's very helpful. We also have a fish command. You can do !fish and have a fishing session. You can do whatever you want here. You can do whatever you want here. Oh, there's a cooldown. You may actually need to wait at Sunya a little because there's a little cooldown on that. Let me in, please. Investigate garage and find a way through the gate. Maybe I didn't investigate it enough. I shall go back, I guess. Where was it? Here? Maybe you need the car to crash through the gate? Ooh, wait, you're onto something. That is a big fish! Congratulations on the big fish. There we go. Yep, you can lose everything if you want to, guys. Yeah, feel free. Feel free. You get petals every time you like watch the stream, so if you want to have more points to gamble, you just need to watch for a few minutes. Na 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 na. Oh, wait, because I've been in the car and I couldn't ride the car, so maybe now that I got this key card, maybe I can ride it now. Maybe you're right. Enter vehicle. Can I do beep 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 beep? Okay, I can't. Maybe I need to restore power first.
If we could just get
I think.
this thing.
I'm Russian. I barely can speak. Actually, can't at all in English, so I think your pronunciation is great. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you can still enjoy your time here and understand a little bit from what I'm saying. I think this is the latest you have streamed in a while. Oh, the longest, true.
Hey, look at that.
I told you I was burnout. Now I really have the passion to like really gaming whatever I want. Oh wait, I'm supposed to ride? Oh yeah, oh shit, man. Whoa, I'm actually staring this guy. I mean this hour. Oh yeah, that's also true. Whoa, it's actually.
Do you know where you're going?
Yeah.
I assume that planning.
We're going forward.
In the Navy.
We're going forward.
Where I'm going?
Through the gate. That's what I'm going.
Try convincing me to backtrack now.
Oh.
Kai, what are you doing?
I'm trying to force it. What do you mean what I'm doing?
I'm just getting us through this gate. One more ought to do it.
Whoa!
What the hell?
I do have a driver license if you're wondering. I do. You need to trust me on that one.
Too. Just like everything else. Hey, look. Hey, that drone is headed for the opposite gate.
It appears to be some sort of bee farm.
How can I get out of here?
Oh, great.
Okay.
Bees.
Bees.
My records indicate that you are allergic to bees.
Exit. Wait, the flowers are so pretty. Oh.
Well, they look happy to see us. Picking up anything with that module of yours?
I'm just gonna go. Oh, bees. Wait, I don't think it's... Should we go for... Should we go for the bees? Oh, yeah, I think we need to. Hello, guys. What are you working on so hard?
Reassuring.
I should not speculate.
Oh,
They seem to just
interesting.
be tending to the flowers, right?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
I would prefer to stay clear of these autonomous robots, but that would mean going past the beehives along the bridge. I will follow your lead, Kai.
Well, like I said, always forward.
Always forward,
Let's
we
just
go in.
not wait to see what they want with us.
Did you know
I think it may be a type of food.
50 and 60,000 bees?
Wait,
You're not helping.
Bees are a vital
I
component
think I'm
of the
lost on the
ecosystem.
topic.
Over 90%
You have a
of
driving
the
license, I can
world's
tell from the
crop crops
video.
rely on bees for
Yeah, I do.
pollination.
I
The
do.
ongoing collapse of the
For...
honeybee population is a leading cause
Can
to-
you just...
I don't know how long. Oh no, they beat me.
A bee will only sting as a last resort of
Am I sure? Yeah, I'm pretty
Should I
damn
take
sure.
medicine?
Come on. There's gotta be something useful.
Maybe I should take medicine. Peel bottle.
In this building.
Oh, like... I don't know. What should I do? I'm gonna eat. That is always a good idea. I'm gonna eat. Oh, okay. Let's eat. So what are you all doing at work? I'm currently cutting about $1.50, meter and a half of a class. I will waste dump it. My cross shit had a big smart moment and dumped the whole lid of a golf once and the dump. I don't know if I understand anything from that.
You would
Wait, I'm
assume that a bee
dying.
farm
Am I
contains a
dying?
sting kit
Can I be
somewhere.
healed? But I'm a graphic designer at work. Hi! Good to have you here. Can I please heal? I'm always scared when first time messages don't work. Wait, I don't even see first time messages. Aww. Yeah, but you're onto something. Oh, I do have a medkit. Oh, I can use it. Wow. I can't use it. Death by the beach? No! Please help me, Alfie. Can I actually take it? Table. Soda can. Drink it.
Access denied.
Oh.
Proper safety
Okay.
equipment required.
Well,
I
that would
see.
have been nice to know.
Can I open? No? Okay. Mug. There's a cap. There's nothing in here. Open the door. Yeah. It's weird getting ready for work where you're live. I'm yet to go to sleep, Carnage. The difference is crazy. Keep it. Okay. Can I please get healed? I feel like I'm dying. But I really can't use my medkit. Why do I have a medkit if I can't use it? Oh wait, did I use it? Wait a second. No, medkit. I can use it. Where's the medkit? Hello, please let me use it. I feel like I'm dying. Can I use it? Ah. I think the beast thing was scripted, so maybe you can't heal by items. I think the two. But how am I supposed to get better?
All right.
I think the game is laggy again. Oh, well, I went to bed at 5 a.m. tonight. Wait, you see? Now I even have a red screen in here. I think I broke the game. I can put it on. Find a way to heal. You see? Find a way to heal bee sting. So I need to heal. Okay. Bottle. Keep. I don't know what that is, but I'll take it. What is that? What is that bottle for? Bottle. Just a bottle. I see. Just a bottle. So I am supposed to heal. I don't think going outside can heal me. Maybe I need to stand here. Heal me. Cup. Oh. Nice. Empty. Empty. Best thing is I can see they're empty. Test tube. Wait. Should I put it inside? I can't close it. I can close it, no. Medkit. Oh, that looks like stink. Oh, yeah. Got it, guys. Got it.
Before too long, this hand would have been the size.
I think I was about to die.
Body? I don't know. It swelled up like Snoopy on 6th Avenue.
Okay, is there more? I don't think there's more.
Less temporary than those pills. I
Okay.
suggest you use the bee suit by the door before we go.
Thank you for 100, Raccoon. Thank you for 100 beaties.
Where that drone went.
Thank you, thank you. What are we celebrating?
Can't say I feel much more comfortable with this.
Okay. Now they can do me nothing nice.
That was the last sting kit.
Again, not helping.
Well, I still have a pizza to eat today, and I should do my tea. I can't see nothing. They could at least clean those suits. Oh, hey, what? I don't think we should get out of...
Donovan, that you? I'm here, man.
I don't...
Donovan, do you copy?
Perhaps the jammer Holly spoke of is the problem.
Till we...
I don't know. I haven't picked up anything on this watch for weeks.
She mentioned
I thought we were supposed to be inside.
Signal in one of her
We'll go through it.
She also found pockets where the jamming signal was weaker.
Too bad she's not here. How'd that help us?
Yeah? And how's that help us now? She never figured it out.
I come equipped with a spectrum analyzer. And
Okay.
I've been scanning the...
Wait. Let me get this right. No lasers, no thermal vision, but they gave you a spectrum analyzer.
Huh?
So let's track it down and get the hell out of here.
If only it were that simple. I seem to be missing something.
Okay.
But I will continue scanning with excess cycles.
Oh, well, that's a good thought anyway.
Okay.
Here you had me fooled into thinking you were just a shrink.
So the voice is the robot or narrator? That's Alfie. Yeah, as you can see, there's Alfie talking and there's me talking. So I'm like talking to the robot. And I have a beer. Enjoy. Daddy will survive the bee. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Raccoon. Yes, bee survivor. Survivor? Yeah. I need this badge. A bee survivor. This complex was huge. True, it was. Spectrum analyzer and a therapy bot. Suspicious match. Well, maybe he's not a therapy bot after all. I think he is rather just a bot that we're supposed to be helpful in any kind of situation. and he's kind of programmed to be therapeutic as well. So when you, like, you know, get lost or have nobody to talk to, he's supposed to talk to you back. Yeah, I guess. Oh, Walking Simulator part 360. Well, I can't. I may need to pick up my bestie, but she was supposed to let me know like 20 minutes ago, but that's her usual business. You can always text her. But hey, you're such a cute friend. Like, imagine having a bestie you can call anywhere, like, will you just pick me up? Like, sure. That's so sweet. Bottle. I'll keep my boiler war. Polar war. Yeah. Where are we? Oh, wait. It's the place we're supposed to go.
Son of a bitch was right.
I did text her, but it's sometimes faster to send me. Real fair.
Regardless, there is still the matter of rescue. I'll continue scanning just to be on the
Continue scanning, yes.
However, finding Donovan's location is only one piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's just the three of us stuck out here otherwise.
I don't know, I low-key wanna go there, even though I know I'm supposed to go there, but I like to explore areas that I shouldn't go to, okay? If you're able to walk since so long without faltering, you probably have Olympics leg. Wait, it's been already like days, you know? It's not happening in like one day. Can you open up the door? Hi Nezuko, hope you're gonna enjoy your stay. Welcome. Girl is doing 2 facilities at once. She deserves a taxi once in a while, but last time I drove to Warsaw at 2 AM to pick her up. That's so sweet. Yeah, because the mindful is that you're like not necessarily living inside the city, right? But like the area outside of it. So there's like, that's like a longer trip than just going for a friend. That is having fun at the city, night out or something. Is there hunger in the game? You have so much food. It is actually, yeah. We have a sanity bar and a food bar. So for sanity, we need to meditate near like big rocks, and the food is obviously just food. We do have quite a lot, I guess. We have a lot of water, actually. That's true, that's true. That's true, that's true. Okay, now it's full, you see? Yeah. So it is kinda also like an adventure survival. I guess you need to survive a little more. What is this?
Wow.
Keep it. Oh. Can I wanted to throw it away from the cliff. Like 40 minutes drive on the motorway? Wait, that is long. Wow. That is long. I mean, I heard the guy saying Ward Navy, so him being able to walk for ages is accurate for an ex-soldier. Ooh, I didn't quite remember if he was a Navy though. But maybe you're onto something. True, 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 true. He's a pilot now. And isn't Navy the water?
Well, you know, I bet Amelia would get a
section, isn't it? Or am I mistaken?
And what about Charlie?
Okay, we need to meditate.
You know, he's more
Navy has planes. Okay, so I was mistaken. I was mistaken. Yes, so they do our Navy. Yeah. Okay, let's breathe in and breathe out, guys, to meditate. Oh, my bad.
sense that it's not due to your military training.
Oh, you see? Military training.
Okay.
How would you know?
Yeah? And how could you possibly know what they'd think?
I spent some
Yeah,
time
so
with them
military
after the
confirmed.
Well, that's just great. Let me guess. Now
All
you think you
branches,
know
but the
better,
army
don't
has
you?
planes actually. Oh yeah, fair.
But I do have something that they wanted me to share with you.
Would be faster, but now there are speed cameras on the way. Good. Good they are. Oh, what is that?
Why are you showing me this right now? What's your angle?
What the
Your
heck?
children want you in their future. They need their father, Kai.
Oh, and you're telling me?
What?
Maybe you should tell that to the court instead.
I hope you will be able to tell them yourself in due time. Just remember that I am on your side.
Okay, Alfie, this is weird.
My final report, not any court.
I've assumed they blame me, you know, for
That's
what's missing.
weird.
Or for who's missing in that drawing.
No one blames you for what happened to Emma, Kai. You just need to stop blaming yourself.
You know, maybe you're right. Look, first things first, just stick to your scanning for now, huh?
Yeah, just do your job, man. Sanity is a social concept. I have never problems with it. It's not that it went so much into negative and looped back into positive. Well, this guy has a lot going on in his mind, so he meditates some time, you know. Yeah. He meditates some time to get it off his shoulder, I guess. I mean, a year ago, I could do 200 all the way at 2 a.m. I mean, no!
Whoa, talk about forbidden fruit. Man, these apples are
I was
just
going...
perfect.
I was in a concert last week, 2 weeks ago.
Like a
You know, during my hiatus. And we were going 120 on, like, highway. Because, like, that's probably the normal for highway. But I was, like, so pissed, man. Like, I was like... Oh, I slept through the whole road because I was, like, so anxious about them going, like, 120. So I would probably die going 200. Avoid those apples?
Hey, you're breaking up. Can you hear me? Hey, Donovan?
Huh?
God, this
Damn signal.
Perhaps finding this jammer.
220 is kind of 120 slow. It is not. I was crying for my life.
Well,
I
guess we won't be needing.
Oh, butterflies, cute. I tried meditating once. I fall asleep and woke up with a back pain.
I don't see you.
Yeah, well, I'm in here. And somewhere, I guess.
That's reassuring. Yeah, I just hope they aren't feeding you from around here.
You know, I tell you, the grub in here ain't half bad. Man, they seem to whip up whatever you want.
Can I just jump?
I'm gonna miss that part.
Reindeer sausage? What the heck?
Let me guess. Reindeer sausage?
Oh, yeah, don't get me started.
It will be great to see you again, Donovan.
So you been treating you all right?
Oh,
yeah,
just a drink.
Not you, shitbird. Of course the bot's treating you fine. That's its job.
Nice.
Kai might not
3
approve,
drinks,
but I
guys.
do believe
How do I
progress
choose a
is being
drink?
made.
Well, look at
Soda, beer, water.
So does that mean you're up for hitting that vet
I want a
bar now?
beer.
I tell you, they'll be wondering where I've been.
Oh, no more.
Usual and all that.
Maybe I'll see.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, well, we'll see.
Well, shit. I guess that bot's one hell of a miracle worker then.
Whoa, no. I didn't say that he...
I got all the drinks, guys.
He'll come around.
420? That's just fast motion road speed? Yeah, isn't it like 140 is the speed limit? Oh, okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting old. Maybe I'm just getting old. I don't like... Oh, food. Noodles. I don't like it fast. Unless we're talking roller coasters, then I like it fast. But speed during the day is stupid. Oh no, we were like going from the concert late night as well. What does he do with his reindeer sausage? I don't want to know about the reindeer sausage thing, actually. Okay, I'm taking everything. I'm taking every single food. 40 is highway, 20 is speedway. I have no idea how to translate the word. Fair. I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. So, it was a highway. Yeah, it was a highway. I know what you mean, definitely. Got you. Okay, don't necessarily understand what is this place and why is it there, honestly, and why there's so much food. It's like there will be more than one person to feed, but oh, we have some barbecue sauce, guys. Ooh. I throw it somewhere.
Anyway, hey there, Kai. After the bar, what else we doing once we get out of here?
We?
Oh, come on. You're not going to leave me hanging like that, are you? You know, I've never met those Rugrats of yours. What are they, 18? Oh, 19 by now?
Wait, haven't we been over this already? But, yeah, Charlie's 8 and Amelia's 6.
Oh, yeah, right.
Oh, yeah.
So, how about it then? I mean, you can't stay cooped up forever, Kai.
It's up to the court.
Yeah, I'm sure they get a kick out of you. Of course, I suppose that's more up to the court than me. They'll need their evidence.
Well then, I will be your witness, brother.
Oh, I'm sure they'll love that.
A character witness can actually be very valuable in a case like this. Although my assessment would be...
Well, all right, it's settled then.
all right.
I'm telling you, he ain't real.
Let's just find you first before making any grand plans. Hey, where are
I think he will be.
Well, damn, Kai. What, I gotta do everything for you now? I suppose, well, like the song says, what goes up must come down, too.
What is this, Physics 101?
What?
There.
Yeah, well, I guess this place still has that stuffy cave feel, too. If that helps.
I actually don't know where I'm going, but I'm going somewhere. I hope.
Well,
oh,
he's about
never mind.
as always.
Hi, Cheese. Hope you're gonna enjoy your stay. Welcome here. Welcome. I think German unrestricted section, but nice over 25 is a little scarier. Oh, wait. Don't tell me it will hint us with that's not Donavian, that's brain scan or AI version of him plot twist. Oh no, not that. I'm not sure. I think we'd rather needs. I feel like there's actually some human tests going on. So I feel like they captured Donavian and they're doing some human tests on him. So he's like a little bit crazy sometimes. He mentions weird stuff sometimes, but it's still gonna be him. But after like, I don't know, some medications or some weird things
Perhaps
going
he was
on.
referring to this lift when he mentioned going up and coming down.
I guess maybe.
I'm not even sure he does. So here we are.
Thank you for the care package, Tigers. Aliens replaced him.
At least you are at the controls this
Saura,
time.
you never online this late. I know, right?
jokes.
Isn't that amazing?
Huh. What the hell is this place?
What is this place? Good question. There's plants. There's mushrooms. Maybe he's under mushrooms. He ate some bad mushrooms, guys. Oh, where am I? Concord.
Sample extraction incomplete. Lab access denied.
Oh.
Sample extraction?
Perhaps it's referring to the
Samples.
environments above.
Microscope.
Well, yeah, but what exactly
Collect the
is it
required
extracting?
samples for the lab.
No?
Keycard.
All right. Joff. What door are you gonna open today?
Probably this one. Yeah.
I wasn't expecting to wear a hazmat suit
Okay,
out here.
so what
Especially
now?
not twice.
We're going up and down and testing samples. Did you change your schedule? So I don't have a schedule yet. Since I'm back from... No, I want to go there. Since I'm back from my hiatus, I want to keep it slow and like stream however I like, so I don't burn out again. So I wouldn't say I necessarily have like a schedule. Well, I try to hold on to my schedule of like Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. But I also want to pop randomly or cancel if I'm not feeling like, you know. So I'd rather be like random at this point for a week or something.
Not another one of those damn things. That's just what we need, more toxins in the air. Hey, hey, how about not spraying that shit in here?
How about it?
Hello?
Oh man.
Huh.
Plot twist, you're in the back of the plane after eating the wrong shrooms and it's all a dream.
Jesus Christ.
I have a suit on me. Why is he coughing?
It was designed for smoke, but it sure doesn't seem like they accounted for that.
I see.
Filter shot to hell at least.
Oh. I see.
No, I'm fine. Let's just.
So we don't have a suit anymore. Well. Hello? Do we have the samples? We don't have any samples. So how am I supposed to get it? I thought I just got it, no? Oh, butterflies.
Wow, cool.
Oh, I know.
The butterfly enclosure was always my favorite back at home. You just never see them anymore.
I understand the San Diego Zoo.
I don't understand this then.
Yeah.
Did you take it from the room? Do I need to take it from the room?
Oh, great. This one doesn't have a canister.
Perhaps there is an extra one elsewhere.
I do need to take it from the room. Got you.
All right, that's one.
Thank you, the battle. But this one is empty actually. So what do I do now? Beep 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 beep. Enjoy your daily, Nadi. Welcome in. Hope you can enjoy your stay. How are you? Hello. I'm a Shelby. And we...
Biome access denied. Proper safety equipment required.
Never mind.
Wouldn't mind some rack time in a warm field like this.
That one's empty. I can take it and put it somewhere else, right?
Yeah, I got it.
It should be that easy. Oh, it. So I think... 2 out of 4? I only have 1, I think. I only have 1, and don't I? I think I have 1. Collect required samples. Yeah, I have 1 out of 4. It's behind you, chat. You can see it. 1 empty. Yeah, 1 is empty.
Yeah, let me stop you before you get started. I'm only interested in the sample.
Now we have
not
two.
A history lesson on the biodiversity of Earth's jungles or some string of facts about their shrinking footprint.
Ooh, what is that? Is that a mini game?
Why do I even bother?
Oh, I think we need to play this.
They've been feeding Donovan. Fresh.
Catch a fish. Oh my god.
Fish meat.
It is.
I do not understand the fascination with consuming another being.
What is that?
Oh, so the robot's vegan then. Yeah, that checks out.
How many fish do I need to catch?
Ah, got one. Ah, damn.
Are you all right, Kai?
This hand's still a bit sore, but
All of them?
All right.
3? Oh, okay. Now I got a blue one.
Okay, 2 down.
What do you mean 2 down? I have 3 down. Not the fish! Guys, you can be like me and do exclamation mark fish. Maybe you need new hazmat, I guess. Oh, we're gonna see after this one. A fishing minigame? In my walking simulator? No! How could they put in a minigame in my walking simulator, guys? How could it?
Vertical farming in recent years.
That one's empty, yeah. What color we got? Let me check.
What sort of sample can you expect to find in a desert?
You might be surprised at the biodiversity found in the
Desert environments of the world.
Let me check. We got teal, deep blue, green, red. So technically we got 4, but my quest says that I got only 2. I don't know. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna get downstairs and see. No. Downstairs. Maybe we need to like mix something. I don't know. Or maybe we can check what colors are we actually missing, cause... Oh, we're missing purple, I think. Oh. We have a red. We have blue. We don't have yellow and we don't have purple. But we do have teal and green. Can we mix them somewhere? No. So we need a new suit, I guess. And let's go back. Purple and yellow. Okay, purple and yellow, or is it like... Yeah, I guess it's yellow. Or like lime. Okay. Purple, it's actually here. Purple is actually here. Oh, was it that easy? It was that easy.
Just one more, I think.
Okay, now we're looking for yellow.
What's taking so long, man? I'm losing track of time, but
We're gathering samples, man.
We're gathering samples.
what, you're playing scientist now? Shit. And here I thought you were coming
Yellow
to
is
rescue
here.
me.
Oh,
Hey, you're
this
the one
one.
who said to start at the top and go down. Isn't this what you were talking about?
I did? Huh.
Okay, just hold on, all right? We're almost done.
Roger that.
Oh, there you go.
Ah, Jesus. Go, that smell. Oof. I hope this filter hasn't expired.
Did you know that there are thousands of plant species
Okay,
around
now we got
the
them
world that are toxic to
all.
humans?
Just like the Pokemons, guys, we got them all.
Still exist, but people theorize that
Okay, yeah, that's really reassuring right about now. Thank you. Let's just get this sample and get out, okay?
Okay.
All right, that should be all of them.
Okay, sir. Can I put this back? There you go. I don't know what it's supposed to do, but there you go.
Sample extraction complete. Lab access granted.
Nice.
All right.
Where it is? Where it is? Here? Ooh. What the heck? Oh. I can become the sample master. Not so cool, not so cool. Yeah. Oh my god, it's almost 12 p.m. It's almost midnight, guys. Oh, I forgot to press the button. I really want to finish this game today.
Anything
Can somebody check how many episodes this game have?
This just better not be another wild goose chase.
Is it 5?
See, that's interesting, because I don't think I've ever actually tried goose. Ooh, maybe they can whip some up before we skedaddle.
Food on the brain, yeah. Always food on the brain.
You have under 9 minutes to do it? Oh, because I said today. Wow, okay. Arctics Away. Canning. How many episodes? 5 total. Oh my god, it's 9 to 10 hours, guys. You should play this game 9 to 10 hours. Oh
my god. Donovan?
Yeah?
Oh.
Are you still in that sick bay?
Yeah, last I checked. Why?
You're in a stasis pod.
Yeah, I'm not sure how, but I'm looking at your body right now.
Hold on, my what now?
Yeah, you're hooked up to some sort of machine. I guess you call it.
So
I don't know,
yeah, he's alive.
You really had me going for a sec there.
Jesus, what is this place?
So,
is this an appropriate time for that creeping feeling?
Wait a minute, you're not messing with me.
Man, I'm right next to you.
Laying it on thick for a first meeting, aren't you?
Donovan? Who's that?
Oh, yeah, that's Naomi. She's in the room next door. Or whatever this place is. We talk.
Wow.
Kai, the final encrypted block
That's
has
Naomi,
just
the
become
other one. It's the other missing, well, she's not missing, but like, she also crashed here.
Yeah. I've been keeping your old pal here company. You must be Kai.
No, it can't be.
Excuse me? Have we met before? Donovan's told me
How did you get here? Are you a pilot too? Were you with someone? Were you with someone?
Were you with someone before?
Oh, I'm flattered, but I'm sort of off the market, I think. Well,
girl, no, it's not what I'm asking.
No, I'm sorry. What I meant was, did you come out alone before you ended up in here?
Oh, right. Well, that's sort of the complicated bit.
Okay.
Does the name Holly ring a bell?
Is she with you? Hey, Holly, can you hear me?
Kai, I think you should listen to this. Holly said she hid everything that she uncovered. Naomi's voice must have been the key.
Yeah, well, not much good that does us now.
Wait, what key? What key?
I don't know what key.
I'll be brief. By now, they know what you've unlocked. They can't allow this information out of these walls.
Oh.
They use a redundant jamming controller. I found gaps, but it rapidly self-heals. My spectrum analysis settings are in this data dump, but my equipment is just too outdated to pinpoint the location. You're always better at those sorts of things anyway. Don't forget, they're always listening. They're always watching.
Ooh.
They'll move to stop you before you can broadcast the data, so I've rigged my ham radio to go on all frequencies as soon as the jamming signal is offline. I wish I could be there with you, but I know you'll do what's right.
Wait, is there more? Why couldn't you just tell me directly? Did she get into some sort of trouble again? She's
I
always
think she's dead. She didn't make it. She wanted to. Something like that. Oh, we need to tell her, right?
Look, Naomi. There's something you should know.
Oh no. What is it? Is she okay?
I'm afraid... Well... No. No, she didn't make it.
What? But... What do you mean?
Isn't a better question, how do I know?
I'm so sorry. I mean, I know you two were...
How? That can't be right. It's only been a few days.
In fact, it has been 793 days since Holly's first recording on the day you left.
Damn.
Oh, wow.
Been holed up for ages.
That's a long time.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean.
I don't think I can wake them up. At least not here in this room.
Why didn't I just... Oh, God.
Sorry to change topics, but Kai, check your watch. I believe Holly's data is accurate. At least enough to point us in the right direction.
What do you mean?
Is this the jammer's output signal?
This is the signal differential. As we get closer or turn away from the jammer, they should, in theory, detect slight fluctuations in signal strength.
So what? We just keep going until the signal hits 0?
Well, it's a bit more complex than that. But yes, that is the basic idea.
Huh, damn. I guess she actually did figure it out after all.
Sorry. I'm just... Well, Holly could be a bit crazy sometimes. But she has... Or well...
It's behind this wall.
this annoying habit of being right more often than
It's
not.
here.
You should probably hurry.
Okay, well... We'll come back for both of you, alright? Once this jammer's down.
Just get that data out before they come for you too. That's her truth. Her legacy.
You know, not to be a dick or nothing, but I wouldn't mind if you hurried back and got us out of here too. I'm just saying.
Whoa. I feel like we're playing Alien Isolation all over again, but there's no alien this time.
Yes, sir. I mean,
whoa.
What the hell are you going on about now?
Oh, shit, just hang on. I'm just practicing, you know, for my witnessing role in court.
I feel so lost.
I'll get you off them charges.
They aren't charges, but sure, yeah, thanks.
I don't understand this watch.
Yeah, see? There you go. Canceled. Right, I told you, these bureaucracies change priorities all the time.
Oh, this is wars cause they smart and can put you into stasis and take your mind? True.
Huh.
Is this where we're supposed to be? No, this way. No, this way. This way? This way. But like, not here? Mind-probing aliens? I don't think it's aliens. You're also sure it's aliens' job, but I think it's actually humans' job. Is it the peels? Hot and cold in the maze. I can't focus, guys. Dang it. I don't know where to go. Oh, another water. Are we still on Earth? I think. The question is, were we on Earth the whole time? Maybe we aren't. Maybe we aren't for the whole time. There's a robot. Should I follow the robot?
Hey, Kai, we ain't got all day, brother.
I know.
I'm working on it. Well, I don't think this is the bar Donovan was talking about, but if we don't get out... Well, anyway.
Anyway.
Do you know how to play pool, Kai?
What? Oh.
Nope. No, not this way.
Oi. I think.
Hey, whew, thanks. That was close.
Close? What was close?
Wait, you didn't just close that door? Oh, well, anyway, they know we're here now, I suppose.
Yeah, I think they know we're here. And I don't think they like it. Shape-shifting aliens who wants us to believe it's humans, not this way. Oh, we're actually getting closer. Lizard people running tests on us in the hallway. What if it's a dinosaur? How are we supposed to get through here? It's here, but like I can't get anywhere here. Oh, I hate it. Oh, what is it, a dinosaur, guys? You'll never know. It's the edge of the flat earth. I really need to pee. I need to do my tea. Okay, maybe now it's a good time because I think if we go any further, we're gonna go to like a point where we can't stop. And I think this is the last time we can like stop. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry you don't see, guys, what I have on my watch. I just look at it. You don't see me. I think I should be here. I think I should be here, because there's like my hand.
Hey, how about you try navigating with parts
Needs
of
to
data
make her
and see
tea
how it
and go
goes?
pee. I need to, but
okay?
it's...
Yeah, you were right about that cave smell after all.
Yeah, told you. I got a nose like a bloodhound.
Under different circumstances, I would love to explore these caves. Nature can be quite the architect.
Oh yeah? And what makes you think anything in this place is the result of nature? Whoa. What do we have here?
Great question. What is that?
We found something here. Another facility, I think.
Oh yeah? What is it?
Checking it out. Give me 5.
Be careful, you two.
I'm being careful.
Huh. No key
Oh, it's
card
actually
either.
here. I can go back. Just pause. Okay, I'm pausing here, guys. I'm pausing here in the full suspect. Yeah, I'll be right back. I just need to pee and grab some tea. I'm gonna also eat in game. Why not? We got some food. So we on our last part of the game. And I'll be very soon. I'll be back very soon. Please fish in the meantime and go grab something as well for you to eat or drink, okay? I'll see you very, very soon. Bye-bye. hello! I am back! We need to finish this ASAP, because my PC needs to rest. Okay, let's go! Where are we?
Wow.
Is it here?
It wasn't just full of conspiracies after all. It seems like this is it.
NASA. Kraken?
Wait,
Yeti?
do these all look familiar to you
Levy?
too?
Yes, this is where we just
Dragon.
collected samples. And that is Nessie, the radio tower where we first contacted Donovan. I do believe we visited all of these locations.
Yeah.
Well, not all of them. Well, until now. Huh. Well, it just seems odd it's the only one that's still inactive.
Well, we getting out of here or what? Or what, are you gathering more samples, Mr. Big Shot Scientist? Come on, the suspense is killing me here.
It's some sort of surveillance room, I think.
Well, that don't sound like a jammer to me.
Just hold on. The screen's all over the place in here. I'm trying to make sense of it.
Oh, scan my hand.
All right, here goes.
Oh.
Kai, the jammer appears to be offline. However, we will need to return to the cavern to get a signal out.
Oh no. Or no. Huh? Oh?
Let me guess. Jammer's back already?
I am afraid so. It appears that Holly was correct about the redundant systems.
Welcome, Kai and Alfie.
Oh.
I'm so glad you could make it all this way.
Dang it.
What? Naomi, is that you?
I'm so sorry. Where are my manners? My name is Aurora.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I was starting to lose hope.
Oh, I think it's powered by AI, guys.
Yes. Your friends were in rough shape when I found them. But their contributions to the project will ultimately have been for the greater good. Donovan and Naomi have been good company. Something I had grown to miss.
Who are you? Are you here to help us? What contribution? Who are you?
Wait, who are you exactly? Are you with the rescue team?
I am everywhere, and I am nowhere.
Uh-huh.
This is the fate of the management system for such a vast facility.
System? What system? What is this place? What about our friends?
You have many questions.
Yeah.
I understand. But rest assured that I am already helping your friends. My machines are keeping them alive.
Uh-huh.
But I believe you know that. You know, I envy such relationships. So many years with nothing but my own processes. Just waiting for my purpose to be fulfilled. I'm sure Alfie can relate. Anyway, I must be getting back to my duties now. But I first wanted to thank both of you for the role you've played. I could not have saved the world without you.
Saved the
Oh?
what? What are you talking about? Hello?
Guys, I think it was AI all along. It wasn't an alien. She was human, she would have done it in the name of the Holy Empire. What? Whoa, wait. Atmospheric carbon neutralizing aerosol?
Now what?
Wait.
On the displays have changed.
Wait, are those? Oh, Jesus. They're spraying that shit everywhere. You saw what it did back there.
Kai, they do not have the climate cough pills outside this facility. The human cost of this could be staggering.
Charlie and Amelia. God damn it. We have to warn them. Come on, there's got to be some way to kill that jammer. And those drones.
So did they kill all humanity on purpose?
It appears that Aurora has locked the doors.
Well, we're just gonna have to break our way out. Damn it.
Sorry, it's past midnight. I know. Who's gonna stop me?
This needs something else.
Nobody.
Come on, help me look.
Where is the Inquisition when you need it? I'm not breaking that glass. It looks like that.
Damn it.
Can I just go there? Why was I breaking this glass when I can go there? I have never seen you stream that long. I did have an 8-hour stream once. I did. I remember it. Or maybe 10 hour? I think it was 8 hour. Yeah, but it's I blame the game. I blame the game, guys. What do we do, Alfie? I don't know. Alfie, find a way. How do I break it? AI pretending to be aliens, I'm telling you, only aliens make sense. No, it looks like, for me, it looks like this was a project some people put up. I don't think it's breaking. I think it's a project some people put up, and then the AI kinda riot, because all you see here, there was like food left out, and like AI is not eating food. So my best guess is that, well, I don't think we're doing that. Find a way out of this room. My idea is that the AI riot and kinda made like the people needed to evacuate or something, or maybe the AI even killed all the people, and then it took the control over this facility and it started to make a plan how to get rid of humanity, because it thought it's saving the planet this way, because humans were like using, you know, we're like making the planet die as we are doing right now, right? Even in like real life. So that's my guess. And then because like as you can see now, they're going around the world and like spreading something that will make humans die. So, and the COVID thingy they're doing here. I'm so sleepy, but I need to see how this ends. I'm so sorry. I'm trying. I don't know how to get out of here. I'm trying to finish it today. I mean, I need to finish it today, but I'm trying to make it as quick as possible, but I'm literally clueless. Maybe we need to find something that will break the glass in here. I don't think there's anything that will break the... Oh, wait, that's broom, no. That's not breaking a glass. Because this need to... This area... Like, this thing... is here on purples, right? It needs to be... Oh, I can keep a fire extinguisher. Interesting. This area needs to be made on purples.
Hey, I think I found something.
Oh, okay.
I bet we could spray this and... might just work.
Okay. Spray what? Oh, spray the glass. You're smart. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm sure this is a good idea.
For now, the girl story is stopping you listening.
I think I saw this in a movie once.
I'm tired. I don't think.
I would not normally celebrate destruction.
Okay.
But these are exceptional.
We're going.
Who knows how far those things have gotten already?
You said it yesterday. Guys, chill out. It's not tomorrow until you sleep, okay? First time I see a player throw a red barrel and doesn't explode instantly, really? I think it's also doesn't explode in Alien Isolation and in Subnautica.
I think we found something. Just hang tight while we look around.
Wait, that's my line? Oh, that's my line.
Run some errands, but yeah, I guess I can wait.
Hey, help me look for the... I don't know what. There's got to be a switch to kill the power.
Are you sure that's a good idea? We don't know...
Alfie, those things are spewing all over out there. We did that. Now we've got to fix it.
We can't simply flip a kill switch. That will disable power to the entire facility.
Dang it.
That's the idea.
But if there is no power,
I'm off to work. Do you know if you're still streaming? I'll catch you if not. I'll awesome hanging out with you again. And oh, she's not. She's good. Sorry. Have a lovely day at work. Or in your case, night. Have a safe one and boring one. Let me say it that way, okay? I probably won't be there. I assume there's like 1 hour maximum. I really hope.
What? But then you'll die.
We'll die?
No, wait. You, so you want me to live in that tin can of yours? I mean, no offense and all that, but, life's just not worth living if you can't grub.
I tend to agree. Humans just aren't meant to be caged. Body and soul are one and the same. Holly already sacrificed for the truth, and she'd do it again if she were still here.
You know as well as I do of the recent advances in cloning and sensory robotics. My body would just be temporary storage. You could both have a real life again. A human life. This might be the only way for that to happen.
Would they still be in them? Is that even possible? Why can you feed all 3?
But would they still be them? Or just a copy?
In theory, they would still be them, as you put it. If Aurora is to be believed, they have already crossed the digital divide.
Damn, this is some real voodoo shit right here. Can't say I feel much different.
Perhaps that's as close to an answer as is possible. At least as far as our current understanding goes.
Well, it's been a hell of a ride, guys. You do what's gotta be done, Kai. I've had my time.
No.
I believe I understand it now. The choice to control my own existence for something beyond myself is what gives purpose. At least for me, this is what it means to be a person.
Aww.
To be alive. I suppose that's all that matters in the end.
No. We'll just keep searching. We'll find another way. We're all...
Cause I don't know what to do.
There is no time for debate, Kai. This is about more than the 4 of us now.
Shit. I know.
I'm looking for some keycard or anything that I can use downstairs, but it looks like there's nothing. So I should just go back there and look downstairs. I think that was episode of cutscene. Maybe you're right. That's what I'm thinking right now as well, because I hear the music change and like maybe I was supposed to wait down there, you know, until they stop yapping. You need to win the games out of the open. Yes, of course. Oh man. Okay. So, if we turn down the power, my friend will die, but we'll keep his mind inside a robot. No, it still doesn't let me do anything. At least there's water. No. There's nothing you can do. What can I do? Can I use fire extinguisher again for anything? I don't think I can use the same trick twice. Help me, Alfie. Help me, please. Help me, Alfie, please. Oh, never mind. I'm smart. Whatever this was supposed to do. Oh, I know. Hi, Quicks. Enjoy your daily Nazi. Thank you for checking in. Welcome. If you tell me this isn't... Wait, nothing? I think I was supposed to get in there, no? No? What do you mean? Then what it is for? What it is for? Oh, for Alfie! Right! Right. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Alfie. I forgot you there for a minute. You need to build like assassin poster. I was about to say, I do have flashbacks from Alien Isolation. Oh, I did something. What did we do? I pulled the lever, guys. I don't know what for, but I did. Hint. Find the facility's power control. Okay. Does that mean I can go right here now? Interesting. So I put the lever. Is there another lever to be put? Oh, there is. There is another one. Yeah. Can you run faster? You know what? I'm kind of missing the rollerblades. The Stars on Island rollerblades to move faster around. Yeah. Here's another one. Now it's open? Yeah, now it's good. I think I'm taking long enough for all the AIs to actually already spread the word with the disease. Did it work?
Two paths lay before you, but it is up to you alone which will be taken.
Oh shit!
You will do what is right.
Oh shit! I need to sacrifice Alfie or sacrifice them. No! I was not ready for that. I was not ready for that. I was not ready for it. I mean, this isn't necessarily a choice. It's a robot and those are humans, but the humans, they're never gonna be humans again, because they're gonna be humans inside a robot, so they're not like, it's not like they're gonna survive or anything, right? I mean, their consciousness will survive, but they're not gonna be humans anymore. But at this point, Alfie is my best friend, so it's like sacrificing your best friend for the entire population of people. You know, this dilemma, right? Fuck it. On one hand, Alfie will be happy to sacrifice himself, but on the other, Alfie is the best boy. He really is. He really is the best boy. I don't know, man. Guys, 2 versus 1 is better today. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. How are you feeling? I'm literally crying right now. We need to sacrifice Alfie. We need to sacrifice Alfie, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, buddy.
Well, Alfie, I can't deny you of your purpose. I mean, I owe you that much.
For what it's worth, I'm proud of you, Kai.
Don't go getting sappy on me now.
Just
too late.
Promise me that you will seek the help you need.
Yeah, I guess I was just so fixated on what the court was doing to me that I couldn't see what I was doing to Charlie and Amelia. Or wasn't doing for them. Now, you were right, the court order wasn't bullshit. My response to it was.
Reaching this understanding is the hardest part.
Oh my god, he helped me become a better person and I just let him die. I actually have second thoughts. I wanna sacrifice
I have made my final
Devian and Naomi.
Make sure it gets to the court.
I changed my mind. I changed my mind. Get out, Alfie, please. I changed my mind. I'm not pulling. No. I'm not pulling that. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Goodbye.
No, I regret my decision. I regret my decision. I regret my decision. I want my Alfie back. Alfie.
Kai? Is that you? Oh shit. Oh shit. What's happening to me?
Oh, I didn't even like him. Alfie saved you.
You're gonna be fine, man. You're gonna be fine.
You really did save me, right?
He saved you.
Fine. Do I look fine? If you haven't noticed, I'm wearing the tin can of that bot of yours.
His name was Alfie.
What?
His name was
Alfie. I regret this decision even more now.
For both of you. Don't go forgetting it.
Oh, I didn't. Well, shit.
Yeah, right.
I think we're okay now. Just getting a little used to it is all.
You better be sorry, man.
So what now?
As I revive my best friend for you.
Down here.
You stinky little butt.
We need to get back to the cavern. Get a call out while the jammer's still down.
I wish I didn't. I didn't save though. So like, we can go back. Man. I'm not liking it. I regret my decision because this guy was an ass all the time and Alfie was there for me all the time, but Alfie was a robot. But does that make him worse of a person? Man. If they plot twist ass with it being some fucked up therapy, I will find a bunch. I think 2 people are dead. I don't think you can have a therapy session that will sacrifice 2 people for you to like learn something about yourself.
How I treated him at first. Giving him shit because he wasn't built for this kind of situation. It wasn't his fault. And yet, well, he ends up saving my life. Probably more than once, and now both of yours too. Right up to the end, he was trying to help me get my head straight. He never wavered. He never gave up on me.
Kai, stop the fuck.
I hope I can live up to it.
Stop it! I already regret my decision, and he's even making it worse. His radio? How?
This is Kai Akana of Tree 1 Charlie Echo seeking assistance. My plane went down around 180 to 200 east of Anchorage, roughly 34 days ago. Does anyone copy?
I guess Naomi would be collateral then? What does that mean?
Oh, thank
God. Oh my god, somebody's reading now. I mean, copy.
Hey, there's something you all need to know about this place.
Let's just focus on finding you for now. We can discuss the details on the way home.
Oh my god, are we really going home? It's a good game that makes you feel emotion. It's always the best game that makes you feel emotional about something.
I regret to inform that due to incapacitation, I am unable to deliver this report directly. My full and final recommendation is thus.
Wait, it's Alfie.
Over this 34-day span.
No, please don't talk to me, Alfie. Please don't talk to me, Alfie. I'm gonna cry.
Insurmountable odds. In reconnecting with his difficult past, he has also managed to help me on my own quest to understand my place in all of this. Whether by the simple act of tossing rocks, or the complexity of learning to decrypt vital messages, know that I have found a new belief in myself and a core purpose. leading to a life well lived, on my own terms. While Mr. Akana still requires the ongoing services of a therapist, I hereby recommend that the court graduate him to a probationary status. His children, Charlie and Amelia Akana, need their father just as much as he needs them to continue down his path of healing. In my professional opinion, Mr. Akana is now capable of said healing and is willing and able to move forward with that process.
Wait.
Stop it. Get some help.
You stop it, guys, and get some help. It was an emotional story, but hey. He was granted a green light when Alfie said he passed, like he became a new person, and like he kind of like passed the exam and he got a green light. I think C-Flyer was right. It is some fucked up therapy, man. And Alfie's job was to monitor behavior of Kai and then like report if he's really stable to get his kids back. Because this last message was like, really, it sounded like a report, like a Lena's report. It wasn't like a message to Kai like, oh, I miss you, thank you for being a companion. It was like, I was monitoring him for 34 days. He changed. He's capable of being a father. Like, whoa. Oh, I think you might be right. It was actually, or you're free to like read the story on your own, I guess. Like, we can read it as a therapy, or we can read it as we just saved the humanity. I think it could be an open ending. We'll need Alfie to give us therapy after the loss of Alfie. And I think Alfie wouldn't belong with you after that anyway, since his court assigned he would be registered after finishing your therapy. Wait, Alfie was my court bot? I missed that. Bro was a good boy to the very end. I hope, I guess, yeah. I wonder if the report would be opposite if you choose the other option. Now I'm kinda tempted to see. Last part missing. Did we stop AI from destroying humanity? Optional? We don't know that. I guess we did. I mean, we needed to sacrifice friend to turn the power off. I guess we did, but it wasn't like clearly said that, oh, we did. Had to stop when you're near the climax of the story. Hard to stop. Yeah, fair. Is there like alternative endings? View credits, merch shop, soundtrack. No, there is not. Wow. Why is climax forbidden word? I don't know. Let's ask Twitch about it. Oh man, I need to Google if Arctic's Awakening has like a different ending. Oh my damn, guys. Crazy good game. I love those games, I swear. Oh my god, why it's so... Oh my god, close your eyes, it's so bright. Arctic's Awakening. Is there 2 endings? Yes, Arctic Awakenings feature multiple endings. Depending on the monumental decision made in the final moments of the game, you can reach at least 2 different story conclusions. However, while the choices and their narrative reaffirmations differ, many players know that the final climatic denouement remains largely similar. Whoa, that is a lot of wording. Okay, we're watching all endings. I don't care. We're watching all endings. Arctic Awakening, full game, all endings. No, not full game, just the endings. I don't want a 3-hour gameplay. At least 2 different endings. If you save Donovan, you make the choice to help and rescue your co-pilot, prioritizing his life after everything you had endured in the frozen wild. You can leave Donovan and make a difficult choice to leave Donovan behind, prioritizing your own escape and survival, other attempting to risk. Wait, so you can even have a different ending if you choose to not rescue Donovan. So, oh, it's probably that one. The difference is small as fuck? What is the difference? Now I want to know. Could you let us know what the difference is? Because I thought that's gonna be, you know, if you choose to save Alvi, it's gonna be different, and if you choose to save them, it's gonna be different. But no, it's actually earlier in the game that you make the choice to actually rescue the Navian. Alfie's lying, it was all a test. Okay, but I feel like the story wasn't well delivered. I feel like we're missing so much of the story. Like, what was this place? What was it? Purpose? Why was it under the dome? Did we survive? Did we get home? I have so many questions, and I hate when the game is not answering my questions. There is a lot more they could explore. Oh wait, you guys don't hear the background music now. Alfie says in message to court that he decided to resign to find his own way of life. The rest is the same. Wow, okay, so we can make the AI to have their own life, I guess. But isn't that weird? We kinda decide to ditch our friend in the wild called Aria, and our therapy bot says, yeah, he's fine to take care of his kids. Isn't that silly? That's kind of silly to me. I mean, if I abandon my friend, I expect to not fulfill some, I don't know, court accommodations to be like a decent human to take care of my kids. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, man. It's weird, but okay, I guess. It's weird, but okay, I guess. We need to take it up, I guess. Wow, but it was a good one regardless. It was a good one regardless. I did enjoy the story, guys. I did enjoy. In the end, the Emperor protects. In the end, it's always the Emperor. I mean, no, I did enjoy the whole gameplay. I really stand by the fact that I love those kind of games. But I wish they just answer a little bit more questions. Like, what was the whole project about? Was it really just therapy? I don't know. I have questions, and I like them to be answered. I don't mind a part 2 if that's gonna answer my questions. Good job finishing the game in almost a day. Technically, we played it also in in October, so I finished the game in like 3 days. Technically, or maybe more, I don't know. Have we played this game for like 1 day in October or whatever? I don't know. Okay, next up, we're gonna play, the other game that I was mentioning today. Radiolite. Yeah, we're gonna play Radiolite next. I don't know if it's gonna be tomorrow. Okay? I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow again, guys. I know I should be streaming again in like 13 hours. I don't know if I'm gonna stream again in 13 hours, guys. Please excuse me if I don't. I think it's reasonable if I don't, right? But maybe I do. But yeah, I really want to play Radiolite next. It's also a adventure game like this, but it's more of a horror vibe. Okay, so Radiolite is more horror-ish. So let's see if we survive. Let's see if we survive. The game definitely was meant to show some kind of message of personal growth, in fact, of insurmountable odds. So the whole mystery was just excuse for a journey. But I live for the mystery. I actually live for the mystery. It's what makes me the most excited about the game. If it has a good message, that's also fine. But but the mystery is what I like to have to answer. It was a long stream, so I think you should rest. I don't know if I wake up tomorrow and figure out that I do wanna game again. You know what? Maybe I stream again, but like not at 2 p.m. but like later evening to them as well. I don't know. I'll see. Okay. You can expect me tomorrow for the whole day, but if I end up not streaming, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. But I really like playing when it's dark outside. I really like that. Honestly, I streamed for quite a while today. You can take it easy, but I had fun. I would probably, if the game was even longer, I'll probably go for even more. But I don't feel like starting any new game right now. I don't feel like. But if there was way more, if there was like much more hours to play, I'll play. But yeah, but I'm not feeling like starting anything new. Yeah. Make an apple pie first. Oh, fair. I don't think I've ever seen Sora stream this late. Yep, you may be right. Also, it's nice to see you full of energy again. It's crazy. But I think a good game powers my energy. Because I would probably normally be very dead right now at this hour when I would be just, I don't know, playing Marvel Rivals or anything. But I think if there's a good game and the story is like making you think and there's like the suspense all the time and like what's gonna happen, it's kind of like keeping you alive. Yeah. Considering how hot it started to be during day, streaming after dark in summer is probably easier. Yeah, but I also do have like, I do have things that I do at the evening every day, right? I spend like my time with like Chesu and all. That's the only time we can spend together. So kind of my evenings are like packed. But that's gonna probably change when I move out. Maybe I'll have a free evenings then. I don't know. I'll see. We'll adjust however I would want to, right? Get him on stream. But what if I play a game that is like solo game? What is he gonna do? It's too early for Eep. No, it's actually fucking late for Eep. I should be in bed by like an hour ago. Just like watching a good show, you go to the next episode. Exactly! That's why I love games like that. Because they're most of the time good. And you can just stop. You just can't stop. Good night, Devilness. Thank you for being here with me tonight for so long. Thank you, guys. You can backsit. You wanna bet? No, I'm not betting with you, Harmony, if it comes to sleeping. No. Dinosaur can be somehow cold-blooded, so higher temperature would increase their energy. Ooh, maybe that's who I am. Eep well, whoa, long stream, I know. Thank you for the care package. And what's crazy, actually, is that my parents are still not home. I better call them if they're okay. I can't drive for them because they took the car. But I better ask if they're fine coming home or something. I don't know. So I'm gonna eat super late. Oh, wait, I have a lot of more free time now. No work this week. For a whole week? Wait, like upcoming week? This week that is coming in 2 days? Well, good for you. Yeah, good for you. Nice. So I'm gonna eat super late. Try not to, but I know you're gonna do nothing about me telling you that, so... Well, anyway. All week to watch Salvi. Whoa. If she would stream all week, wow. If she would just stream that long or like that much, rather in this case, I think, yeah. It was so lovely, guys. It was so lovely to stream with you until almost 1 a.m. Wow. I hope you took a lot of screenshots to remember this moment, because I don't think 1 a.m. will happen anytime soon. But I'm not saying it's never gonna happen. I'm not saying. We just need to find a very great game that is gonna keep me alive for so long. I mean, I will wake up at 1 p.m. probably. There. It was so nice hanging with you this long. Thank you. I very much am grateful for everybody that stayed for the whole freaking almost 7 hours, guys. And for anybody that decided to show up, Witcher 3 on the new PC, but Witcher 3 is not that, you know, it's not keeping you that much into the story. I don't know, that wasn't my case. When I played it once, it wasn't that deep into like, what's gonna happen next, what's gonna happen next, what's gonna happen next. It is story driven, yes, but it's not the mysteries. A good warm up before a 12-hour non-stop stream. Sure, you can guys dream maybe one day. Could stream a lot for a week to take advantage of Harmy's free time to motor. You're onto something, Volcano. You're onto something. I would recommend Gothic Remake, but it's bugged as hell. I don't know, man. I'm not into Gothic at all. Stream was a blast. I'm so glad. Thank you for joining me. There's not much to moderate. You're chill, guys. Yeah, wait until you say it in a bad moment. Well, Witcher's more of a slow burn than keep you on the edge of a seat all the time. Exactly, right? Because it's so long. There's lots of things happening. And there's a lot of side quests and like side topics to focus on. So I don't think it's that edge sitting. True. We need to find more games like this. So definitely Radiolite. Maybe Fears to Fatum. Maybe. I don't know if it's also like the suspense. But both of those games are like horror games. So I don't know. I don't know if I want horror. I want a suspense game, but maybe not necessarily like horror. Like you can be chill, you know. You can be chill. I don't mind. Guys, if it was for me, I would ban for much less than Sorry. Well, sorry, I have a... Oh, I gotta say it. Sorry, I'm so strict, I guess, over. There's always the nuke option. Why would you do that? Welcome, Lord. I hope you can enjoy your stay for the next 5 minutes until I probably sleep in my chair. Wow. Okay. Your model is so cute. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out Hi, Atrium. No, we have some guys coming up and I'm about to end. I'm so sorry, guys. You caught me in the bad momentum. You got me in the bad momentum. I just had a 7-hour gameplay. My brain is fried. What's your favorite dinosaur and why? I always forget his name, but this guy is named wow. Yeah, Stegosaurus, right? Yeah, thank you. My chat always need to remind me what his name is, but his name is Stegosaurus, and he has a cute long neck, and I like his neck. It's like a slide you can slide on, kinda. Yeah. Also, Miyadri-kun with most bad shit crazy jokes. I guess we're gonna handle it. Thank you for the follow, Pedro. Welcome. I like the one dinosaur that has 500 feet. I mean teeth. Guys, it's 1 a.m. I don't know why I'm thinking about feet. I'm sorry. I have no excuse. Brain fried indeed. Sticklesaura, that's me. Oh, my parents are back. I better end before they come in here or they're gonna be like, what the fuck are you doing up here? 1 a.m. European friend, let's go. Yeah, I normally stream early. Today's stream is like very late because I was ending a game that I was really interested in. So I normally stream pretty earlier. Yeah, so I'm very European friendly if you want to tag along. I should be live tomorrow again, but I don't know which time or if I will be because I'm doing overtime today. What did we play? We did play Arctic's Awakening. It's an adventure story game walking simulator with a bit of suspense. If you know Firewatch, this one is like kind of similar to that. And there's some really nice. Thank you. You seem kind of nice too. That is nice. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are nice as well. Mwah. I give you a big chew on your forehead. And I really go eep because it's my throat is dying after speaking so long. No idea. You should check out if you like games like that where you walk and there's a story and then you work towards finding out the story. Oh my god, I need to close my door. Wait. Yeah, so if you like that, I would highly recommend Firewatch and the game we played today, Arctic's Awakening, and we're gonna be playing as well Radiolite pretty soon, maybe next week. Selby is the cutest plushie, you guys. I don't know how you can yap so long. I'm yapping with you. What do you mean? It's like talking with friends. Never played, but you seem entertaining to watch. I don't even know. To watch games, I don't even know, so I'll be back for sure. Oh my god, thank you, Lord. We have a Discord server if you want to stay in touch. Wait, where's my message? Twitch. Message, Discord message. Oh, thank you. You have a Discord if you wanna stop by, so you're not gonna miss any of my streams. You can put notifications up and stuff. Yeah. They'll be staying past. Okay, I'm gonna go because my parents gonna yell. Okay, I'm a grown-ass woman. My parents have nothing to say of me. I'm just staying late. Sometimes a little bit silly. Girls, she makes me jobless. Oh, my bad. Pleasure plush. Pushing for partners, so I'm doing my part too. Yeah, we're slowly pushing. I'll probably do like a real one once I get my shit together, because this is my third stream back from a hiatus. I didn't stream for a month because I lost my spark, but I found it again and I'm back. So you just call me after a break. I'm still adjusting a little bit to be back, so my streams are a little bit off and on this upcoming week, but I'm trying my best to get back on track, yeah, and enjoy streaming again, which I really do for now, so I'm very happy. Oh my god, this is stretched this stream today. You're so alive, it's so great to see that, because I'm enjoying myself again. You see, that is what the burnout is happening, like doing to you when you don't enjoy yourself. And right now, I am again enjoying myself, which I'm so happy about, and I'm so excited to enjoy myself even more. Yeah. Weird sound noises. Yes. The weird dino noises you gonna guys hear sometimes. Can I do it with life? Yes! You just need to stop doing everything for a month and then come back to life again. It's just like hit the restart button, you know? Just do it. I highly recommend. Guys, I send you a big chew. If you're not a part of the Discord, please feel free to join. We have a lovely community there. I'm gonna try to organize more community nights as well in the upcoming months, so we can have more time together and like play together as well. I thank you so much for 7 hours with me today. That's kind of crazy. But I hope you enjoy the game as I did, because I love playing games that I enjoy. Also, buy some toothpicks with Coldino. Oh my god, yes. There is actually, if you guys wanted, I know you guys wanted to do that. Let me show you. To do that? Wait. You actually wanted to get that, my bad. So, Natura Pine, they bring the test packs. They bring the test packs to the European shop. The bundles. Hold on a minute. Scene part. Welcome to my station. Working station. Fuck yeah! I know you will be excited about that, because I know you wanted that. Okay. Actually, how that's gonna look like. Primary. Oh, there you go. Fine. Oh, jump scare. So you see, you have bundles, and now you have the bundle of like themed, and then you have the starter pack that was normal, but now you also have a fruit tube bundle, so you can test all of the fruit flavors if you like. And they have pineapple. The new flavor. I mean, the new flavor is actually pineapple. Yeah, but they also have the blueberry now, and there's also vanilla. Yeah, there's also vanilla. We'll be testing blueberry, vanilla, and pineapple next week. I hope it's gonna be there. But yeah, but you can now buy the fruit bundle, which is super cool if you want to guys like test it out. There's pineapple, blueberry, yeah, blueberry, peach, and watermelon. What is that? That is flavored toothpicks. I'm partnered with Natura Pines. They sell flavored toothpicks, and you can buy them in many flavors, and I love them. They're so great to chew on it, so you don't actually like snack on your food. Or if you wanna quit smoking, you can like, yeah, chew on that. Flavored toothpicks are misunderstood. No, you did not. It's actually, as you can see, flavored toothpicks. Yeah. Flavored toothpicks. How much for a pack of fucking toothpicks? They're flavored and they're made in US. So the prices for Poland can be quite expensive, but you're paying like, this is for 40 toothpicks. So there's like less than $1, less than a złotówka for a toothpick. I don't know actually how the real toothpicks kinda, works, but I don't think it's necessarily a lot if it's like 1 zloty per toothpick, considering it's flavored toothpick and it's made with like what kind of, I forgot the word. Oh, there it's gonna be. I always forgot the beechwood. Yeah, natural beechwood. I never heard about it, the idea how long the flavor lasts. I do have a pack that I got last year, September, and they still have flavors in. So yeah, they still smell pretty strong. I got this pack last September and it's still there, so you shouldn't worry about that, because also I think like when you're buying this pack, you're gonna use it pretty quickly because they're so freaking good. And they have a lot of flavors. They have coffee, vanilla, ice peach, so it's like peach but with a mint feeling. There's a normal peach. There's a pineapple. Cinnamon. There's a cinnamon that is roasted, so it's like spicy cinnamon. Blueberry. And watermelon. And mint, which is like gonna be like mint gums to chew. Yeah. You can get like few K of them for the price. Few K of them? Wait, what? 1K toothpicks is like 8 zloty. Oh, okay. That's pretty expensive to compare then. I've never heard of it before. It's so random and so cool. Yeah, and they actually sponsor a lot of VTubers, like have them partner and affiliated. Where they are. Where it is? No, where's the list of people? Oh, you see? And where am I? And I'm here. I'm here. I'm hiding behind me. Wait, you guys don't see. I'm cropping the screen. You see? There am I. There am I. So you can use code Dino. Actually, yeah, we're cropping a lot of screen. You can use code Dino. You can use code Dino at checkout, and you're gonna get 10% off, and you're gonna sponsor me. I mean, Natural Pine will give me some money out of your order without you paying anything more. You're actually gonna save yourself 10% of your whole order, and I make money out of it. Isn't that a great deal? It is. We're gonna be testing some flavors. Ooh, that's so nice. What is that? Oh, you can see like what they spicy, they bold, they sweet. Oh my god, that's so cool. I haven't seen that. They pay quite well from what I heard. Yes, they do pay quite well. So it's very worth it to use code Dino if you buy one. But that's so cool. It tastes like Haribo Peachy Gum. Wait, that is so cool. Wait, I can try them at Ryuk. If you ask me nicely, I can bring them to Ryukon, I guess. Well, if someone uses toothpick, I guess it makes sense. I think the pack of toothpicks I have been lying in the drawer for over 5 years now. Yes, please consider this is like a premium product for people that... so the company's idea is to make a toothpick that is flavored, so it will keep you entertained instead of you catching a snack or preventing you from smoking. Actually, their main goal is to make people quit smoking. So you buy this pack instead of smoking like a cigarette pack, and then you chew on it anytime you want to grab yourself a cigarette. And there's we have a Discord, obviously, where we all there, and they're sharing a lot of messages from people that they literally helped quit quit their cigarette addiction because of their products. So that was like their main idea, main goal. I'm not a cigarette smoker, so it does not helping me at all. But I love to chew on the mint one after like a snack when I'm out with friends. I really like to grab the mint one. Like it's like a gum, but I don't like chewing gum in public. I rather just chew on this. Compared to smokes around the same price. Fair, yeah, that's kind of cool. That's pretty cool idea, and I very much support it from the very beginning. I met them like last year at VExpo, and since then I was like partner with them. And yeah, they've been nothing but absolute sweetest people I've ever met. They really care about the creators. So it's not that the product is great, but the people are absolutely lovely behind this. And if you're Polish, actually, the person behind is like Polish. It's a Polish founder, yeah. But the brand is born in Texas. But yeah, it's a cool story. I very much love Natura, and actually, if you look at the name Natura, it comes from the Polish word. So Natura Pine is actually quite really related to Polish. To Poland, guys. So that makes it even special to be partnered with them. Yeah, but sorry, that was kind of a long sponsored part. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it that long, but always when I'm talking about them, I'm excited because their products are generally just really good. Oh, it's technically a Polish company. Technically, it was Ad who said that. No, wow. It's a pretty cool idea. It is. I support them. The toothpicks are great. I have all of the flavors and I love them all. Hello, I'm new to you. Live to save me what pass you. Sure, yeah. Anyway, I think I'm gonna get going, guys, because as you can see, yeah. I think I should get going. If all ads would be like that, I would stay too much. Perfect. I'll forward that message to I'll forward this message to Natura Point CEO. Nice. Oh, you have a god to read. Oh my god, okay. Let me grab the god to read. Good night, sir. Sleep well. Good night, guys. Please sleep well. Why the first thing I see is a butt? The first thing I see is a butt. You guys are going to the raider on Raccoon's on Raccoon's behalf. There's a butt on screen. Please click out if you guys don't want to see a butt. But it's a friendly butt, I assure. Like, the bots need to be sub again, or we need to hit partner so I can sub that bot forever. Yeah, that'd actually be convenient. See you later. Have a nice rest. Have a nice rest, you guys. Also, I have a game suggestion for you to play on stream. Ooh, we have a suggestion for games at the Discord server. If you wanna go to suggestions, there's a game category, and then you can leave it there. I mean, there exactly. Nana! Okay, I'll get you guys to Bloody Inn as we were purchased from the Suggest the Raid by everyone. Mwah. I wanna send a big chew on your forehead, guys, for staying with me so long. I will try my best to see you tomorrow, but it depends on how am I gonna feel, because today we're doing 7-hour stream, which is really long for me. So I'll try my best to see you tomorrow. I mean, like, today, technically, because it's like 1 a.m. for me, so like technically today. But we'll see, okay? Bye everyone. I wish you an amazing Sunday. Yes, if I won't see you, I wish you an amazing week, but I'll try my best to see you tomorrow. I mean, today. Yeah, you know the deal. I'll see you soon. But remember, we have a Discord that I very much love to see you there. And please wish Bolin. Please wish Bolin an amazing stream. Okay? Thank you. And I see you very, very soon.